Manchester final day, 10-10 to 10-10-10, 9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1. G'day, mate. Boom! There's the pictures. Oh, I tell you what, these Australians, they're pretty good at working out this technology. We're back, and as you can see, empty table with a dealer with dark hair and a lot of chips. That is the setup for the final table. We have just hit the final table. Apologies. I'd like to say it's us, but it never is. It never is. Yes, we are live, and we are live. As you can see, the final table setup is just about to start. They go on a 25-minute break. I'm not sure how long they're into that break, but we will see. We will keep talking and chat and tell you that in 14th. Nice one, buddy. In 14th, we lost Stuart McNally. We saw that. King 10 against Ace Jack, and the Ace Jack hitting Broadway. They then went on a break. Dan Charlton on 961,000 was chip leader. In 13th, when we came back, was Andy Christophorou. He moves all in for his short stack at 65,000, called by Andy Hills. Andy Hills is up to 340,000 as he takes out Andy Chip Shop for 3,500. Thanks to Andy Milner, he can now go to bed. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning, wherever he is.
If anything else happens, we're off there because he's gone to bed.
He has now gone to bed. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks a lot. Andrew Milner is now departed the building. The next to be eliminated was Jamie Clossick. Jamie Clossick for £3,750 in 12th. These last two eliminations were both on the outer table, so we wouldn't have seen it anyway because they were on the outer tables. And 11th, what we would have seen was Peter Heitner. He lost a massive pot with kings against aces. It was kings for Peter, aces for Liam Hooks. He didn't have him covered, but it left him with something like 50,000 chips. And then Peter, he lost a massive hand with kings against aces, all in pre. And then his last 7 or 8 big blinds, he lost to Hendrik Gecki, who took his last chips. Peter left with 4,000 chips, which meant they went hand for hand. We changed tables at the break, and Dangerous Brian Thompson came to the table. He was all in with ace 10. Mark Brammer called with ace queen. And Mark Bamber took him out. So that is it. And as you can see, we are now on the final table. The chip counts are just above, and the 9 players still in are there as well. Dan Charlton, Twan Lee, Hendrik Gecki, Justin Devonport, Liam Hooks, Andy Hills, Mark Dyson, Ben Jackson and Mark Bamber. They're the players. So we are now awaiting the final table. Chip counts. Let's see if we can get them for you. We've actually done.
No, at the beginning, eh?
The chip counts, and Liam Hooks is in seat number 1. See if this has just come up. Oh, there we go. It goes underneath, but that is it. Seat 1 is Liam Hooks on 700,000. Seat 2, Twan Lee, 665. In seat number 3 is Mark Dyson.
He deserved a 5.
I'm guessing that's
so close.
Rich Kellett's runner. Seat 4, Andy Hills, 388. Justin Devonport in seat 5, 370. Mark Bamber, 326. Dan Charlton, 946,000. Ben Jackson, 166. And Hendrik Gecki is chip leader on 1.2 million. Andy Hills is a good thinking player. Pretty sure. Well, yeah, I tell you what, he thinks about. He eats, sleeps, and breathes poker, that Andy Hills. He really does. And his thought process is amazing. So we haven't started just yet, but we are back. So as soon as the guys come back from their break, we will be on with the final in Manchester. Liam Hooks, Twan Lee in seat 2, Mark Dyson in seat 3. Joe Beavers has come to join us.
In seat A?
In the number 1 seat.
Number 1 seat. No, you're in the number 1 seat. I'm in the number 2 seat.
You managed to get a trophy this week, young man.
Yeah, I got a bit lucky in the Omaha. What can I say? Small fields. Aces.
Sorry, Amanda. I was goer.
Did you say, Amanda, are you a goer? Is
Well,
that what you just said?
I know what Amanda is, but how was your holiday?
Hello, Amanda. I hope you had a lovely time. Facebook made it look pretty amazing. Great beach.
Yeah.
Recommended? Do you recommend Goa?
Well, it's been for the last 20 years. I would say yes. I'm just glad she made it back after trying to dodge the traffic at home time. Tell you what, a little bit crazy, those drivers in Goa.
It's not just Goa, anywhere in India.
So the players will start coming back very soon.
So are these the chip counts here, Phil?
They are.
Liam Hooks with 700,000. Twan Lee, 666,000. Mark Dyson, 573,000. In seat 4, we have the Grosvenor Passport winner, Andy Hills, with 388,000. Seat 5, Justin Devonport, 370,000. Seat 6, Mark Bamber, 325,000. Seat 7, Dan Charlton, approaching the million mark with 946,000. Ben Jackson, the short stack, seat 8 with 166,000. And chip leader, Endrit Geki, 1,124,000. So there we have it, the final 9, shooting for a first prize of £75,550. Next out, we'll get 5,400. We lost Brian Thompson just before the final.
Dangerous
table in
Brian.
10th. Dangerous Brian.
That was his mate. One of the lads says he is Dangerous Brian. Well, he finished 10th, £4,500.
Well, obviously not that dangerous then. Not dangerous enough.
No, why do you so stream with delay won't start till 4:30? Why would you say that? We're on a 25-minute break max for the main event. We'll sit down and then we'll start the final.
Who said 4:30?
It's that Asif Waris. Sometimes he gets a bit muddled up. As soon as the guys come in and sit down, we'll start the final table. I just don't know how long it's going to be.
I'll give it to Sue. Please. Yeah, there's two, one at the back. Two.
Do you want me to have it now?
Yeah, just put them on. 3.
Cheers, Chris. It's pronounced Getchi.
Getchi.
So we'll have the Getchi. Hendrik Getchi. Can't beat a bit of Hendrik Getchi. I tell you what, Dave Collins wanted a £20 last longer earlier in the day, and nobody would take it. With 20 players left, he wanted Hendrik to be his last longer, and nobody would take him on. Gecki. That's good, isn't it? Gecki. I'm just frenetic, I suppose.
Frenetic.
Getchi. We could get him back to be a Gecki instead of Getchi.
PK. We have a photo.
Oh, bless.
Well, I need something to tweet. Come on, Andy. Can you come in?
I think you might have to stand up behind us. I think you might have to stand up behind us.
Would it be better if you stand behind us, or like that? Let's have a look. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
That'd be all right. See.
Yes, perfect. Get it tweeted. We'll tweet it. We'll retweet it. We're doing tweets and all sorts around here. What time we're back on? As soon as the players sit down.
Go outside and tell these players to get a move on. Come
As
on.
soon as we sit down, the players, we are back on. This is the final table. This is the final table. Soon.
9:46.
Yeah. We reckon about 5 past the players will start coming back in, but we'll stick with you all the way through. Oh, yes, don't forget free roll. The free roll's on at 6. The free roll is on at 6. Streamer was the first person in it. How many we got now? If you don't want to know the password, it is scrolling along the bottom. Join us at 6
That's a
p.m.
long
tonight
password, scrolling along the bottom.
on
Is that with
grovenapoker.com
spaces or without spaces? Scrolling along the
for
bottom.
the live stream free roll. The password is Oasis. Alright. Something you have to do when you say Oasis is go, alright, kid. Like that. For some reason.
Champagne super over.
So we reckon 10 minutes. Chris Turnbull says Hendrik, Dan and Justin top 3. That'd be delicious. Great effort from everybody making a final table of 268 runners here in Manchester. Anybody can win it. Ben Jackson.
Correction, anyone can't win it. I'm out.
Ben Jackson down to 166.
Oh, Ben could definitely win it. Very talented.
He is the short stack. Remember the set of aces that Hendrik got him to fold when it came the 4th spade on the river.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Remember that. Up in some chips, the red ones are the 25,000 there, the big chips in play.
1090, 1.1. 1,120,000.
Yeah, Getchi is running well, he's playing well. Plays a lot around the Manchester area, he's from round here, local lad.
24,000.
Has Hendrik got much form?
Yeah, he's got quite a bit actually. He's got quite a bit. It's his first GUKPT flag though, to be fair.
1, 2, 250, yeah?
Lifetime winnings of
Not that much, just getting there.
33,000.
Yeah, just getting there. This will be his biggest cash.
He hopes.
Or second. At the moment, it's his second biggest cash if he finishes 9th. But as chip leader, you'd have to run bad.
You got a cash on there for a £10 tournament in Didsbury.
Well, if you want to add your own flags to the database, then you can. I suppose. So who's going to win it? Who is your favourite one person from the 9 that's on the list?
Me, I would like to see Andy Hills win it. That's me. I would like to see Andy Hills win this. Andy Hills got a great mind. Whatever he did, whatever he put his mind to, he would be very good at. Very analytical, excellent player. And I would like to see him be our Manchester champion. Got a bit of work to do, one of the smaller stacks at the table. In fact, I think he's got the second smallest stack. Can't read Phil's handwriting. It looks like it's a 3 with a pair of glasses next to it. It could be 300. See Sue at the feature table handing out the pieces of paper for the finalists. All the chips are stacked up and ready to go. We're just waiting for the players to resume. Shouldn't be long now, just a few more minutes. They're all coming back into the room.
Would you like an apple?
Yes, please. No green ones left.
Stanley Wallace is going to play the free roll. Good on you. We all are.
Any bounties today?
I don't know if Ian Bryan's playing. He said he was going to. So why not watch the live stream, reel in your bezies and play. And play the free roll at 6. Yeah, his biggest live catch, Hendrik, is 11 grand. 11,000. Last May in Stoke. Your next biggest live cash is this one. But where will it end? Where will it end? He's locked up £5,400.
There's definitely movement in the background.
All the chairs are set for the railers. The TV's set with the flop count on it.
The commentators are in the commentary
We're in
booth.
the comms box. Andy Booth is now wiping his brow because he's worked super hard to get it all back and up and running. In fact, Andy, before we start, would you like a cup of tea? Joe?
Oh, yes, please.
Right, 3 teas, PK, please. Oh no, I'll get them.
Hello?
See you.
See you. So you boys arrived.
Here we go. Cup of tea, sir.
Thank you.
Cup of coffee, sir. So we are sat waiting for the players to start the final. Free roll is on at 6.
The password is scrolling along the bottom of the screen.
All lowercase. Oasis is the... Are you, Ian Bryan? He needs to know the password for the free roll because he's a bounty.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Played it, haven't I? What time's it start?
6.
Oh aye, okay.
Plenty of time.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Good job you remember. What is it? What is the password?
Oasis.
Oasis.
And I ain't kid.
How do you spell that?
I know there'd be one. Oasis. It's actually one of the easiest words to spell.
O-A-6.
Sis. Yeah.
Oh, so it's just O-A-S-I-S?
Yeah.
Is that it? Oh, brilliant. That's easy.
Do you want me to write it down for you?
No, I've got it now. Oh, good job there's one of these left. No, somebody saved me one. Okay, now.
Ah!
No, I'm glad your mouth was full. So the live stream is back up and running, ready for the final. In seat 1, Liam Hooks. In seat 2, Twan Lee. In seat 3, Mark Dyson. In seat 4 is Andy Hills. Justin Devonport, Mark Bamber, Dan Charlton, Ben Jackson, and Hendrik Getchy. 1.1 million as chip leader.
Do we know how many chips there are in play, Phil?
There are 5,300,000 ish. 268 runners, 268 twos, 536.
Very good.
So it's 5.36 million
You
chips
did
in
that
play.
without a calculator or a pen and paper.
Absolutely.
Brilliant stuff.
5.36 million chips in play. He has 20%.
Did you know I went to see Oasis live at the Hard Rock Cafe in Las Vegas
Yeah.
supporting the Black Crows.
Wow.
Standing room with a pint of lager in my hand at the bar.
Fantastic.
What an amazing gig that was.
John Peter Patrick O'Donnell is, I think he's from Cornwall, lives in Stockholm. He was -3 this morning in
Marvellous.
Stockholm. Can we say hello to daughter Molly?
Can we?
Can we? Shall we?
Go on then. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Molly.
How old is Molly?
And do they have a Sunday dinner in Stockholm? Do they have a Sunday roast?
Do you know what? I'd love a Sunday roast. Do we get a Sunday roast today?
Oh, somebody fetches in a Sunday roast.
Oh, my missus makes a wonderful.
Christy says she was fetching in the chicken dinner, but she never arrived. Christy Fletcher.
8. What a great age. 8.
You've got 11s, haven't you?
I got 2 11s.
2 11s.
2 11s. Just going up to year 7.
Twins. Is that the first year? in the olden days.
First year of the old senior school.
So the olden days, she's in the first year again.
Yep.
Because she used to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I said to her, "You're going up to big school now." She said, "That's what you said 5 years ago."
Hi, Molly.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Hope there's no homework on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, the homework is watching the live stream.
Yes. Counting the
GUKPT.
chips, working out the bets, and working out how to make Dad money.
You know, I was doing maths homework today by FaceTime.
What was it, by the way?
It was if a kilogram of bananas cost 56p, and the average person consumes 100 kilograms of bananas, buys 100 kilograms of bananas per year, then you have to look at the pie chart and you have to look at the producers get 3% of the gross sale, and you have to work out how much the producers get per banana.
Anything going wrong? You had to work out per banana.
Something like that. Anyway.
Wow.
I didn't give them the answer, but I told them how to,
All right,
how to do
okay.
it, and they were fine.
Oh, he's from Coventry, not Cornwall. I know it began with C. I went out and shot lunch. How good is that? How good is that? Oh. I suppose it depends what you're having for lunch. He went out and shot a few cans. Thank you. Went out and shot lunch.
Here we go. We have a professional gambler at the final table. I'm not going to tell you his name,
I picked.
but
Oh,
he's a professional gambler. That's what he has his occupation as.
Right.
And his biggest poker win before today is £150. He obviously lives on beans on toast, this professional gambler. If he wins, he's going to go to Blackpool.
Yes. Yes. Might have to pop up the M1 if he gets to the 4 left. Now, where do you live, Sam? Because obviously Hendrick's a Mancunian. I'd start driving now because he's got 1.1 million.
Listen to these. This is where our final table come from.
Yeah,
Manchester,
yeah.
Macclesfield,
Dan Charles, a Mac lad.
Manchester, Runcorn,
Upper Manchester,
Preston,
Lower Blackpool,
Bolton,
Greater Manchester.
Stafford, and Preston,
There you go.
and Manchester.
That's what you want.
Where are all the Londoners?
That's what you want. Right, it's too cold up here. I was surprised to see Leon Mills. I says, it's north of Watford, this, mate. He says, yeah, I got lost.
Oh, are they all posing for their
They're all
final?
posing for Sue, who's got all the pictures on Facebook and all on Instagram and Twitter and all that malarkey.
We have it confirmed that Ian Bryan is a bounty.
He is a bounty.
in the free roll.
Yes, and the bounty prize has been put up by himself. Yes.
2 weeks in Blackpool.
Yeah, you're winning a Twix.
You were in the bucket and the spade.
Said he's going to get you a suite with a view, a polo.
That's quite good, that.
It took you a while there, Ian, didn't it?
So-
It took 20 seconds it took him to get that one.
So,
Like a buffer.
John O'Donnell watching in Stockholm. He's originally from Coventry. He's on about coming back for the Goliath.
Okay.
Shot lunch. I don't know what it was.
Twan Lee,
I went to Tesco's the other day. I got 8 venison legs for £77. I thought it was too dear.
Justin seat 5. Mark Bamber seat 6. Daniel seat 7.
Twan Lee says all the finalists have to fill out these questionnaires. Okay, name, age, where are you from, profession, so on and so on. Okay, there's a question down the bottom. What will you spend your winnings on? And Twan Van Lee has put girls.
Look, these honest poker players
Yeah, but
never
what
lie.
happens if his mum's watching?
He's 35.
That is true.
Say it, boy.
Ben Jackson's 23. I'm sure I've known him for 10 years.
He used to sneak in under the.
Everyone's
He used to sneak in and play when he was 30.
Mark Dice was 30. So how many over 35s have we got? How many Ferrari have we got, Joe?
Well, Andy Hill's 38.
38. Oh.
Liam Hooks is 30. Justin Davenport is 34.
Colt.
Endrit Getchy, 24. Baby of the table, I think. Down Charlton, 31. I thought he looked a bit older than that, Charlton, I have to be honest. Sorry, Dan. Twan Van Lee, girls, 35.
35, one for the others.
Mark Bamber.
Mark Bamber.
There's no one as old as you and me, Phil.
No, 43 is the
43.
oldest at the table.
Oldest at the table. So they're all between 23 and 43, average age of about 33.
We've had a couple of final tables where the average age has been above 50. They could all play the seniors.
I can play the seniors next year.
Do you know what? So can we.
Do you know,
You can play the seniors.
did I ever tell you my favourite story about the seniors? The one hand that makes me want to play the seniors more than any tournament at the World Series.
Right.
Barney Boatman told me this story. He says he played the seniors last year at the World Series. They're playing at the Rio. It's the first level, and the blinds are 50, 100. Okay, they've all got 10,000 in chips or something. It's 50, 100. So under the gun calls for 100. Okay, the next player calls for 100. Call for 100, 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 call for 100. Button, call for 100. Small blind, complete to 100. Okay, big blind, raise 100.
Right.
Under the gun, pass. True story. Seniors tournament World Series of Poker.
So me, you, and Mr. Andy Booth all next year can play the seniors
Are we going?
for the first time.
Are we going, Andy Booth? We're going to go and play the seniors. Has he got music on or is he ignoring me? Has he got his headphones on?
Must have his headphones on, I think. You can't multitask.
He can't.
No. One thing you can't do is
Does
multitask.
that mean we can talk about him? He's taking the headphones out. Now he's got no idea of all
We've
the
just
bad
had a
things we
10-minute
just said.
conversation about Joe Beavers being eligible to play the seniors next year for the first time ever. So I said that me and you had already thought about going over to Vegas next year because we for the first time, and we're talking about you. Andy, are you coming?
Yes, what is the answer? Yes,
Let's all go and play the seniors together.
yes, let's do it.
Every time we win a pot, we have a round of shots, right?
We can have a lose longest.
Well, it's one of those things. Every time someone shouts out one seat here during the seniors, everyone kind of holds their breath and doesn't want to look round.
How old do you have to be to play the seniors in Vegas? 50. 50. Unless you played last year downtown in the Binions because they had an over 45 seniors because I played it. And I was sat next to TJ Cloutier. And Lon McCarron.
And who?
Lon McCarron, the commentator, who does the Norman Chad bit.
Uh-huh.
There you go. Hey, Bob Tates. He's good luck to Ben Jackson from somewhere in the Irish Sea. See, the internet gets everywhere these days. Bob's on the ferries, working away. The paper signing is basically a little bit of information for us, the commentators, that basically says age, name, where you're from,
Okay, guys, all of you
how did you buy in,
button in front of you.
have you any interests, and what would you do with the winnings?
Show that over the line, you will be all in.
Do we get to keep it? Is that our souvenir?
Yes, my first time our first time for the seniors is next year, not this year.
Voucher for food and drinks today. There is no scheduled dinner break today. So if you want extended break for food, let us know and we will schedule it, get the valet order food and things like that. Okay?
Just a few more minutes, we'll have this final table underway.
We
First
will.
prize, £75,000.
£75,000. Yes.
That'll take a few people to the World
You have
Series
to be
this summer.
50 to play the seniors,
Okay, we have Liam
and
on
next
seat
year,
one with
who's just worked it out that me, Andy, and Joe are all 50.
666,500 chips. Seat 3, Mark Dyson, 573,500 chips. Seat 4, Andrew,
So we can run down the whole players.
Dimitri, please
Liam
begin
Hunter, it
to
says Liam in the hat. 700,000. Fran Lee, 666,000.
Somehow getting it over the line back.
Mark Dyson, 573, and all pretty deep. The lines are 612, 388 for Andy Hills. Justin Devonport, 370,000 chips, would be a very popular winner of the event in Manchester. He really would. Mark Bamber, sat to his right, sat to his left, sorry, 326. Dan, the man. Judge Dredd, 946,000. Ben Jackson, 166, the short. And probable favourites, Hendrik Gesche on 1.1 million. We are just about to start the final of the main event. Good luck, one and all. Let's have it. Have it.
Have it, Hendrik.
So we're off and running.
Raise 25,000.
It's the first hand,
It is Mark Dyson.
and the big blind
Because
is
there's two marks.
12,000.
Yeah, 612.
612.
Standard raise to 25.
Pass. Pass.
Can I have your attention, please? All players wishing to play 1-1, no cash game. Please will be
So we have 4 of the 9 finalists who won themselves a seat. So they've satellited in 4 of them.
I'll tell you what, the number of satellite qualifiers in this event, the satellite program that Grosvenor ran online and live
Yep.
was pretty amazing. I remember playing this event 3 years ago,
Yep.
17,000 overlay. This year, 268,000 pounds, smashed the 200,000 guarantee. And that's in no part,
Yep.
in no small part, down to the number of satellites that were being run.
And Hendrik got himself in,
Have it, Hendrik.
Hendrik got himself in with the last man standing promotion they do
Well,
during the satellite.
fantastic.
No, during the event, because I think he cashed. He played a comp. He ended up being last man standing. He won himself, which was a token into this. And here he is on the final table.
Pass.
Went a little bit more, 28,000. Fancy we're going to see the big blind calling with the twos here, taking a flop Dan. Yep. Set mining.
Check.
Twan probably thinks he's still in front here. Doesn't like the ace too much. Probably thinks he's still winning.
But
That makes the standard continuation.
13,000.
We need a TV in here, Phil, with the Sunderland game.
Them days, look, they've even taken away the wide shot, the wide screen that we had. So you're watching the final here in Manchester. Hendrik, last man standing qualifier. from here in Manchester.
It'd be some story, wouldn't it? To win the last man standing and then to win the GUKPT
Yeah.
main event Manchester. That would be a good story.
Bit of satellite winner win it last year
Who was that?
in Muller, Reyes Muller. You'll have played cash with Muller, wouldn't you, for years
I think so.
when you come up north.
Pass.
Early stages of the final. Line 6,000, 12,000, running ante of 1,500.
Ben Jackson, the short stack at the table with
Raised.
15
27,000.
big blinds.
Pass.
Is on the big blind for this hand.
Pass.
Quite interesting there. Liam raising the King Jack and Liam folding the King Queen instantly, not even thinking about it.
So wherever you're watching, in which, from wherever you're watching, in which country, wherever, which continent, you're more than welcome, one and all. Hope everybody is well. Molly's watching in Stockholm with Pops.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
So it's passed all the way around. In order to Andy Hills in seat 4, Ace Queen. This will be a pretty standard 25,000 bet, won't it, from Andy?
I would think so. 25, 26,000 is pretty standard. He's very calculating, Andy.
Raised to 26,000.
Likes to get everything
Pass.
just right. The right amounts for the right bets in the right spots. There we go, 26,000. Doesn't make very many mistakes,
Pass.
if any.
Pass.
Pretty steady start to this final table.
Yes.
You know what? I'd actually like to see. I see a couple of people like on their mobile phones there at the final table. I actually would like to see mobile phones and electronic devices, you know, away from the final table. I think I'd just like to
If
see.
they're
the play.
tweeting the friends and,
Oh, I suppose
and
so.
using Facebook, the more than well, you could be sat there watching Sunderland against Man City if you're on the final.
I probably would be.
Yeah. It's the sunshine in Portugal. Nigel Dempsey, happy Nige.
I'd like to be in Portugal.
Yes, I should take my golf clubs to Portugal. Happy Nige keeps inviting me over. If the offer still stands, Nigel, I'm coming over this year. Having a glass of sangria with your flip-flops on.
Lovely.
Sounds good, doesn't it? Line 6-12, running into your 1,500. Steady start to the final. A good final table, one of the best we've had for a long time.
Yeah, definitely got a few interesting names there. Ben Jackson, Liam Hooks,
Raised 25,000.
Justin Devonport, Dan Charlton.
Pass.
Speculative steal here from Dan in the cut-off. Liam's got a hand. When you find a hand in the big blind, people always wondering whether you've actually got a hand or whether you're just defending your big blind. Looking at the chip stacks, working out 3-bet sizing. Electing to call and take a flop. Very deceptive. Won't like that flop too much, the 2 jacks.
Check.
Could end up passing the best hand
You guys
now.
want to wrap up the stand, 816 with an ante of 2,000.
We don't get the screen up on
I'll see what I can do. We might be able to.
But 25 and a half.
Ace 10 4 flop. Liam checks. Dan in C7 makes it 25.5.
I do think he's going to call one. Oh, yeah, he called in the first one. It's hard to call 3 barrels here, though. Hard to call 3 barrels if he does barrel 3 times.
Check. Check.
Check. He's probably liking the jacks.
Check, check.
Son check, check. And Dan just about gave up on the hand once his first bet had been called. Side event is underway.
Which is? The side event today is?
The final £100. 10,000 chips.
Why don't they have a rebuy tournament anymore? £100 unlimited rebuys would be a good finish to the festival. I used to like those £100 rebuys. I once had 17 rebuys and a £100 rebuy.
Really?
Yeah, long time ago.
Wow.
I was gambling. 17 rebuys, that was my record in a £100 rebuy. That was in the old Grosvenor in Luton, Sergeant York's on the Dunstable Road before it moved to the new G.
Wow. Excellent.
Structure allows for a lot of play in this tournament. Big stacks, small increases, slow.
Plenty of time to sit and work out your opponents. No need to panic. Mark Dyson in C3. Got himself a couple of flags from Bolton. He was third in the Bolton main and he won a side event as well.
Pass. Pass.
Interesting pass from Andy Hills there. Under the gun +1, picks up ace jack. Thinks for 15 seconds, just throws it away.
Too early. Oh, what they
Well, it's very early. It's early position. It's early in the final.
Call it.
You know, later on in the final, in a different spot, he might be moving all in or re-raising with that hand.
Yeah.
But he knows that if he gets any action, if he raises here and gets any action from behind, there's a good chance his hand's not good.
Well, Ben's first shove as a short stack is a winner. Ben Jackson sat in seat number 8. That's his first shove.
If you've got 10 or 12 big blinds, passes to you in the cut-off and you've got ace-3. I wonder what Andy Hills would have done had he been on the big blind there with ace-jack and Ben shoves. I think he might have called. That's the difference in the position and the stack sizing and opponents behind you. He definitely would have thought about it for longer, and he may well have called with it. Although Andy himself has a playable stack, but he is the second shortest at the table.
So the final in Manchester. Welcome aboard the GUKPT train. Don't forget 6 o'clock there is a final day live stream. Free roll on Grosvenor Poker.
Raise 27.
And the password is Oasis. Get in there.
Yeah, actually.
We'll keep updated to how many are playing. Ace King for Justin. 16,000 to call. There should be a raise coming in. Early position. Yep, raises to 32.
Mark Bamber.
Oh, Ben's got the hooks.
Ben's moving in here.
Ben's a short stack.
Mark Bamber's done very well here. With his 300 stack, he's got away from 2 6s. And he wouldn't have been in a good spot here at all.
He is all in. I think Justin's going to be calling this if it's passed all the way around.
If the short stack moves all in,
We've just seen
And
a
you've got
jack
ace
passed
king.
as well.
Pass.
100% we're going
All
to
in
have
and call, yeah?
a flop here.
So
and a
there we go.
race.
Yeah, all in and a call. Ben is in front. It is more or less a 50-50.
Okay, guys, we have all in and call. Ben's moved all
one at
in with
risk.
pair of jacks,
Ben
jack of clubs, jack of
needs
hearts,
to
and Justin
fade
will go with ace
the
eight.
high cards.
Let's see the flop.
Ben Jackson.
Ace 9.
Ace, 8, 9.
Let's
The
see
ace
the back
on the flop.
We're a 10 of hearts for a bit of a sweat.
card. Back card is 5 of
Well,
hearts.
the 5 of hearts
Needs to
gives
just
us a
five
sweat.
to stay in the game. Let's see the river card. River card says, guys, give a big round of applause
It's
for Ben
another
Jackson.
ace.
United.
Ben Jackson, the first player eliminated on the final. 5.5 locked up. Second in Blackpool a few years ago, followed by fourth in London at the grand final, and he has now got himself another GUKPT flag, but it's for 9th and £5,400. Well done, Ben, but we are down to 8. Good afternoon, Essa. Essa Prit Java.
Mr. Seeger,
Yes,
how are you?
Dave's the man.
And Isa, how are you?
He was telling us that his surname, I'm sure if it's right, it's something like Little Cottage.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Isa Little Cottage. And what does Seeger mean?
Seagull. No, no. I can't say.
Let's
over
keep
the
it clean.
microphone-
Let's keep it clean in the chat box,
I
please,
can't
boys.
say over the microphone what it should mean.
He's not a bad fella,
He's a
David
top man.
Seeger.
He's a top man.
He
He's
is
Dave.
a top man. He is
Getting
a
married next year.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Does she know yet?
Laura's ordering the lot.
Pass. Pass.
Chris. Parrot.
Para.
First warning.
I did say keep it clean.
I know, yeah.
Raise.
There you go. Cottage. Oh, Cottage Lake. So he's Mr. Cottage Lake. So we lose one, and Mr. Ben Jackson. Parrot rooting for Justin Devonport, signing seat number 5. A lot of people are. It would be a very popular winner, would Justin Devonport. It really would.
Come on, let's have some football scores. How is Sunderland doing? Sunderland holding out against the mighty Manchester City.
Yes, they're doing well.
What time is it? 4 o'clock.
Michael. Christy, I think that was this morning, wasn't it? I think that was this morning that he posted on he posted on Facebook.
Raise.
I wonder if he actually rang the medical services.
I wonder who was in room 133.
Pass.
It'd have been all right if he'd have gone. You all right? Hey. Top lad. Anyway, what happened to the chicken dinner, Christy?
What's ABD?
Jacks again. Twan Lee, start of the day. 3rd in chips.
Under the gun raised with King 10 offsuit.
Got himself up to nearly
He's,
a million.
he's played around there, now he's starting to open up again already. With the old King 10 under the gun, that'll do. Made it a small 3-bet. Small 3-bet. Tough to pass. Won't like it.
3 bets to 62. 30,000 to call out of 854.
You know what, you start putting 30,000 in and then calling 30,000 more with hands like this. Your 800 stack isn't going to last very long.
Here it is.
4-bet.
Oh,
100.
there's a 4 bet
Is that a repop?
to 145.
Ah. Well, what started off quiet has now the first firework has just gone off. The first rockets hit is going up into the sky. Oh my God.
It is. Here we go. It just looks like a call, to be fair.
What, from Twan Lee?
Yeah,
Call the 83.
it does. It calls.
Looking for a jack high flop. 10 high flop.
All of a sudden,
10 high flop. we could
all
have
of a
bit
sudden, there
action.
was 330,000 in the middle.
And Twan with 500 back.
And a flop of 5, 7, 8.
This could get expensive for Dan, couldn't it? So you're going to bet 100, 120, 140.
And it's a great flop for Twan as well. I think a 3-bet's going in here.
No, I think Twan just calls here.
Really?
Yeah.
Bet of 150. I think it might be. Well, that's
If
an
he moves,
amazing
if he
win.
moves all in and Dan snap calls and turns over queens or kings, he's going to absolutely hate himself. So, I think he just calls the 150. And if he's okay, what do I know? Phil has got it bang on. All in and fold. You see, the thing is, by calling, he might get another bet from Dan with the worst hand. By raising, he folds out any hand he beats. He just folds out any hand he beats. So, personally, the commentator that cannot make a final table, me, would have just called and tried to get a bit more value if I was best. You know, if he moves all in on the turn, then he's got a decision to make. Tough decision. But by moving all in, he only ever gets called if he's beat, doesn't he? So.
So Dan drops down to just under 600,000. Not the best start for the final to Dan Charlton. 8 left here in Manchester.
Pass. Pass. Raise 35,000.
Adam, good afternoon. Liam is steadily stacking in chips. Played well, Liam Hooks. Yes, played well.
Can we have a look at Portugal when you've done that, please?
Yep. Liam bubbled the final table last year, so it's a nice winner for him. Nice to get better than last season. But the year before, he was 3rd. He loves playing in Manchester, does Liam?
Is he from?
Bubble?
He's from Manchester, isn't
Well,
he?
Runcorn, yeah.
Where's Runcorn?
Runcorn is like a few miles away. I think it's in between like Manchester and Warrington kind of place.
I wonder if Sergio Aguero can spell David Seager. Because David Seeger cannot spell Aguero.
Yeah.
Thanks though, Dave. Thanks for the update, mate.
Well, that's twice Liam's played the GUKPT here in Manchester. He's third in 2015 and bubbled the final table last year. And now on another final table, he likes Manchester.
Improvements, but no win. Oh, hang on. Academic. Oh yeah, we got both to score in the top one. That's good. Okay, that one's a winner. Hang on. Sorry guys, we're just checking our bets in the Portuguese second division, seeing how we're getting on. The first one's a winner. Academico Visa, that's a winner, both to score. Then Faith. Okay, we need another goal in the Faith game. We've got 2, we need one more. That one's not so good. Okay, we've got 1 winner, 1 loser, and 1 potential. Thank you.
Must have been hard for Dave to type Aguero 1-0 anyway, being a Man United fan.
Yeah, poor score for them yesterday, not being able to beat 10 men of Bournemouth. They could have been 3-0 up in the first 10 minutes. Like, they literally had like 3 one-on-ones in the first quarter of an hour. It's crazy. Twan plus 1 just calling with the 6s. You don't see too many limpers these days. Like 10-15 years ago, very often, even at a final table, certainly in a tournament, but even at a final table, it would limp and unraised flop. So you don't see it that often. Great flop for 2 6s. Not very often you flop an overpair with 2 6s, but this is one of those occasions. I would have fancied a little bet from Hendrick there actually, with a pair and backdoor diamonds.
I think he has to call, doesn't he?
Well, I
prefer
to lead with it, and you know, if Twan's got a hand like 10 jack suited, he's like takes no further part in the pot. But now Hendrick's calling 20 with the worst hand.
Checked the king of clubs. More paint on the river.
Well, they both think they've got the best hand here. They both think they want to check it down and just show and take the pot. That's what they think is going to
That's
happen.
exactly what's just happened.
Yeah.
6 is shown. Twan Lee gets more chips and chip leader. Afternoon, Mr. Kev Blower. Just come back to the final table and see Dan and Justin. Well, Dan's not had the best start to the final, but by no means out of it. £6 is the final day free roll on Grosvenor Poker. Make sure you get in. The password is Oasis.
Who chooses the password?
Andy.
He was obviously drinking an Oasis at the time.
I think it's because it's related to Manchester.
Ah.
And then you have to do the accent and all that.
And the finger movements.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I know Jeff was saying that he follows him on Twitter, Liam Gallagher. Yeah. He says he's very funny.
Oh, really? Okay, you got me. I'm going to go and follow Liam Gallagher.
And he'll be tweeting about Man City because he's a beloved Blue. Infamously walked out of the playoff final, didn't they? The Gallagher brothers.
4,000.
When they were losing 2-0 to Gillingham in the 90th minute. He infamously walked out of the box at Wembley and had to get drove back in when he equalised twice. When he equalised in extra time or injury time. Yeah.
Liam Gallagher. He's got 1.4 million followers.
Does he really?
Right?
Yeah.
How many people do you think he follows?
20.
Liam Gallagher on Twitter has 1.4 million followers, and that's how many are following. He is following.
Naught.
0.
Okay.
Absolutely 0.
Oh, they're all coming in now. Yeah, it won't look back in anger though. No, no one wants to live forever. He may slide away. Here we go.
Faster than a cannonball.
Yeah. When you can recite recite the full album, you know it's a decent album.
Is that Andy's first raise of the final table? Picks up the blinds.
Yep.
He'll be happy with that. When you've only got 20 bigs. What is the big blind? It's got a bit more than 25 bigs.
816.
16. 428,000 stack. He doesn't hold back, Liam Gallagher, does he?
No.
Pretty liberal use of the C word. Is that a Faith goal to take us over 2.5? Chicken dinner. Just watching the football scores on the internet. Counting the winnings.
Raise 35,000.
I don't think we can get the other one a winner now. We've got one goal.
So Mark raises to 35,000. And the blinds at 816.
Hijack with the ace-4 offsuit. He marks the shortest stack, isn't he? He's been very solid at the table so far. He's thinking about peeling with the Queen-6 of diamonds. I think I've got lots of chips. It's quite a pretty hand. Do I want to peel with this hand? Do I want to 3-bet the short stack? If I 3-bet, will he push? Okay, will I have to call if I 3-bet? If I make it 70 or 80,000 and he pushes 208, I'm going to be pot committed. Maybe we'll just peel. I think we do that.
Well, we're just calling the big, defending with Queen 6. It comes Jack 7-8.
That was a double bubble. That's a both hands and overs. Both that goal.
Hang on, check.
Oh, sorry.
Jack on the turn. Check. 3 of spades.
Well, it's definitely going to check back. The ace has got plenty of showdown value here.
Well, Mark Bamber got himself a few chips. 300,000 with the blinds at 816.
When he went over like 2 years ago, when I went over with him,
Early stages of the final, we've lost one player, Ben Jackson.
started like healing that game. The first game we went to, they saw how quick it was, and they're like, and other people started like asking us to deal with it. I remember now, yeah, he's doing private games. He's earning good money out of it. Yeah, but you just spend it. He probably comes off and they're not bothered about it. He's still going back into the same game. But he's still back into the same game. I think he's close to hosting his own game, for sure. Because he did have his own game running for a while now. So that's why you make the real money.
Andy Hill's under the gun with the ace-5 of hearts. I fancy he'll just throw that away. He's been playing very solid at this final table.
I'd have thrown it away as well.
Not looking to get
just
involved.
a little bit more solid than Andy. I'll be trying my hardest next week though in the Grosvenor Casino in Blackpool with the
25-25?
The APAT.
Oh yes, the team
The
event.
APAT team event next week.
And you are playing for Team
Grosvenor.
Who else is in your team?
PK, Andy Booth, Dave Blacklow, Andy Hills, Jake Quincy, and Rails. And Rick Walsh.
Who's Rails?
And Jamie McCormack. Team Grosvenor, young man. Thank you.
appeal here, Mark, with the 7-5 of diamonds. Pretty little hand. Now that is a flop for the 7-5 of diamonds.
Nice.
Bet, check raise or check
Well,
call?
Mark takes the lead. We'll be expecting Dan to see bet, which he will.
Has he got an old-fashioned Parker on?
He has. He's got the old Liam Gallagher look going on. Mark Dyson.
Hello, Asif. Oh yeah, the book about cricket. It's called Fibber in the Heat by Miles Jupp. Fibber, Fibber. Fibber in the Heat by Miles Jupp. You'll love it.
Check.
Is that the game? No, we're on the Goramaras game. We were just on both in that game. Okay, so we've got an up and down straight here.
Yep.
Up and down straight for Dan, so he's going to fancy it a little bit. The 7-5 of diamonds will definitely be calling here, unless it's a massive bet, but I fancy he'll call.
It's 105,000 now.
I fancy he calls the 105 here. He thinks I might be winning. I've got a decent draw. It's not impossible. He could make a play, but you know, it's the final table. They're playing for a lot of money, and laddering is important. Might be winning. Got a decent draw. Just calls.
Check.
Will Dan? No, Dan's given up. Dan's given up. He wins it with the 5. Could have put a big bet in there. It's tough to call now with the 5-7 of diamonds, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the flop, it's great. It's a massive hand. But you know,
Mark Dyson is nearly on 800,000 chips. Going along very nicely.
Yeah.
Final table, Manchester. Good afternoon. How many's reg for the free roll? If we can have a look at that. Get yourselves in. The password is Oasis.
Yeah, it was that one. That was the one. Okay. The Hills on the big blind. Still 8-handed here in Manchester. GUKPT final table, playing for a first prize of £75,000. Total prize pool 268,000. Down to marking the small blind with the A6 of spades. Just won a nice pot with the 7-5 of diamonds against Dan. Feeling a little bit more confident, building up his stack, going quite nicely. Looks like he's going to put a little raise in. Quite often you'll see players in the small blind in this spot just complete, knowing that if they flop an ace, people don't give you an ace. But Andy's been playing very solid, and I think he's made the right decision here, putting a small raise in. Made it 40. He's put a big raise in.
So 1 million for Hendrik. Twan also a million. Mark's up to 800,000. Liam just under 800,000. And Dan Charlton, who started with $1 million, is down to 400,000 chips.
The thing is, the way Dan plays, he can very easily go straight back up to $1 million again.
Yes.
You know, he will be rocking and rolling. This is the Oasis final table.
Afternoon, Scott. Mr. Scott Berridge. APAT's got some good players as well, including Mr. Scott Berridge. Looking forward to it. It'll be a good meet-up.
I played the team event last year at Luton. I played for teamjoebeavers.com. Good fun event, the APAT team event. And I would have loved to have played this year. Sadly, it clashes with a Cheltenham preview dinner that I'm doing with Neil Channing. And I can't be in two places at once, much as I would like to be.
Yeah, it'll be a good catch-up with a lot of people. Good to be involved in the team events. Grosvenor Online, putting a lot of effort into it. Also putting a lot of effort into the student championships that are coming up.
I'll be there. I'm playing it.
How?
I'm playing as a bounty.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, Jeff and I will be at the student championships in Coventry,
Excellent.
playing as bounties. I've got it marked off on my calendar,
Good stuff.
and we will be there.
Excuse me. $27,000 call with the one gappers.
Oh, he's 3-betting.
Oh,
He's very selective, Andy, isn't he?
he is.
3-bet to 100,000.
That'll do nicely.
Passes ace jack, puts 100,000 in with jack 9. And the thing is 100% spot on. Justin's looking for a movie to watch on his iPad, I think. Caped up. How long's the break? I need a sandwich. You hungry? While yet, I think. How far through this level were they when they started the final? Do you know?
There were 9 minutes since we've just gone up. We've got 1 more hour. Well,
So,
about
so there was
4
9 minutes left on the level when they started the final table.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, 26 minutes.
67 in the free roll at the moment. 67 with an hour to go. Get yourself in. It's basically a free roll. There's no money add-ons or anything like that. It's basically one standoff free roll.
£200 worth of
£200 of the
value.
prizes. Hey, Frankie Thomas is watching from Darlington. Hope you well, Frankie. Old Franny is up there. Afternoon, John. Mr. John Hare. He's taking up photographers. Seriously. Like, bought himself something other than a phone. Like a proper camera thing.
A proper camera?
Yeah, absolutely.
What, with a film in it? Or
Everything.
Camera-
It's got a lens, it's got a clicker, it's got a
I mean, like
strap
with a
to put
real
round your
film
neck.
that you take out and develop, not a digital thing.
Some good names in the free roll at this moment in time. Buttercups. Oh, bless. Ash Ball is playing. I thought I might have seen Ash this week, but I've not seen him. Dazza 66. Cyberdonk. Jambo 22. Japan 7. Interesting. Poker
Remember
Queen.
Japan? David Sylvian. David
with the
Sylvian.
best hair in pop.
I like Japan. They were good.
Red Baz 68 and Red Rat. Streamers playing. Sly Fox. There's some good names playing the free roll so far. 67, 69 in. Get your names in. It is completely free. The password is scrolling along the bottom.
Talking about cameras, Phil.
Yeah.
You know, like everyone these days has a digital camera. So it's on your phone, it's digital. Even if you get like a big Nikon, big thingy with a proper lens and everything,
Yeah.
it's all digital.
Okay.
Well, do you remember when you used to go on holiday when you were 20 or 25 and you'd take a camera with you? And half the fun when you got back was getting the pictures developed. So a week later, after your holiday, you get to relive the holiday all over again. Well, modern people don't get that any days now. They don't get that anymore, do they? They don't get that bit of fun where you go through the photographs with your friends. Oh, do you remember that? Do you remember that? Oh, I can't believe you did that.
Just imagine how much fun the people who developed the pictures had. At the end of this level is a 45-minute dinner break. A 45-minute dinner break. It has been announced at the end of this level.
35,000. Pass. 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 Pass.
So what could have been a big pot, Liam raises to 35. The ace jack gets out of the way. Gareth. Good afternoon. Nice to see Justin doing good. Justin is the most popular person at the table at this moment in time.
Yeah, he's a nice fella.
Look at that, ace jack queen flop.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well.
Ace jack is now banging his head and thinking, what have I done?
Check.
Three of diamonds on the turn with no betting.
Check. Check. With 29.5. Cool.
So what could have been a really huge pot has ended up with Hendry hitting the jack. But ace jack folded. Heard recently they're bringing back roll film, apparently. Not that I know anything about cameras. Cheers, John. Thanks for that. Gareth asked for the payouts. John Hare stuck it straight up. 6,400 next out. $71 in the free roll. Please get yourselves in. We'd like to show a little bit of gratitude for the online team sticking up £200 in free money and free tokens.
Pass.
Not bad, eh? Yeah, there's a lot in it now.
Raise. 36,000.
Mark raised it up with sixes, raised to 36,000. At the end of this level, in 19 minutes' time, there's a 45-minute dinner break. You might want to order yourself something, Jolo,
I do.
and then it'll, because we're on a 20-minute
Really?
time, it'll be ready for you
115,000. Pass. Pass.
by the time we finish commentary.
What go to order now?
That's what I'll be doing.
Well, I'm only going to have a sandwich.
No. So there you go. Yep, there's a 45-minute break at the end of this level. I'd like them to carry on all the way through until the very end and we all sit
too.
down and have a meal at the end of it all together, but that won't happen.
That would be a much better idea.
Oh, what on earth's that lot? Kev, what? Kev. We've all got mobile phones. We've all got cameras on his phone. We don't need to stick something round his neck and click away. We've got cameras on his phone, man. Hey, dear. $72 in the free roll. Wonder why that online name is Baldy Steve.
I wonder how much hair he's got.
So while you're here, Joe,
Yep, I am.
and we're
here.
not going to see you until after Cheltenham.
Oh, you want a horse for Cheltenham?
We do. The whole of the chat box wants one horse for Cheltenham, please.
Let me have a think about it.
Okay. It's all about how big the lens is, apparently.
Listen, size isn't everything.
Yeah. Found that out.
That's what Andy Booth told me. No, he's not here.
Hendrick, A7 just calls on the button. Which means Liam can come along.
Call. Check. 3 players.
I'm not sure I like that call from Liam in the small blind. I mean, you're 50 to 1 to flop 2 pair. I know it's only 8,000. I think I'd rather throw it away. But then I'm a nit, super nit.
Click that button so we can see the flop. Yeah, 10, Jack, 6. Top pair. Second pair for Twan. Tan Lee, Queen 10.
Backdoor straight possibilities.
Pass.
And the first bet wins, and it's good enough. The end of this month, the team will be on their way up to Edinburgh for GUKPT League 3. We'll be arriving on the 29th. The festival starts on the 26th until the 2nd of April.
Hello, Mr. Spillane.
Yeah, what's happened to all the dance chips?
Well, we got a bit busy with the King 10 offsuit under the gun. Raised it, 3-bet it. Sorry, raised it, C-bet it. Did a few that way. He's played a couple of hands a little bit selective, a little bit,
34,000.
what's the word? Speculatively. Right, Andy under the gun. Must have a hand to be raising under the gun, Mr. Hills, and he has. He's got the pocket queens. Passes round to the button. Twan in the small blind. It's 34,000. What's the big blind? 16?
Pass.
What's the big blind, Phil?
Yep, 8,000, 16,000. Yep.
So calling with the Jack Queen. This could get messy on certain flops. Quite a few flops that could get messy. It's not one of them. Andy's going to like that flop. Nicely enough. C-bet, end of game. Hello, Gary Clark from Dublin.
Gary Clark is from Preston.
Oh, different Gary Clark?
Queens for Andy Hills on a 7-6-3 flop.
Raised under the gun.
Yeah.
Oh, Twan's bet 45. He's bet straight into it. I think Andy just calls here. He's having a good think about it.
It's very nitty if he folds.
I don't think he will fold. The thing is, he's thinking, can he have flopped a set? Can I be behind?
Yeah.
And if I raise and he sticks it in, then he's flopped a set, and I don't really want to stick it all in against a set. He's thinking, if I raise with the queens, I'm going to fold out any hands. Will I fold out 8s and 9s and 10s, perhaps? And if I don't really want to fold out those hands, I want to keep those hands in, and I want those hands to bet again. He's got position. Oh, he's raising him here. What? Look, there's no flush draw. It's not a single straight, single card for a straight draw. He's probably hoping he's got 8s, 9s, 10s, or jacks, and he's hoping that he gets it in with the 8s, 9s, 10s, or jacks. Interesting raise. I mean, Andy is a really good thinker at the game. Really, really good thinker. He's obviously thought it through, and he thinks that raising is the right move. He's probably right. This is just Hollywood now. I mean, there's no way that he's going to play back. It would be suicidal. It's an under-the-gun raise, and now he wants to raise your bet on the flop on a 7-high board. He's not... I mean, Andy's got 300 behind. If he moves all in, would Andy pass? Would Andy put him on a set? Possibly. I think he's got to give it up. He's got $1 million in chips, Twan.
Full.
Pass.
Correct. Nice one, Joe. Gary Clark's been in Chelsea.
What's Chelsea?
Yeah. See, you didn't know where Chelsea was now.
Oh, is it a place?
Where is Chelsea?
Chelsea. Is it in France?
No, it's in England.
Is it? Ooh.
It's right down south. It's nearly detached in Sussex.
Don't know. Never heard of it.
And now he's on his way back up to rainy Preston. So 1.2 mil for Hendry. At the end of this level, there is a 45-minute dinner break.
No one said there is no sort of...
Only if we wanted it.
Unless they're from... Carol was done. Quicker than that.
77 in the free roll and counting. Keep it going, people.
£200 free roll.
Yeah.
With a £100 GUKPT ticket up top, and a bounty on Ian Bryan. Ian Bryan is playing as?
Ian Bryan. I don't know what his name is. I forgot. He did tell me. And he was on.
Show us the list, because we might remember from
No,
last
he's
time.
not on it.
Oh, he hasn't registered yet?
He's not registered yet.
Okay. Well, we will let you know before it starts. We will let you know what you can win and what his screen name is. But Ian Bryan, GUKPT Maestro and Organiser, will be a bounty.
I think it was something Fox.
Oh, yeah, Sly Fox.
Sly Fox.
He's Sly
He's
Fox.
there. Sly Fox 704.
There he is.
He's in.
He is the Sly Fox.
bet it's just 75 I am. 75 I am. 75 I am.
There you go. He's 75, obviously.
Night Fisher 1. Good name. He's in. He's got beddage. We'll be keeping his eye on Night Fisher 1. You click on Night Fisher 1 in the alphabetical list, it comes up with fish. What does that mean?
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Disco, good luck to Justin, one of the best, one of the poker good guys. You're not wrong. He is a well-loved person around here.
Just under 10 minutes, and we'll be on a 45-minute dinner break.
We will.
Raise 39,000.
And Hill's getting giddy with the 9-5. Justin gets out of the way. He nicks the blinds and the antes. Justin's not playing back at him unless he's got a hand. 1.2 mil for Hendry. "45-minute dinner break on its way. We'll be on our dinner break in round about, was it 5 minutes time-ish?
Just over 5 minutes, yeah.
And we'll be back at 6:10.
Pass.
It's weird, isn't it? Positioning of it. I'm like exactly halfway
Pass.
through it.
Pass.
Physically comfortable. Probably should rearrange myself a little bit.
Raise 36,000. Pass.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that would do it.
Pass. Pass. Cool. Heads up. Check. Check.
No, it's just one entry for the main. No, it's one entry for the main. Is what I've got. It's pretty good.
So the break is on its way, as you can see, just over 6 minutes and counting. We hear the top clock. The bottom clock is the side event. I don't know how many's in the side event. I'll try and get information. Oh, excuse me. When we return at 6:10, the free roll have already started. Get yourself in to the £200 free roll. Show the support for Grosvenor Online, because they're putting up £200. They're giving us tokens for Facebook, quizzes and everything else. They are doing their bit. So help them along and just play the free roll. One thing I do have to say is that if you're in the free roll and you don't play a hand in the first 10 minutes, you get kicked out. The new rule.
That's quite a good idea, actually. It stops people just, I
So
like it, I like it.
Everybody, see my favourite person who's just joined.
Look at this,
Lamb
Mark's
Tikka.
bet his straight here, and Twan's called him with ace high.
He called the 100k with ace high.
Well, he called a bet on the turn as well, a decent bet on the turn, and he's called 100 on the river with ace high.
Mark Bambrell started with 326. He's increased his stack nicely.
He's done 170,000 in this pot, 160,000 in this pot with ace high. He's obviously, you know, there's obviously a reason why he's called. He's obviously thought that he's bluffing. Maybe he's put him on a busted straight draw, or you know, he's put him on a no pair hand. He thinks the ace is good. When it is good, he looks like a hero, and when the guy turns over a straight, people are saying, "What are you doing with ace high?"
Yeah.
You know, it's so easy when you can see the cards, and it's obviously, you know, it's all very dependent.
Yeah. The dealer's choice is not as busy as it used to be. They normally have it a couple of times a week in Blackpool. The festival's just crazy. The game was running from 9 a.m. all like 24 hours.
The cash action at Blackpool last November
Yeah.
was pretty good.
It was very good.
I went for the whole week. I played every day. I played in a crazy 6-card Omaha game with 6 Scottish guys.
Yeah.
That I think it was just, you know, buy in for £1,000 or a monkey, get it all in before the flop, and then buy in for another 500 or a monkey. It was a great game. It was a pretty roller coaster, scary kind of game, but it was a good game. I played in some good dealers' choice games there as well.
Gareth's in Cambodia at the minute, finding out Omaha games in Cambodia. Yes, please. So they are still going. Manchester is also pretty busy with the dealer's choice.
I played in a nice 2-2 round of each game last night. Played for 5 or 6 hours. It was a good little game. Probably 15, 20 players through the game over a period of 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
Left them playing 5-handed when I went to bed. But it was a good game. It was a full game all the time and plenty of money on the table.
So last couple of hands of the session. Steady start. Full chip count during the break, and we will be back at 6:10. Me and Joe will
We
be
need to
off.
get Liam to make sure he puts his cards in the box properly.
All right, okay.
Liam, he's done that a couple of times. I've
Yeah,
noticed.
we'll have
His
to
cards not coming
ask
up.
Dave, because Dave's got authority. He can, if he can't see the cards, he can just shout, "C1, put your chips, put your cards in the box." He does have authority. Justin likes to hold his cards a millimetre above the square so they don't register. That's what he used to do.
Cool.
But yeah, anytime cards don't get shown in the box, then Dave, the action tracker, can see.
We've got a raise in the cut-off.
And all he has to do is just remind them that that's where they have to go.
And Hendricks called from the big blind with 7-4 offsuit. Hendrick hasn't played too many hands.
Check. That is the 4 down.
34 is bet for Justin and a snap fold. So anyway, the PLO in Canada is pretty insane if you fancy going down there.
I do fancy it,
It's
actually.
a bunch of Eskimo newbies. That's just what you want. How do you do this? Well, put your money in and I'll tell you. Will the final table ignite after the break? This could be the last hand before the 45-minute break. Andy's putting all his electronic devices away.
It's all very finished, nobody's even talking. What's going on? Wait for that 1 minute. I think everyone needs the toilet. Oh, chuck that.
Heading towards the break. Blinds on return will be 10-20 with a 2.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Yeah, 45 seconds counting down. We might get one more hand in, depending. This is passed all the way around to the button.
Pass.
Slow it down, Hendrick. Hendrick's thinking, well, there's 30 seconds left. I'll look to the clock. I'll wait till 15. Then you can't deal again. See, it's all good stuff.
Raise
And
to
it will be Liam
43,000.
with his cards not in the box, so we can't see what he's got on the big blind. There we go. He's got ace nine of diamonds. Well, 3-bet or just call?
Just call with the bet raised to 43.
Cool.
Yep, he just does 43,000 and the call, 100,000 in the pot. Last hand of the session.
Ace 8-9 flop.
Well, an ace high flop.
Well, and one of them's flopped a flush draw as well. Got to be loving the old ace 9 of diamonds.
That is one of the best flops you could ever wish for.
But
With
Endrit,
ace nine of
it's not
diamonds.
bad at all. Endrit is trapping here. He's trapping. He's making out he hasn't got the ace. Pre-flop raise up. Ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun.
We'll wait to see what everyone says. I'm happy to. I'm easy. I'm easy.
Just a question of how many chips Liam wins in this pot. 8 of diamonds on the turn would be pretty brutal. I mean, he's not checking to fold here.
I'm easy with everyone.
Raises pre-flop, hits the ace, and now checks. Check call.
So Hendrik does check call. And now a decent card for the ace 8 for both of them. The 9's still playing at the moment for Liam. Will he check call the turn? No, it's checked. Ooh,
Well, that's a bit of a shame.
bit of an anticlimax.
Yeah, bit of an anti-climax that one.
Bet call. Or bet raise call. Or bet raise, re-raise. Re-raise, I'm all in call.
I fancy check raise. The way he's played it, check raise.
I think he's leading the turn. I think he's leading the river, Hendrik.
Well, he's checked the
What
flop.
he did against Ben.
He's checked the flop and checked the turn, so he can easily get away with check raising the river.
96.5.
96 and a half.
Liam's thinking, oh,
Liam's
please don't have an
thinking,
ace.
Liam's
I'd like
thinking,
those
how much
chips.
do I raise?
I'd like to stack those chips on
Make
my
it 250. He's going to make it 242. That's what he's going to make it.
Only losing to 4 sixes because of the deuce on board.
He's going to make it 242,000.
Is he practicing for the Mannequin Challenge? Is that what he's doing?
Well, he's counting out the raise. There it is.
Raise.
Raise and a call. Chop it up.
And Liam's thinking, I flopped the best hand with the best
Yeah.
draw, and I finished up just getting my money.
Didn't hear how much the raise actually was, but it didn't make a difference. 225 he made it. Made it 225. And that is it. We're back at 6:10 with more of the same. Please come back and join us. Make sure you're in the free roll, one and all, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're in the free roll. At this moment in time, there are 88 runners. We'll go and check how are you going on in the free roll.
I want to
We're
bet over
back.
100. I want to bet over 100. Am I on?
It should be over 100. You're on with somebody. But don't forget the free roll.
Sandwich and coffee, that's what I need.
We will see you at 6:10. Me and Joe are off for a cup of tea. Catch you then. How could Ian Bryan be chip leader in the free roll? How? How is that ever possible?
Have you ever heard the expression lucky fish?
Yes, lucky fish. Liam Hooks in seat 1, Twan Lee in seat 2, Mark Dyson, Andy Hills, Justin Devonport. Somebody wake Justin up for us, please.
He's got cards in
Mark
front of
Bamber, Dan Charlton, and Hendrik Gecki. 8 players left. Andy Hills moves all in.
him. He's got ace king. I can't see the cards, but I know he's got ace king.
Pass.
So ace king it was.
Where does it say that?
Red Baz on your Wally. Stanley Wallace. 7,110 chips. Go on, Stan. Go on, Wally. Keith Singleton sat watching.
Which one's it?
Keith Singleton sat on the rail. I'll tell you what, the amount of people watching the event's pretty impressive.
Obviously a few shareholders. Yeah, there's a few shareholders. There's a few 5%ers in that crowd.
Slinky! Come on, Charlton. Good luck. Who's and Andy? I'm guessing that's Hooks.
Hello, Sylvia.
Good luck, one and all, in the free roll, and well done to everybody. 114 it was the last time we saw. Might have increased. Yep, 114.
Where's the 14 mark?
I'm not getting any cards here. Getting no graphics. Oh, okay.
Hello, Sylv. Totes links.
Liam Hook's making a raise.
Pass.
Passes round to the big blind. Hendrik on the big blind. A little bit of a think. We've got graphics now.
Yeah, well, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
117 in the free roll.
8 in the GUKPT final table.
Yes. The party was wild, I can just imagine.
Who had a party?
Sylvia had a sleepover poker party, ladies only night.
Where was our invite?
But it was a bit wild.
Pass.
Glad you had a good excuse me, glad you had a good night. Glad everything went well. We're back to our 8-handed final table. 9th was Ben Jackson. They've had a 45-minute dinner break, or an hour, as it turned out to be. And now we are back. Oh, just busted Nottingham, so Sunday grind it is.
About 330
Ian got to 11,000 chips in the free roll and probably thought that it was enough to make the final table with.
Why, has he gone home?
That's it, he's just parked the bus.
Is he gone for a walk? He's left the chips on the
He's
table.
parked the bus.
Wow. That's a big 3-bet from Hendrik here to 138,000. Just trying to shut it down. Ace Jack, you know, it's tricky. If he gives him a bigger ace or a pair, how does he like it? Running out some chips though.
Still in the tank is Mark. And the call.
Wow.
Call. So 312,000 as we go to the flop.
Well, he's got position after the flop, Mark. It's a big call with ace jack suited.
Okay.
Number of the beast on the flop.
The number of the beast. You don't very often see a flop like that.
Well, 3 of a kind on the flop.
Well,
It's
you said it-
524 to 1.
over the 500 to 1 shot we've just hit.
Well, it either happens or it doesn't. Is that what you mean? I'd like to bet no 3 of a kind on the next flop. How much would you like to bet?
Can I win? We've had this before. Can I win?
Do you know what? I always remember when we used to film late night poker in Cardiff. During the filming, everyone would sit in the room next door, what they call the green room, where there'd be big screens. We'd all sit in the green. Oh, he's betting the ace, calling the 123. Wow, this is strong play from Mark. He's obviously putting Endrit on a smaller ace, smaller cards, no pair.
Paint. Oh, he gets unlucky.
But he's picked up the nut flush draw.
He's just got unlucky, but he's picked up the nut flush draw.
So he's got 12 cards on the river. He's got 12 cards on the river to retake the lead in the pot.
550,000 in the pot. This is one of the biggest pots of the day.
He's going to bet the king. Do you know what? I'd be tempted to check it. Is he betting, trying to make it look like a stopper bet so Mark moves all in? Yeah, he's making it look like a stopper bet. It's tough for Mark's part. Now he's actually picked up a draw, Mark. And he's throwing it away. It's not much of a draw, he's got a king though, is it? He's got a full house already.
Yeah.
Full house beat a flush in this one?
Does a full house beat a flush? I think it does.
So I actually only had 3 cards on there.
Yeah. Full house always beats a flush in this game.
Anyway, when we were filming Late Night Poker in Cardiff,
Yeah.
they'd be filming and everyone else, all the other players and the friends and relatives would be in the green room next door. And I remember I sat there one day with Jackarama. Jackarama was sat next to me and I said, Jack, do you want to have a bit of action? Would you like a bit of a bet? Is there any, He said, yeah. He said, what do you want to do? I said, well, let's bet on the flops. He said, what do you want to do, red or black? I said, no, I've got a better idea. I want to bet that there's an ace, a jack or a deuce on the flop. You've got all the other cards. He said, really? You want to do that? I said, yeah. I've got any ace, any jack, any deuce on the flop, and you've got everything else. Let's do it for £20 a flop. So we sat there and we did it for £20 a flop for 3 days.
Not an hour.
No, for 3 days. I think Jack went home skinned.
You were stuck in a green room for 3 days.
Ah! Andy Booth wants to know why the ace jack and a deuce is favourite. That's what Jackarama said. Any ace, any jack, any deuce. You've got everything else. If there's an ace or a jack or a deuce on the flop, I win. And if there isn't, you win. You like it? Should we do it? £20 a flop? Should we do it? 20.
Obviously it isn't, but why?
Well, let's do it.
Surely it's just...
Fiver a flop. Let's do it for a
surely you
fiver a
pick
flop.
Any
Fiver
three...
a flop, I'll have the ace, do or jack.
No.
Ah!
No, you can't reverse it on me.
No, you're saying let's do it. You didn't say let's do it and you want the ace too.
Of course I want the ace, the
So
deuce,
it's
or
the
the
same
jack.
as if I say I'll have a 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, exactly the
It's the
same.
same, so it's any 3 cards.
Yeah.
So it's the fact that there's 3 cards on the flop. So it's any 12. Well, it's any 4 permutation, isn't it?
It's a big word for a Scouse permutation.
Heck, we're used to that.
But yes, it's odds on to hit an ace, a deuce, or a jack, or any 3 name cards on any flop. Andy Hill's under the gun with the ace queen off suit. Going to make this 42, 45, maybe 45,000, Andy. 40. Min raise.
Raise to 40. Pass. Pass.
Yeah, good fold with the deuces there, Mark. I like that pass. A lot of people might have put the 40,000 in with the deuces, try to hit them. But when it's almost 10% of your stack, small pairs like that, don't like it really. So yeah, I'm a fan of that lay down with the deuces.
Good raise.
Hendrick really playing a few hands now, trying to make, you know, he's 3-betting with the king queen, c-betting on the 666 board, getting lucky and hitting the king, admittedly, and now he wants to 3-bet with the king 9 of clubs.
Playing some good stuff. Hendrik Getchy. Andy Hills.
Andy Hills knows this is very player dependent. And if he thinks he's got the best hand, we could see a 4-bet here. Thing is, Andy's played very, very well up to this point. Very steady, built nicely, came to the final table with just over 300,000, sitting very comfortable with 600,000. Does he want to get involved with Hendrick? He knows it could get messy. Ace Queen looks much prettier than it is, looks much nicer than it is. At the end of the day, it's only ace high, and it's not even the best ace high. Having a good think about it, trying to think about how often Hendrick might do this, and how often will ace queen be ahead of the type of range that Hendrick's going to 3-bet from the cut-off.
You know how he thinks so much life, and he analyses everything in the head before he does something?
Yeah.
How does he think so quickly online to win an online package?
One of the things that he does online is he'll have very, very solid laydown. One of the things online is he'll be using when he plays a lot of online tournaments, he'll be using software. He'll be using a HUD,
right,
a heads-up display,
right,
and it will tell him instantly his player. It'll be overlaid on his screen, and he'll see, you know, how often players 3-bet, how often they fold to 3-bets, and if you see a player 100% out of 50 hands folds to a 4-bet, and you know only 3-bets one hand in 50, then that gives you a lot of information. So you can do things much more quickly.
So good luck if you're in the free roll. Glad to see so many of you taking advantage of the free money that's available. Wally is still on 38.95 in the free roll. You don't think Andy uses a HUD? No. Okay.
Can we have a bet, Sylvia?
Well, slinky players again.
Can we have a £20 bet?
Oh.
Make it 50 quid. So hard to get any action these days. Ace, jack or a deuce?
Raise 45. Pass. Pass.
You know the best thing that happened as well? The first 3 hands that were on the TV, an ace, a jack or a deuce hit, the Jackarama thought he was going to get rich.
I'll be with you in a minute, mate.
And Jesse May Jesse May was sat in the room. He was obviously doing the commentary.
Yeah.
And he wrote an article. I never forget. He wrote an article all about it, and he called it the Suicide Jack. You know the story about Mark Twain? Is it Mark Twain?
Did he not?
An earful of cider. You know the story about the earful of cider?
I don't actually know.
Google it.
We will. Google is your friend.
An earful of cider. 3 times. So it's 12. It's not actually 12 from 52. 12 from 52. From 51. From 51. Because only 51 left after the first card on the flop. Yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 52 from 51.
And then 12 from 50. Yeah. And you add you add them all together.
You add them together and you get a favourite over any of them.
Yeah.
Raise to
It's taken Andy Booth
45.
3 days to work out the crop.
I wouldn't have worked it out. I wouldn't have been able to work it out.
I'm not giving away all my secrets.
Heads up.
Red's always a favourite over black. Of course it is.
That is a 50-50. So nice and steady start to the next level after the guys had their hour-long dinner break. Sly Fox is not chip leader anymore. He'll be morning soon.
Am I just making the game up as I go along? Of course I am.
Normally in his favour.
Does anyone know when the Easter Beast information will be released? God, try saying that when you're drunk. Does anyone know when the Easter Beast information will be released?
I think it hasn't.
Easter Beast information will be released. Does anyone know when the Easter Beast?
Dave Seeger said Easter. I think it's out, isn't it?
It must be out.
12th to the 17th of April, the Easter Beast.
£100 plus £10 national.
More details on day one venues and dates will be released early 2017. We might need to ask Ian Bryan about that because it's Easter in a month.
Well, do you know what? It's probably already been released in club, but it just hasn't been updated on the site. Yes, we need Ian Bryan. Is he knocked out the tournament yet? The bounty? The Sly Fox.
Sly Fox. So we're going to disturb him.
Go and disturb him. Go on.
We'll try and find out.
Easter information will be released.
We'll try and find out on the venues for the Easter Beast and why it's not been updated.
The Easter Beaster.
I am guessing every club knows that they've got a leg of the Easter Beast. So we'll
leg of the Easter Beast.
How many legs has the Easter Beast got?
Someone said, you know the Easter Beast? I said, no, I'm sorry then.
Dave Seeger, hope it's as easy as this Christmas cracker. Because he won it. Dave Seeger. Christmas cracker.
Thank you.
Paid for half his wedding.
Who paid for the other half?
Yeah, he's got to carry on winning for the other half.
Has the other half turned up yet?
Hi, Nick. Hey, hi, guys. On the rail on. Mate, I've got no chips, man, so. I know, yes, so me too.
No pressure, like.
Nice to meet you. I will. Watch the folding. I've already missed the folding.
In tricks, Mr. Mark Armstrong from Liverpool. How we doing, buddy?
Hello, Mr. Mark Armstrong.
Managed to satellite into the main event on Wednesday evening with Charlie Denton and Cav winning the 3 seats. Made a day 2, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short. Good to see you again, Mark. Good to see you again. Well done on winning the seat, but unlucky after making day 2. It just didn't go any further. $268 runners here in Manchester, great turnout. And they're still playing 8-handed for a chance of winning over £75,000.
What's your 5,000, please?
Justin thinking, I've probably got the best hand here. Andy just raising in position. Pretty solid pass with the King 8 suited.
Alex, Mr. Online Poker, Alex Martin has just joined us.
Ah, hello Alex.
What about the numbers for the free roll, my friend? 122.
And still 7 minutes
And
left
you
of
can
late
still
registration.
buy in.
And the bounty is still there, the Sly Fox.
Rooting for Andy Hills, obviously, as the
Mr. Ian Bryan
as the
himself.
passport champion.
Well, as soon as you said that, he hit the ace on the turn. You can come and sweat me anytime you want, Alex. Picked up a flush draw on the river.
He's checked it, so any kind of bet he could get called. Check from down. There's got to be a little feel of bet here, hasn't there? With the ace, a bit of value. What's it doing? Make it about
60, 80? Small bet.
yeah, I'd say about
Little bit of value.
20,000 maybe. 28.
28. Wow, that is...
Snap fold
Wow.
from Dan. Dan
It's a good
Charlton.
fold for 28,000.
Dan Charlton
isn't it?
is the short stack.
This?
Tower, do you throw ace king away under the
No,
gun?
he said you would throw away.
I would. Oh, you'd throw away ace king under the gun. You're not wrong. I've never played ace king in my life. Only ace high. I need at least a pair of jacks. The team are ready for next Saturday for the APAT team event. Team Grosvenor have had at least 4 team talks.
And the 4 team talks all surrounded
We were up.
what the order of round buying was going to be.
Well, the first team talk was what colour t-shirt are we wearing? And we went through a vast array of colours
And you finished up with
because
black.
Alex is sending them to the APAT headquarters and then they're going to take them up to Blackpool. So, yes, Ian Bryan is a bounty in the free roll. You've got yourselves about 4 minutes to get in. Rufus Rollo is chip leader. Andy Hills raises this down to 45,000 with the Snowmen.
Well, he raised a minute ago, Andy Hills, and Justin had King 8 of hearts on the button. And Andy Hills has now raised again, and this is the 3rd time in quite quick succession. And now Justin thinks, oh, perhaps he's picked up his raising frequency, perhaps he's raising too often now. I quite fancy the Jack Queen of Diamonds to take a flop with it. It hits a lot of flops. I'm going to have position, you know. But he's 3-bet. He's 3-bet.
The
To
suited.
110.
Justin has 3-bet. I think Andy will also be aware that Justin hasn't played that many hands.
Absolutely.
And a 3-bet will show a lot of strength. So Andy's going through all possibilities.
Well, he doesn't like it too much. He's thinking, you know, do I want to put another 65 in and just check call a flop? I mean, check fold a flop. You know, am I really strong enough to re-raise back? You know, how strong is 2-8? Justin's been pretty quiet.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to give him a bit of respect and throw the 8s away. And I think that's fair enough.
So Alex is rooting for passport champion, Mr. Andy Hills.
Dan Charlton came to the final table second in
The
chips.
T-shirt's a pastel blue.
Pastel blue.
Nice.
Very nice. Dan Charlton came to the final table second in chips with just under $1 million.
Yeah,
Now he's got a dozen big blinds in front of him and he's bottom of the table.
he is.
He's got the button. Fancy those chips will be coming towards the centre of the table fairly soon.
Where's the free roll located? It is located.
You've got 2 minutes to get in it if you want to get in the free roll.
It is
You'll have to
located
be
in
quick.
Grosvenor Live. It's located in Grosvenor Live. The second one down, it says GUKPT live stream free roll 123.
Password, you need the password. The,
The
password, is
Oasis. You know that, kid.
Champagne
That's all right for you.
Super.
That's all right for you enough. Yes, in Grosvenor Live.
60 seconds left to get in the free roll.
Go.
Endrick. The Red Kings.
Alex Martin has backed Andy Hills to win any GUKPT main event at 18 to 1. I don't know
How
who.
many are there? How many GUKPT made
I don't know who with, but it's obviously a private bet.
How many are there? How many GUKPTs are there?
There are 9 legs and the main and the grand final.
Yeah, it's a fair bet.
58.
It's a fair bet. He's an excellent player. He's going to be playing all of them. To win any of them, if he's going to be playing 9. Yeah, it's a fair bet. Well, we got a pot going on here. He's raised in the small blind with kings, and Liam's woken up with 10s in the big blind. Is it a bit nitty just to call? Probably. Definitely not throwing it away. 3 bet to 150. 3 bet to 130. I think it has to 3 bet really. I think if he flat calls and it comes off like 2 pitches on the flop, it's, you know, I think it's a strong enough hand here. You know, sometimes I like to flat call with the 10s. Sometimes I want to 3 bet with them.
Pocket 10s.
So whatever happens, you'd like 18 to 1 right now. I'd like 18 to 1 him to win this final table. I think he's got an excellent chance. What's average chips at the moment is about 600,000, right? And he's bang on average, so he's having a good hard think here, Liam. Counting out some chips, is it going to be a 3 bet or a flat call? Hendrick's been pretty busy. Been 3 betting and raising, and looks like a 3 bet here. So 130.
177.
177
177.
is the 3 bet.
What do we make it now? 355? Or flat call and trap? 360 or flat call and trap? What do you
think-
want to do?
I think he'll 4 bet.
I like to.
I like the 4 bet, and he'll probably put Liam to the test and might make it another 250,000. So it's basically putting Liam at a place where he probably can't just call. The red and yellow chips are 25,000s, and it is a 4-bet.
Liam's in a world of pain. Absolute world of pain. Put 200,000 in with what looks like a great hand.
698.
So
Oh,
basically-
sorry, 298.
Yeah.
I thought he said
No,
698.
he's made like basically the minimum raise that he can make.
All in. And a call. All in and a call. Liam Hooks has pocket tens and is at risk.
And Rich has pocket kings, and Liam has pocket tens.
It's pretty tough on the blinds, isn't it?
7, 6, 6.
Hearts, running hearts are no good for him. He's got to hit a 10.
An 8 or a 9 for a sweat.
So there's 5 of spades.
He's down to a 10 and a 10 only.
And the winner is the jack of diamonds.
It's a jack. Liam Hooks has just finished in 8th. What a great effort.
Pretty brutal to find,
Yeah.
find this spot on the blinds.
The chip leader just adds more chips to his stack.
It's got almost 40% of the chips in play now, Andrew.
Liam Hooks has just been eliminated.
You know the boat.
Very unlucky, sir,
I was just laughing at him.
but well played.
He's the one going,
I think with the min clip back, he's set him up, hasn't it, to make him, to make him feel that he's doing the right thing by pushing him. I think if he slow plays it, I think it goes in on the flop anyway. I think if he just calls Liam's 3-bet
Yeah.
and check raises the flop, I think it all goes in there anyway. So, pretty horrible. Play for 3 days. You wake up on the big blind with 10s, it passes to the small blind. You get all these chips in against someone that's been very active and very aggressive, and he turns over 2 red kings. How'd you feel? How'd you feel?
£8,050 for 8th. Great photo on the blog from Mr. Liam Hooks that Sue will have taken. Made it into black and white. Looking good. Yes. Chris is getting rid of a lot of chips that Hendry has in front of him, giving him a bit of space. The biggest chip on the table is a 25,000 and he's just changed 500,000 up. Well done, Chris. Gives him a little bit more space. First world problems when you can't find your cards because of your chips.
Oh, to have such problems indeed.
Changes the entire final, that he says. Everyone has an Arsenal ICM. They've got to finish in the top 4.
They finished second the other year, didn't they? Runner up. I wonder if now people will start playing a few more hands now. His 7 hand is starting to get a little bit shorter. Trapping away here with his ace. Checking back his full house. He squeezed a small bet of value here. Very small bet, 30,000. Might call with the king. Looks like the king might be winning it. Aces and 7s with a king. No bet on the flop, no bet on the turn. You bet small enough, he might get called. Just throws it off. That's the end of that one.
100 and
30.
100 in the free roll, 125. Great effort. Great effort.
How many are left?
80, I think, something like that. Da-da-da-da. So 7th place gets £8,050. Liam walked away with 6,400. Well done to him. £6,400.
Down in the hijacks, all in for 224,000. Short stack at the table.
6,000. Cool.
It's a lot of chips out of Mark's stack to call with pocket fives. He's
Oh, it's
gone all in
cold.
with the pocket fives.
Hold.
Wow, that is a pretty big all in with the pocket fives.
They're all shouting hold. Dan Charlton, pocket tens. Big chance to double up. Nearly 90% favourite.
I think he's quite that high.
Well, there's 9 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, 2
I think a 5 was folded.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Okay. Well, then you're right.
Oh, wow. The one outer. The one outer for Dan. It's cruel. It is a cruel game at times, and Dan Charlton says, good luck everybody. It's a great effort for one of the nice men on the tour, and it's good to see him playing live poker.
That's what did it for you. You didn't call that
Mark
7,
Dyson, it's
And this, please.
the only 5 in the deck to take out Judge Dredd.
Pretty aggressive all in call there, really. Yeah, you've only got 400,000. You've got to put 200. You've got to put over half of it in with a pair of fives.
Yeah.
He's got an overpair.
And
or
it
two
was
overpairs.
nearly all his stack as well. It would have left him less than 10 bigs.
It would have left him, yeah, 100 and something thousand. It would have left him 140,000 or something, 10 bigs ish.
Yeah. Very unlucky for Dan. £8,050 for Dan Charlton. Well played, sir.
Not a bad payday.
And I've had a lot of people really when Mr. Dan Charlton. Very unlucky. But it's a big call with pocket fives.
Indeedy.
Raise 45,000.
Andy Hall going to 3-bet here. Defend his big blind with a king-8 offsuit. It looks like it. He's just called it. No, I don't believe it. He has just called it. Interesting.
And check.
So pairs on the turn after checking the flop. They check the turn as well. And he goes check, check on the river.
Well, they'll both be very happy. They've got a bit of fold,
Yeah.
fold value.
Chop
a bit
it
of
up, I've got a
showdown
king.
value.
Yeah, that king plays. Chop it up.
PK, do you know how Steve Warburton went out yesterday? So where did he finish roughly, Steve? He was my favourite to win it. He was like, he's a great player. 24th, just in the money. Yeah, I walked past his table a couple of times and he had a lot of chips in front of him. He would have been my pick.
Seven left. 7 left.
Alex Martin, if
Sorry, 6 left. Do apologise. Dan's just gone out.
if Andy Hills wins this tournament, I want to know where the party is.
Absolutely.
I want to know how much at 18 to 1, how many beers that buys. So,
It's 40.
Stan Wally is rooting for local lad, nearly all local lads to be fair. Favourite at the minute, Hendry, is Manchester. Afternoon, Chris. Chris Cunliffe, who we saw over the week. 5 as a call, is in his opinion. Bigs is a call with pocket 5s. Do any of you know what happened to Ken Clark, who was runner-up a few years ago? I heard he went to Thailand. Well, there you go. Well, he's not Chancellor anymore.
on Ken Clark.
No.
Hendrick, under the gun, ace king suited. You know, when you're playing lots of pots and then you pick up a few hands, isn't it lovely? It's like, you might just get the blinds here the way it's going round, eh?
Under the gun raises to 45 with the blinds at 10.20. Blinds will be up in 4 minutes.
Shows the ace king.
Always good to show a big hand.
That's another 50,000 to his stack.
And 2.3 mil out of the 5.3 million in play.
43% of the chips in play.
Can anybody stop the Getchy?
Youngest player at the final table.
Mm-hmm. Ken Clark lives in Cambodia with Gareth Jones. Well, there you go. That's where we found him. We found him. That's where Gareth is right now, Cambodia.
It's 45.
Yeah, unlucky this time, Chris. Had some good results in the last 6 months. But we'll be seeing your name again, I am sure. And good luck whenever you play. Next GUKPT is Edinburgh. You've never been. It is a superb city. Plenty to do. But the GUKPT will be there 29th of March until the 2nd of April. And talking of Steve Warburton, good afternoon, sir.
Hey Steve, just talking about you.
The old one out for Judge Dredd.
Six left. Final table of the GUKPT Manchester. First prize £75,000.
We are getting closer.
Endrick favourite with over 40% of the chips in play. 2-point-something million. Wins pots with no hands, wins pots with draws, wins pots with the best hand. Knocked out Liam Hooks. Small blind versus big blind when he found the kings versus tens. And it all went in pre-flop. That was a big pot. 1.5 million chips in that pot. Could have some action here. Mark's raised on the button to 14 and the big blind Twan's woken up with jacks. Now, Twan's been defending all kinds of mixtures and licorice all sorts in the big blind. I fancy he'll be 3-betting these jacks. It wouldn't surprise me if the chips go in here, to be honest. We're now 6-handed, not 9-handed. Hands going up in value all the time.
There is 100 and
I was going to punt it anyway, but
Made it 110,000.
I got the LMS. Makes it much easier to play.
Got the perfect stack to push. Maybe a little bit big perhaps. No, I think it's a perfect size. He's going to play the ace queen. Does he think he's just defending? Stick it all in, try and pick up the 110. Or does he really think he's got a hand?
Does it make a difference that the blinds are
Here
going
we go.
up? Yeah, so does
Here
it
we
make a
go.
difference that the blinds are going up next hand?
It always makes a difference, but I mean, there's still, it's a very, very good structure, and there's a lot of play in both of those stacks. To have 400,000, even with the blinds going up to whatever they are, 1-2, they're going up to?
They're going up to 12.24.
12.24. I meant 10.20.
Yeah.
So Mark's the one at risk here with the ace queen.
He is indeed.
He's the shorter of the two stacks. We'll need to hit an ace or a queen, or we'll lose our 6th place finisher.
Queen and Twan makes the call with check.
Here we go. Who wins? Who wins that race? Ah, race. An ace from space. For the all-in. Mark Bamber. And just needs to fade a jack.
And the river of the 2 of hearts. Mark
Easy game.
Now, finally must be very short here. He's going to be left with 150,000 roughly. 160, 170,000. And the big blind is now 24,000.
It is 12,000, 24,000, running ante of 3,000.
Yeah, I did literally round to that because flying got
Well, it should be.
sparkling bands and we were all pretty deep as well. Like, very much between 8 and 1.2, then 1.2 mil, shit that, so 5 was.
you probably all got like 20 big ones.
Yeah, no, less than that, we're like 15 out. Mine's 40k, 8k.
Oh, 40?
Yeah, that's
Small
what we
big
got
line
to,
for
mate.
this.
So I was like, we might as well deal, guys, so we just literally like, oh, it's going to be whoever, yeah, it's going to be whoever's got the best hand wins.
Just come.
Yeah, and then it was Joe, you know Joe? I know, he's the only one that would have deal on good levels. Yeah, and then I went.
deal on it.
Yeah, literally I went out and he went out and that's what they did.
I'm doing a deal for you.
Okay guys, we have new blind level already, so 3,000 please.
So 12.24 with a 3.
Chinese guy said to me, yeah, you did. Oh, if Joe gets to top 3, yeah. Alright.
125 in this free roll. Well done, everybody. They're down to 53. Sly Foxes still in. We've got 13,000 chips.
It's quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was in. I mean, and I'm guessing I'll be next. Oh, that's what I thought. 'Cause I spoke
Well
to the
done,
Chinese guy and he said,
one and all, for taking part in the free roll. 125 playing for free money.
Spain.
It's 50,000.
Just Spain first. No, it's at the top. It's right at the top. One of them, Spain. Stop. You've gone past it.
It is.
Where have you done with it?
35.
There. Just fraction. Just go up a fraction. A bit more. Stop. Hang on. Yeah, we're home -1. Right, can you go to Portugal, please? Okay, Andy Hills raising the King Queen of Diamonds under the gun to 85,000. Justin 3 bets in the hijack to 135. Fancy Andy throws this away. He likes the hand, it's pretty. He knows he should throw it away, and I'm pretty sure he will. Justin's been very, very steady. He's got the size of chip stack. It would really hurt Andy if they clash here. King Queen of Diamonds. He's out of position. I really cannot see Andy Hills putting another chip in this pot.
Yes.
Is it also a case of every time Andy seems to have bet Justin's 3-bet in the last couple of
Well,
moments?
it has happened. He raised with 8s and he got re-raised by the Jack Queen of Diamonds. Obviously, he didn't see the Jack Queen of Diamonds, Andy, and Justin had the Jack Queen of Diamonds. So there is a little bit of history building, but Andy Hills knows that Justin hasn't played that many hands. It's one of those situations where you're just sitting next to each other.
Yeah, he said pass.
Yeah. He knows it's the right pass. He was feeling a little bit edgy about it because it has happened. He's raised 2 or 3 times now and Justin's come over the top. But he knows that Justin isn't playing that many hands. He's not getting out of line. There you go. That just shows it. I know that's the chip stacks. But Justin really is playing very, very solid. And it's a good lay down with the King Queen of Diamonds. And we want over 2 in the Chaves game. And the other one is the Belahensi. No, that's the same game. Maritimo 1-1. No, that was a loser.
6 left. This is where the money starts getting interesting. This is where the money starts getting interesting. £10,200 locked up. 5 figures from now on in. 10.2 for 6th.
Justin under the gun now with the ace queen himself. So we're going to make that 50,000? 52,000. Mark will be throwing that away. Here we go. And Endrick's been so active, although he has showed some big hands recently. He's going to make it 105 or 120. Justin's going to move all in, and we're going to go to the races again with Justin's 75% to be eliminated. That's my forecast for this pot.
I think if he raises, if Henry raises to 170, Justin will fold.
Do you know what? See, 170, Justin will be looking at the stack sizes. And if Hendrick gets the re-raise size right, he wants to give Justin the opportunity to push with the illusion that he has fold equity. So if he makes it 250,000, Justin can fold the ace queen. But if he makes it 110,000 or 125,000, 130, there you go, 130. Now Justin has the right stack size, should he want to push, to pick up the 130. I mean, we've seen Endrick 3-bet with King 9 of clubs and King Queen. Obviously, Justin doesn't know that. Justin has been pretty solid. He's still got plenty of chips should he pass. Ace Queen can definitely lay down here. Sometimes Ace Queen can definitely move all in here. I don't like the flat call. And Justin's being pretty solid. It wouldn't surprise me to see him throw it away. We saw Andy Hills raise an early position with Ace Queen, admittedly with more players at the table, and almost insta-muck it when he got re-raised by Endrick, and Endrick had the King 9 of clubs. In this spot, it kind of depends how Justin feels about the situation, how confident Endrick looks. Is he trying to win the tournament? Is he trying to ladder? Does he feel that he's in front? Does he feel his Ace Queen's good? Does he feel that Endrick can pass? What kind of hands will he pass? Are we moving all in?
I think he's just calling.
Oh, I'm not so sure I favour the call here. But that's the way that we're going. We're going on to a flop. He's just calling. I think if he had position, it is an option. I'm not sure I like it out of position.
It is a call and it's flop time and there's no paint there. Redraw for Hendrick.
Maybe he's
but he
thinking
is
that
miles in front.
Maybe he's thinking that Ace Queen is just too big a hand to lay down, but he doesn't want to commit his stack. I can understand that.
Justin checks. I think you'd always see, see
160,
yeah.
180.
165.
165.
Got any clubs in there? No clubs. If he wins this pot, Hendrick, he's going to have over half the chips in play if he wins this hand. And at the moment, it's looking likely.
It is. Can anyone stop him?
They can't stop him. The boys from Tottenham, the boys from White Hart Lane.
Oh.
Ozzy's on his way to Wembley.
That's 35 years ago.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And you're still
Do
singing.
you remember when football teams used to have
every year
FA Cup?
Songs.
Whoever made the FA Cup
Yeah.
final, they put a song out. Do you
And it
remember
used to get used to get played on the radio.
that? 7-inch vinyl.
And now you wouldn't ever dream of playing a song like that on the radio. That's why they don't make them. Because radio stations play the songs they want you to listen to. Manipulation of music.
It's the Tower conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it's a fact of life.
Small big lamp, please.
Why would you have an A list and a B list and a C list if you could choose any songs that you wanted to play? It makes no sense.
Swan, 7 big blind.
Yes, he was over 1 million chips earlier today. It was Twan. And he's.
Well, he lost a big flip with the Jacks versus Ace Queen.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And to win a tournament like this, very often you have to win those key flips. I always remember Rambaz Vani was always very good at winning flips.
Really?
Yeah. Always very good at winning flips. And he used to say to us, listen, you Barney, Ross, Joe, that's what you've got to do. You've got to practice winning your flips. You're not doing it properly. You're not doing it properly. I still never worked it out. We didn't call him the brains for no reason at all, you know.
I think everybody knows this. The angry Russian. Not so.
Alex Moore, you're right. 100%. There's a lot more radio stations nowadays.
Alex Martin, seeing as you're in the chat box, I need to ask you a question. I need to know, have Grosvenor officially announced any World Series package details yet? Is that something that is...
And will you be playing the Colossus again this year? And will you obviously need a media team?
That would be brilliant.
Yeah, you need a media team.
That
we
would
we
be
need to get videos out there. We need vlogs.
That'd be so cool.
Of Grosvenor Online sponsored players.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
We need vlogs.
You got a link, Alex? Post a link in the chat box so we can have a quick look at the page, or is it not up on the site
And
yet?
then what you need is the 3 weeks in June after Walsall to the 3 weeks to the lead up to the GUKPT London, and then obviously the 3 weeks after London as well. Yeah. Colossus packages every Sunday for 2 weeks.
Starting? When's the first satellite?
It might be on tonight. Shall we have a look?
Yes.
What would it be in? Satellites?
Satellites, live events.
Live events. Well, live events. Not live events.
Oh, live events.
Oh, there's been a student free roll as well. I hope the student free rolls have been watching the live stream.
I hear you're a student, Phil. Student of life.
Yes.
Next Sunday is the first Super. So there's 2 packages, Grosvenor packages,
For the next 10 weeks.
to go to Vegas and play the Colossus over the next 10 weeks. 2 to be won every week starting next Sunday.
Wow.
And we do need a media team.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. See, we won't be able to play for the Vegas package next week. We'll be in the final of the APAP
There you go.
for Grosvenor. For Grosvenor Live.
Mark's raised to 50 in the cut-off with Jack 10. Justin's all in for 516,000. I fancy Mark just throws this away. Yes, he does. Pretty standard.
Six players left. They've all locked up just over £10,000.
Enter it with half the chips in play.
Yep. There's a passport style 4 weeks MTT leaderboard for a 12,000 World Series main event package. Ooh, delicious.
Jeff Kimber and I will both be in Vegas with the qualifiers,
Excellent.
spending Alex Martin's winnings at the bar from Andy Hill's winning the GUKPT.
Well, there you go.
And we'll be looking after the qualifiers, spending Alex's money, and playing the Colossus ourselves. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Do we know where the qualifiers are staying, Alex? Has that been decided and sorted out yet, or is that still to be announced?
Student Championship Satellite. There's a free roll tonight actually going on right now. If you're watching the live stream and in the free roll for the Student Championships, good luck. And the Goliath satellites, Easter Beast satellites. We've got no information yet, Alex, of where you're online, so I'll say where the live venues are for the Easter Beast. But I'll ask Mr. Ian Bryan,
Who is currently
he's currently one of the chip leaders in the final day free roll.
well, it might have been 1%, Alex, before I paid the school fees.
Link's great, by the way.
Yeah, I'm looking for. Have you stayed there before?
Yeah, twice.
Stayed at the Link?
Yeah, twice.
It looks like we're going to be staying at the Link
It's
for the World
fabulous.
Series this year, with the 20 Grosvenor Poker Colossus qualifiers. 2 qualifiers a week every Sunday for the next 10 Sundays, winning packages for the Colossus on Grosvenor Online.
Yes, I stopped at the Link last year. Mr. Garden Gate Lake, or whatever it is.
Mr. Garden Gate, Garden Lake, Small House.
Small House Lake, Cottage Lake.
Andy Hill's in the hijack with Ace King. There's still a poker game going on, just about.
6 left out of 268. And you're looking at them.
Mark on the button. Probably just throwing this away. Now, when you find the ace, you see the ace, the first card, you squeeze the 4, you see the point at the top, it's a different colour, but it's a 4. Always a bit disappointing.
Have you ever squeezed, looked at the point and then gone all in and then realised it's ace 4?
No. How did Issa win a package last week if the first package is up for offer next Sunday?
Oh,
How did that work?
no. Yeah, but it was
Was it a package for something else? It was a
maybe it was just maybe it was just an event for people from Finland living in Morecambe. Because there is only 2. Him and his missus.
Oh, he won a package last year, not a package last week. I see. You know, if there was a tournament for Finnish people living in Morecambe, Issa would do quite well. He'd definitely be top of the leaderboard, wouldn't he? Andy Hills wakes up again with a big hand with the ace-queen offsuit.
I think it's 50.
50-ish, 52. 52, I think, is his standing. 50, okay, he's gone down. Yeah, 50 under the gun, 52 under the gun plus 1. That's what he does.
He needs to like.
He makes it 50 under the gun with ace-queen, and makes it 52 under the gun plus 1.
You know, so no outs.
Okay.
I'm going to pick up some more blinds, another 50,000 added to the stack. Building, building.
Yeah, last year we got that bit.
Well, you better hurry up, Issa, and get registering from next week to win another one, and we'll see you at the link in the first week in June. I think my flight actually goes out on the 31st of May, and I think the Colossus is the first week in June. So put that in the calendar in your diaries.
I'm just doing it now. I'm just doing it now, Alex. I'm just doing it.
The Grosvenor media team is putting it in his diary.
We leave Reading on Monday the 29th of May, and then the next event on the GUKPT circuit is the 28th of June down in London. One is available.
We could do some great interviews. Like, I've got some really funny ideas that you could do. Some really good interviews.
We've had World Series bracelet winners playing a lot of GUKPTs in the past, haven't we?
I saw Freddie Deeb at the Vic.
I interviewed Freddie Deeb.
Freddie Deeb at the Vic in London. Yeah, lovely little fella.
$8.5 million in tournament earnings.
Great player, great player.
That's amazing. 8.5 million. John Gale's got 2 bracelets.
Yes. You know, he won a pot when he won his last bracelet. I think it was the Turbo, the No Limit Oldham Turbo.
That's right, I was there.
And they're playing 3 or 4-handed. I think it was 3-handed. And there's a raise before the flop. And the flops come Queen, 4, Deuce. I think John's re-raised before the flop, right? The kids raised, the young Scandinavian. And John Gale is re-raised before the flop with King, Queen. And the flop has come Queen, 4, 7, something like that. Queen, 4, Deuce, or Queen, 4, 7. Anyway, John's bet, and the Scandinavian kid has got pocket 4s. I think it was Queen, 7, 4. He's flopped a set of 4s, and he raised John on the flop, and John moved all in. He moved all in, and the guy showed the pocket 4s and passed.
No.
And everyone was saying, well, it's just the brilliant best bluff ever. But the thing is, John Gale thought he was winning. He actually thought he was winning, and he was so confident that the Scandinavian kid passed. And so that's how he won his second bracelet, John Gale. Lovely fella, very, very lovely fella. Many a time I've had dinner with John, and from Mill Hill, Stanmore, near me.
Mill Hill.
Mill Hill.
Oh, I
think
feel
it's actually Stanmore.
Mill Hill.
Just North London boy.
6 left, Manchester. 10,000 and a bit of change locked up, £75,550 plus the trophy for the winner. Plenty of people in the building, over 60 runners for the final event, the 100-pounder. Well done, one and all. The free roll is still going on. Information from the free roll shows us that Codfish 60 is chip leader on 30,000 chips. That's a lot of chips. There are 40 players left, and Codfish doesn't have 30,000 anymore. He's got 17.
Things can change very quickly, don't they?
I've just noticed that. He's got 17.
About 40 minutes left at this level.
Yep.
Marking the cut-off with pocket 7 is going to make it 52.
There's 50.
It's 10% on his stack. Running one set of blinds and antes puts 10% on Mark's stack.
Sly Fox to your right, Wally. Is he? Good old Sly Fox. Still in.
Where's 50?
Wally's got 7,000 chips.
What is
3-year-old.
what's the bounty worth?
We don't know. What's the bounty worth? We don't know. We'll keep you wondering what it is. It's a 30 bounty.
£30 token, is it?
£30 token bounty. Oosh. Whoosh. That might have just spiced up the table with lamb tikka on it.
Lamb tikka.
That's a great name for a poker player.
Oh, what, lamb tikka?
Lamb tikka. Lamb tikka is one of my favourite dishes ever. No, I'm not playing, no. I haven't got a chance to play this. I want to know how Codfish lost all his chips.
And he's raised in the cut-off.
Kez
Called
has
by
tip-
Endrit in the big blind. And we got bottom pair for Andy and an up and down straight for Endrit. And he makes the C bet. Can I see a raise here from Endrit? I can't see it passing. Is he going to raise him or is he going to just call? If he raises, he wins it, doesn't he? But it's easy when you can see the cards.
Yep. So a bet of 50. And a call. Turn. The turn is deuce of hearts. Brings a flush draw for both of them.
Andy's got the ace of hearts.
Andy Hills has got the ace of hearts. Endrit
Let's find out 40,000.
still has
What
the
are
up
those
down.
chips? I don't know what those chips are worth.
The red ones?
86,000 is
25,000.
fired out. 86,000. Well, this is a tricky spot for Andy. Got a pair in the nut flush draw. Thing is, if it came off a bigger heart, it's easier to lay down. Because it's come off a 2 of hearts, it's slightly different. Because he can't have hit a bigger pair on the turn. I know it's obvious, but if it come off, say, the king of hearts, then it's easier for it's much harder for Andy to call, is what I'm saying. Because it come off the 2 of hearts, the 3 could still be
Queen
winning.
of hearts on the river.
There we go.
Would have
Now
been
they've both
insane.
got a flush. The Jack high flush and the Ace high flush. And Andy Hills, 18-1 pick to win a GUKPT by Alex Martin, is going to get a few more chips here. Is Endrit going to bet? Is he going to check call?
He's checked. Endrit.
How much do we bet? How much do we bet? How big's the pot?
Four.
400,000.
Yep.
What are we going to bet?
160.
No, I think he's going to bet much bigger.
Really?
I think he's going to bet 280.
Well, he's basically telling Endrit if he bets that much, he's never folding to any kind of.
Well, you can't raise. It's a one card flush, Phil. So it's either got it or you haven't got it. It's not. It's there's only one card makes a flush. There's 4 hearts on the board. So Endrit is never raising in any spot with a Jack of hearts. It's a question of whether he folds or whether he calls. I think he's going to bet 280,000. He has to get the most that he can possibly get, and Because Hendrik bet the heart, it's likely he's got a big heart in his hand because he bet the turn. I want to see how close I am to the bet size here. I think it's going to be chunky.
It's a lot. You are closer than I am. Looks like about 220.
It does look like 220.
220.
It is 220. He might call here. He might call this. Be a big laydown, wouldn't it?
It'd be huge.
Tough.
We've seen him make some fantastic plays over the course of the day. Hendrik. The last man standing promotion is how he got into the main event. And he's turned it into a minimum of 10,000, but he is chip leader.
If
Half the chips in play.
If he's the last man standing today, he's 75 large up top. Staring him down. Dealers definitely going in for the mannequin challenge.
Calls to show the ace of hearts for Andy.
And he's thinking, thank you very much, that'll do very nicely.
So is Alex Martin. Great hand.
Up to over $1 million for the first time, Andy Hills.
Good thinking. And good bet sizing from Andy Hills. The bare ace of hearts against the bare jack of hearts. Andy over $1 million.
What time does Monaco kick off?
8.
8. Give us something else to funk.
Aye, no dealer coming in.
She's got the red card with her.
Yes.
Who's she going to give the red card to next time? Who's going to get the next red card at this final table? When Lee's moved his little stack up from 7 bigs to 14 bigs, I didn't see what happened. I've been sat here the whole time. I think he must have stolen some chips from the player next to him.
He's not been all. He's not been all in.
Maybe there was a...
Dave Seeger says 8 o'clock, which means he's got a bet on, because he wouldn't know otherwise. Oh, be time for the tea soon, Joe. Oof.
How long before the next break?
When the clock strikes 0, but unfortunately we can't see because Sue Deludi has got a napper in the way. Not so sure why she's...
Why a napper? What's a napper?
Your head.
Why is it a napper?
Because it just is.
A napper?
Napper.
Napa Valley? I think there's 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
No, there's more than that.
18 minutes?
Yeah, probably 18 minutes, I think. If only we could see, Sue.
Hendrik won't be passing the King Jack here. He just lost a pot. He likes any hand, any 2 picture cards he does like. Wouldn't surprise to see a 3-bet here, to be honest. Ace 10 is a bit of a troublesome hand to a 3-bet, even from the small blind. Raise on the button, get 3-bet from the small blind. You don't like Ace 10 too much. You know, a lot of the time it will be in front, but how much do you like it?
28.
28 minutes.
Indeed.
3-bet to 167. Well, it's the perfect size for Mark to push with. Is that 9 or 5? Is that 5.22 or not? It's 9.22. No, he's got way too much. Will he take a flop on the button? In position.
Does this look a little bit tiltish?
it does look a little bit tiltish, but he's been doing this move with lots of big kings and suited kings. And he makes the best hand lay down.
Mark has got himself to 1,000,000 as well. Mark Bamber just sat there all nice and quietly to himself all day long.
Very steady, right?
Absolutely.
Very steady. I think you saw Andy Hills pass Ace Jack under the gun.
Yes.
9-handed very early in this fight. Obviously, it's very different now. He's got a lot more chips. He's second in chips at the table, and we're down to 6 players. I think folding Ace Jack. I mean, there's a lot of players would never fold Ace Jack under the gun. They make it an automatic raise. I like folding it under the gun. I think it's a very solid defensive play. But now we see him raising under the gun with the Ace Jack 6-handed, picking up the blinds. They're moving him to a new table.
Which table's he going to? I like this by Chris. He's realised that the stacks are just getting bigger and bigger, finding it hard to stack his chips up, and just give him a stack of reds. Beautiful. 400k, there's 400k. More manageable. There you go. Nice one, Chris. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Seats left, Manchester main event. If you've just joined us, good evening. Ben Jackson was 9th, Liam Hooks was 8th, and Dan Charlton was 7th. We now have 6 players left.
Card's not registering here. Okay, he's completed the small blind with King 3. When heads up on the blinds, King High is normally going to be in front. Will Andy just elect to take a flop, or would he put a raise in? Mark's got 20 big blinds in front of him. A good long think. Do I raise, do I check, or do I move all in? He's checking.
Four, 4, 2, flop.
I fancy a bit of check here. The thing is, lots of players would check here because they fancy they're winning with the king, and if they can get to showdown cheaply, wouldn't surprise me to see Andy call here. Ian Bryan has just entered the room. We have a question for you.
Yeah.
At the end of this pot, we're going to ask you a question that's been asked on the live chat.
Okay.
Andy Hills has called the flop bet. Is Mark going to bet again here? Obviously, Andy's now turned the ace.
Once Mark's been called, is it a case of I'm checking?
Well, the thing is, if he can bet the ace again, I mean, it's a tricky kind of blind on blind situation. You got, it's. I think Andy will call this.
Me too.
45,000. And then on the river, I think he goes check, check.
Nice call, and that's ahead.
I mean, if he does call and Mark barrels again on the river and barrels big, then Andy could lay down. You know, it's not impossible that Mark's got a 4 here. There's a lot more 4s in Andy's range because Andy was on the big blind and Mark's completed. But you know, he can have a 4, Mark. He can quite easily have a 4.
We could have done the mannequin challenge to this table
Yes.
so easily.
The open ender. Or even that, I feel like it's probably going to fall. That's what I mean, so it's just
Looking at his stack. Yeah, he's just going to call.
So calls a 45.
If he's going to win this pot, Mark, he's got to bet big on the river. But with his stack size, 420,000, 20 bigs, yeah, I think he just check gives up. I mean, Andy can have a 4 here, you know, and I think it's fair enough. He's tried Mark here. He's played the pot with a bit of a heart. He's tried to pick it up, and he's just found Andy with a slightly better hand, and then he's turned the ace. Andy's now trying to work out if he can get any value and what kind of hand will call him that he beats. A deuce, perhaps. 2 5s, perhaps. King high, perhaps. He's got a fancy that there's not many hands that he's losing to the way the pot's been played, to be honest. I think if Mark had a 4, he would bet again here. It wouldn't surprise me to see him put a small bet in here. Wouldn't surprise me to see him just turn the hand over. He's certainly having a good think about it.
He is.
But he doesn't.
It's a long think to check.
Yeah, but he's trying to work out if he can bet it for value. That's what he's trying to work out. He's trying to work out what hand will call him that he beats.
Well, he picks up a few chips for a bit of value. Picks up 1 of each colour.
He's thinking.
And makes it about 66.
Yeah, he's thinking he hasn't got a 4 and he hasn't got an ace bigger than ace 10.
64,000.
It's a good sized bet. So actually it's a very clever sized bet because king high can call. You know, king high can call.
Does Mark make this?
I'll come back.
No, I think he just throws the hand away.
Yes, I do as well.
Yeah, come back, Ian.
Yeah,
Ian will be back to answer your Christmas cracker questions in a minute.
Does Mark think that Andy's at it and his king's good?
Well, like I say king high can call. I don't think he will call, but it can call. He's in a world of pain. Having a good long think about this.
They are. It's been 5 minutes between just for the river bet, and he does eventually fold. A lot of thinking, a lot
He
of
wasn't
thought
sure
process.
about it, was he? He wasn't
No.
sure about it.
And Andy's not going to show him. Or is
Right.
he?
No, he's not.
No, he's not going to show him.
Too much
It'll
of
be
a
the. You'll find out in half an hour.
Too much of a throw. that.
Still on 6.
Endrick 2.1 million, Andy 1.2. Swan down the bottom with 12 bigs. Mark with 17 bigs.
So Ian Bryan will be back. He wanted to carry on playing because he is one of the chip leaders. He's loving it as well, isn't he? He's sat on the tables near the feature table, and he's loving the free roll.
He can't win anything.
No, we can't. But he's trying his best. 30 left in the free roll, 10 prizes.
Raise 50,000.
So the raise is good. Mark stacks in a few more chips, gets back to $1 million. Third in chips, Mark Bamber.
Been very quiet, Mark Bamber, and he just seems to.
He has. The silent assassin sits there.
The silent assassin sits there.
And he just.
The silent assassin
takes-
sits there in Salford.
And just takes the chips.
The silent assassin sits there in Salford. Twan, all in for King Deuce from the hijack.
£10,200 locked up.
Just the big blind to get past now, and the big blind wakes up with 7 high. Picks up around a blind, and adds 20% to his stack.
So folded all the way around in turn. So we're raising with the 10-9 of diamonds.
He can raise. He doesn't want to get re-raised. But it's fine to raise with this hand. It's a lovely hand. It hits lots of flops. So the calling is okay. You know, you can call because you fancy Ender, it might 3-bet you, and you've got a kind of stack where you want to see a flop with 9-10 of diamonds.
I don't mind nicking what's in the pot. With
Yeah,
9,
no,
10
it's
diamonds.
fine, absolutely fine raising with it. There's nothing wrong with raising with it. The mighty Monaco, Mr. Seeger. Are you watching them?
King 4-4. 10 on the turn. Mark checks again. Hendrik checks.
Yeah, I think a check call here is fine. Yeah, check call I think is fine. I think might go check.
Yeah.
I think check call is fine.
Is there any need to start getting tricky when it's gone, when it's checked all the way down?
He wants to win every pot, Hendrick. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if he bets 35,000 here. He can't win it otherwise, really. I mean, he can chop it, but he's gonna say, "I've hit this jack, and I'm going to bet 40,000." That's what's going to happen.
34,000.
Yeah, I think he calls.
And a call.
Good check call. Lovely
Yeah,
played.
good call. 10. 6 left.
6 left.
Crushed all the way. Huh?
We haven't played a flop together, so I play.
That's a nice hand to play with.
Still 6 players left here at the final table. We have Endrit to the dealer's right in the final seat. He's chip leader. In the 3 seat, Andy Hills is second in chips. Endrit has about just over 2 million. Andy Hills has just over 1 million. Short stack at the table, Mr. Twan Lee with the baseball cap in the 1 seat. Justin and the 2 marks make up the rest.
How much do you have roughly? 1, 2, 300. Yeah, that's good. So
Laura's put the voice on. Instead of watching Monaco, the mighty Monaco, you're watching The Voice. You've paid for half the wedding, and she gets the telly.
No, paid for half the wedding already.
Paid for half the wedding already with the Christmas cracker win, and you can't watch Monaco. Okay.
Hendrick still big chip leader, 2.1 mil, still 6 left. End of this level, there's a 15-minute break. I think. Is there a break after this level? It is. It'll be time to wet the whistle. Great to have you on board, guys, and well done if you're getting close to the money in the free roll. Ian Bryan still flying. 18,700 chips. Oh, Wally's gone.
Fox, the Sly Fox.
Wally's been eliminated. Unless he's moved table. Where's Wally? GUKPT came 69th. Fish Cracker came 72nd. Mason Jersey came 73rd.
Mason Jersey.
Mason Jersey.
Once played a tournament with Mason Jersey in Paris at the ACF about, I don't know, 10 years ago. And we sat on the table together and we played together. We were on the same table, sat next to each other for about 9 hours. We chatted away, chatted about life and all different things, and had a, you know, it was a good tournament. Might have been a WPT, I can't remember. But we had a good chat and everything. Anyway, when I got back to London, I thought he was quite a nice guy, that Mason Jersey. So on Facebook, I sent him a friend request. And he declined the friend request and sent me a message. And the message said, "Feel free to join my fan page," and sent me a link to his fan page. True story. Well, I didn't join his fan page.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just being friendly.
Yeah. Ed K eliminated, Wayneo eliminated, Knight Fisher eliminated out the free roll as well.
Twan's all in with the ace-4 of clubs from the button. Unless someone wakes up with half a hand behind, he's going to pick up another 50,000. Yeah, that's the end of that. We go to 350,000. He was down to 100 and something thousand a few hands ago.
Yep.
A couple of all-ins. He's basically doubled up.
Wally was 30th. Wally was 30th. Good old Wally. Ace king into aces for Wally in the free roll. I wonder if Molly's still watching in Stockholm.
Yeah, she's probably got bored by now.
Yeah. 8:15 in England. What time is it in
No,
Stockholm?
it'll be her bedtime. No, would they be an hour behind or an hour forward? Stockholm time. But if she's 8, it's bedtime for Molly.
Somebody said the other day, Peter Wright's a great bet for the darts because Michael van Gerwen's injured. How do you get injured as a darts player?
He did. He missed the Premier. He missed the Premier League last week. They said that he was ill.
How do you get injured as a dart? I was never injured, and I played for 20 years.
Which hand did you throw with?
Both. I was that good.
Give me a hand, and I'll show you how you injure yourself playing darts. Put your hand on. Put your hand on the floor.
Yeah,
there,
well, that's somebody
next
else
to my
injuring
foot.
you. I don't know. How do you get injured playing darts? He must have his hands insured for millions, Michael van Gerwen.
I would think so.
Flop of 10, Jack Ace, Justin. Flops top pair, Andy Hills, who just called pre with pocket fours, trying to mix it up. He's now in the think tank. Look at that, look at that. The action tracker's lost all his hair. He's been waiting that long for Andy Hills to make a bet. So a bet of 24 and a call.
Yeah, once you bet 24,000 with 2 fours and a 10 Jack Ace board and you get called, I fancy that's it.
Yeah, Andy's got to check the turn now. If it's a small enough bet, he might want to check call, but
You can't.
I think any kind of bet.
He gives it up. He gives it
Yeah,
up.
I think he has.
If Justin bets 24,000 here, it's all over. And he might as well have had deuce 4 as 2 fours. He's thinking, could he have floated me? Could he have floated me with a hand like 8-9? Could he have floated me with a hand like 7-8, 9-7, something like that? Could he have floated me? Do I want to call? Will I have to call the river? I'm going to have a think about it and pass. That's what I'm going to do, Mr. Hills. I'm going to have a think about it and pass. I think this game is just far too fast. I need to slow it down a little bit. We're going to think for a minute. Let the action tracker. Some of his hair might grow back in the time that it takes me to pass my hand. There we go. I've passed. The action tracker has not grown any more hair. Very considered decisions, Mr. Hills. Very considered.
Christie's just watching Top Gear. Is that the new Top Gear that was on the Amazon Prime malarkey? What episode are you on? I laugh out loud at that every single time I watch it. It is so funny. Proper funny programme. 1,050 horsepower, 291 mile an hour road car. Must be the new Top Gear. Must be the new Top Gear. It's on BBC Two. All in for Tanley with sevens. Initial raise from Hendrick with King 10. This could be a spin.
He could do. He could. I mean, he could throw it away. He's put 65 in. He's got to put another 280 in. He could call Endrit. You know, it's suited. It looks nicer than it really is. But well, he's got 2 million, 2.1 million. He's got another 280,000 in. Oh, he's thrown it away. Well, sensible.
Yeah. So we're heading to the break. Last couple of hands of this level. This table needs Ali Malou, says John Derry. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on.
53,000.
Who won the 150? Yeah, Mr. Jeff Kimber won it. Jeff Kimber, Joe Beavers, sponsored Grosvenor Poker Players. Jeff won the 150, win the button. Joe won the Omaha. And Andy Hills is on the final table of the huge 268 runner GUKPT main event. They can pick 'em this Grosvenor, can't they? And Ian Bryan's chip leader in the free roll. What's happening? I can't wait for Team Grosvenor to smash the APAC next week. We've got a bit of pressure building. Good evening, Nige. You've missed absolutely nothing. One person's been eliminated this level, and it was Dan Charlton in 7th. We're still on 6, and we're heading to a 15-minute break. In 37 seconds, it'll be time to get the cups of tea in, because we're gagging. I had a chicken dinner promised earlier on, never materialised. Christy let me down. Can't believe it. Devastated. Sat here in his box. Me and Joe. Forgot about. Oh, Chris knows Happy Nige. I can tell. So this looks like it. 15-minute break. We'll see you back in 15 minutes at 8:35 for more of the same.
GUKPT, please return to the card room. You have 2 minutes till we restart.
Nincs is hand. Alig osztok. És hogyha nem?
That hits 0, just deal quickly, yeah?
Right.
So I can just take everyone's blinds before they sit down.
No touch, please. 1 minute remaining. Finalists, please make your way back to your final table. That's finalists in the main event. Make your way back to your seats. Thank you.
Okay guys, about 15,000, 30,000, running into 3,000.
So back we are. Chip counts at the break. 2,009,000 for Hendrick. Andy Hills 1.1. Mark Bamber 856. Justin Devonport 529. Twanley 433 after being down to 7 bigs at one point. And Mark Dyson on 359.
Yep.
So away we go.
Lines are now 15,000, 30,000 with a 3,000 running ante. 63,000 in orbit.
Oh, Frankie's just lost a 32,000 pot to chip leader Ian Bryan. Oh man.
Good fault.
The Easter Beast, we don't know where the venues are. If it's your local casinos, I'm guessing round in the northwest it'll be Blackpool, Bolton, Salford, Didsbury.
I think they're all over though, but
Very New Road. Yeah, they're regionalised, aren't they?
Ian Bryan, the Sly Fox,
Yeah.
will be coming in at some point to tell us.
He's got 80,000 chips.
He'll be coming in to tell us about the Easter Beaster.
Oh man, he'll be buzzing. Oh dear, he's got 80,000 chips. Oh man, the free roll's gone mental. Oh. Yeah, I'm guessing Sheffield will be coupled with, what will Sheffield be with? Leeds? Where else?
How do they decide where the final is?
They pick a card room in the region, so it's normally the bigger one.
So what would the South be? The South would be London, Luton, Reading.
No, doesn't Reading fall in with, yeah, London and Luton?
So it's the three of them. Would they include
So
Brighton?
that would be at the Vic or Luton.
They include Brighton?
No, Brighton would be Portsmouth and Southampton, wouldn't it?
Okay. Andy Hills The big blind with queens.
We need to get confirmation off Ian where the regionalised events are. Tell him he's such a fishy player. Frankie, we all know that. He can't even play. And the man's on 80,000 chips. Codfish has got 92. They're the top 2 chip stacks. How many's left?
20?
How many's left? 13.
13.
And they are the top 2 by 4 times the chip stacks of anybody else.
Wow.
He can certainly fold to the money. Oh man. Go on, lamb tikka, keep it going. Only because it's my favourite dish. They're on 13.
Got a fold fest going on here in Manchester. A fold fest.
We have 6 left. 6 players left. Andy Hills. It's passed all the way around. It's a small blind. He's got 7 threes. Looking at his stack.
He might put a raise in here, try and pick up the blinds.
I'd have already been in the next hand.
He's got one hand behind him. No, he's got one hand behind him, the big blind. 2 completely random cards. And it wouldn't surprise me to see Andy put in a raise here.
78,000.
And try and pick up the blinds. I don't think he has to make it as much as that. 70. There you go. You knew that, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard him. I heard him shout 78,000. Yeah, 60-minute levels on the GUKPT main event. Yeah, I've been really good, thank you very much. All been going along smoothly, thank you. 6 left, Manchester. Ian Bryan's now losing all his chips. I don't know if he's meaning to, I hope he's not.
He's losing them all?
Yeah. Yeah. With 8. Oh, he had a frustro. Let him off. He was up to 80,000 one hand ago, he's now on 58.
He's a fish.
Kez is on 61 in the free roll. Good luck. 125 of you. Great numbers for the free roll yet again. Frankie's not that bitter. No surprise, the fish. 6 left, playing for a lot of money. £10,200 next out.
Who drives home for you? You drive?
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of you?
No, Andy lives in Liverpool. Me and Paul live in Blackpool, so I drive Paul. We'll be getting the train to Edinburgh. We'll probably get the train to Reading. Well, no, probably about it. We will be getting the train to Reading.
Why?
It's a long way. Far too long to drive.
Well, I drive it. I drive it.
Yeah, you're 20 minutes away.
No, I mean I drive here. I drive to Blackpool.
But, we'll drive to Walsall on the 26th of April. That's after Edinburgh. And then we'll get the train to Reading and the train to London. And then it's the Goliath. Doesn't seem that far away. We're on the 5th of March. So Mark's all in. After the count, it's a fold. £33 Manchester to Edinburgh on the plane. Really? Oh, no, I missed that one. We're on the train. Same price. There's a good Salford tournament, 23rd to 20th of March, 75 plus 7, 10k guarantee. What's that, about 130 runners? 25 in Stockton, and now you're up in Darlington, Frankie. That'll be your local.
5,000.
All in announced from Justin with King Jack. Twan Lee has got 8s. Oh, sorry, it's Twan Lee that's all in. Justin's got King Jack. He's looking down at his stack. He's on the... He's raised it in the cut-off and he's folded.
How are the mighty Monaco doing?
1-0.
The mighty Portuguese. How's the mighty Ian Bryan Sly Fox? Oh, he's got 3,000 left. He's all in.
Set of 8s.
He's all out.
He's all out. Ian Bryan has lost 80,000 chips in one first, well, in about 5 minutes. And has been eliminated. Who took him out?
Busto.
Who was it?
777 on the button.
Who took him out?
On the button, on the button. On the button, on the button. Busto.
They can't do because he didn't have as many chips as Ian Bryan.
Well, they pushed all the chips to him.
How does that work? Who took him out?
Well, then it was this guy here.
Was it Bonza Dog? How do we find out? I think Bistro won the pot.
No.
And Bonza Dog.
He knocked him out. He had 3,000. He's now got 13,000. Bonzo 777 won the bounty. Bonzo 777 won the bounty.
Bistro 777.
Yeah, I can't. You know, I've got bad eyesight
Everywhere. So we reckon Bistro 777. Yeah, Bistro 777. So, just run me through the last 5 minutes then, Ian.
Oh my lord.
Come on.
I was panicking.
You had 90,000 chips. You were panicking you were actually going to win something.
I was panicking I was going to get to the final table and I just couldn't do that. And
you thought then what?
I was posting saying I'm playing every hand and I was just playing every hand, calling every bet. Yeah, that was quite frightening. I didn't want to get to the final table.
So Bistro 777.
Yeah, well done, Bisto.
That token will be added to your account. We'll get PK to write it down and send off the details.
That was good fun though, really good. Well done for everybody playing. I know I knocked a few people out, but...
How did you get 90,000 chips?
Probably fluke more than anything, to be honest. Fluke and maybe a bit of good luck. But no, it was good fun. I enjoyed it, but I was getting a little bit...
Justin is all in. You stay there, so we need you. Justin's all in. With King Queen of Diamonds, he is jammed with the blinds at 15.30. And Mark Dyson is all in with 10s. Justin needs to hit
Very, very close to chip stacks. I mean, it's a must push with the king, queen of diamonds, six-handed with that stack, and it's a must call with the tens. You know, it's just one of these situations where the cards play themselves.
Justin and Mark.
Okay, 6 of spades, 8 of clubs, ace of
He's
diamonds.
got a redraw with the diamonds, and overcards still need to be hit.
78 of spades.
We're down to a king or a queen. Oh, it's a 7.
7 of
You got more than 400, yeah?
No, 3.
They've both got about 400. We're going to check the chip stacks.
371, sorry. Yeah, no.
So,
Very, very close, these
Yeah.
two stacks.
I'm going to check the stacks.
Double, yeah.
So far off your range.
Can beat you in hand, even though I have less than the
So, the dealer counts all the stacks, and Justin is left with about 9,000. So, Ian,
Yes.
after just absolutely blowing off 90,000 chip
Yes.
fees, there's no information yet on the website about the East of East venues. Have we confirmed them?
There should be, to be honest, apologies if they're not.
Yeah, we need to get onto
we
the-
We'll chase up with that and get
Yeah.
that sorted because
Yeah.
everything's been confirmed.
Right.
It says information coming beginning of 2017 on the website.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we shall get that sorted. We shall
Nice one.
fire you up an email.
Because we like to know.
Yeah.
We like to know. I was just saying, obviously regionalised, aren't they?
Yeah,
So-
I mean, the regionalising, we have, okay, yeah, we'll get that sorted. We'll get that sorted tomorrow. But yeah, the regionalised, obviously we've got the sort of normal regions that we play. And Easter Beast, Christmas Cracker, Summer Sizzler, we have a couple of mini ones, so Wales has their own, so Cardiff and Swansea. And the North East have their own as well, so Newcastle, Stockton and Sunderland. Then it's the normal regions. We've done the same as what we did at Christmas, so with the North West and Yorkshire, we've sort of spread them days out, so in theory you can qualify for both and play day twos in both of them regions
All right,
if you're
okay.
lucky. Which I think it worked. I mean, there was some good attendance at Christmas with doing that, so I think we'll continue doing that because that seems to work for them
Yeah.
players. And there is a lot of switch over between Yorkshire and whatever as well.
Well, Justin's all in for his 9,000. Twanley has got ace king. Suited.
What do you do in this spot? Do you just call and try and eliminate, or do you raise
Well, I'm sure
and
he is.
try and try and
His call's a
push
small
the other
blind, the big
players
blind,
out?
isn't it? Yeah, 30,000.
He's in the cut-off. Yeah, I mean, Justin's in the big blind. Yeah, but because of the laddering situation and because of the increase in money, he's moved all into him, which is fair enough. He fancies he's got the best hand. He'd like the chips in the pot.
Yeah.
Some people would dictate that the correct thing to do is to call here, let the button in cheap and the small blind in cheap to try to eliminate the player. Everybody jumps up in money. It's kind of a collusion, but a kind of accepted collusion in that kind of spot because you are playing for yourself and you're playing to ladder and
Yeah.
to move up. But with a hand like Ace King, he obviously wants to win. It looks like Justin has turned over the Ace King of clubs and flopped the nut flush.
That'll do.
So that's a double up there.
That'll do nicely.
Oh, you want some change? You want free check?
So Justin has just said back in the game. He'll need a couple more of them to get back in the game.
You're still running back.
Mighty Monaco have gone 3-0 up. That's what they all count, pal.
So the Easter Beats details on the GUKPT website will be up tomorrow. We'll get on the case and get all the changes made to the big one that's coming up in about a month's time.
That, yeah, just going back to that free roll, because that's my glory now.
The free roll, what, bubbling the money?
Yeah. Just going back to the glory. I mean, it's great. I mean, 125 we got, 125 runners, 102 in London, 125. You know, it's great. You know, a bit of fun, good crack while you're watching the stream. Have a little go. I enjoyed it.
And added value because somebody's just won a £30 token for knocking you out as well.
Absolutely.
Or Bisto 777.
Probably my best result, to be honest. So yeah, no, really well done, guys. Good fun.
Yeah,
and,
it was. It was.
I'll be back there on the felt.
When we're up in Edinburgh in a month's time.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 4 weeks from now.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
Don't do what Chairman did. Won a trophy and left.
Justin is all in against 2 players.
Yeah, I might not give up my day job yet.
It's 3 of spades, 9 of hearts, 2 of hearts.
Check.
One check. One check as well.
So, all has been going along very nicely. We're down to 6, well, we're still on 6.
Justin's all in here from the
Justin.
small blind. We haven't seen his hand yet. I'm not sure he has. He's got 33,000.
Yeah.
King of diamonds.
And that king could be the end of him,
As Mark has hit a king.
as Marcus hit a king on the river.
He's not even seen his cards. I don't think we'll get to see his cards, actually. He does stand up, Justin. He has been eliminated eventually. £10,200 for 6th place. Justin was all in. The king on the river sealed the deal. It was Jack 4. He was never in front at all. Any part of the hand. Jack 4.
And we're down to 5.
And we are on 5.
Twan again back at the bottom of the leaderboard with 15 big blinds, a little under $500,000.
One double up for Twan Lee, and this could be getting into sleeping bag territory.
Thanks, please.
So locked up for 5th is now 13,650.
Place 65,000.
So nice to get so many mentions on Twitter and Facebook about the commentary and the coverage. And very next hand, Hendry is all in for 2.1 mil. Twan has got a huge chance to double up.
I think Twan was all in under the gun here with queens, and Endrick 5-handed, not going to pass up 2 nines. Big stack. Oh, and there's 3
Whoa,
hearts on the flop. The 9 of hearts has got a chance to make a flush. 3 queens for Twan. That's the end of that. Twan, big double up.
That'll
One
do.
more
Puts him right.
You made a full house. Celebratory experience.
There is a 6 of clubs, 1 doubles up.
I've been clinging by the fucking skin of my teeth, like, for the past 2 hours, man.
Got no fingernails left.
So a big double up. Sorry about the language. On the rail.
471. 471.
Swan Lee doubles up and he's back in it.
He was down to 7 big
He
blinds.
was indeed, you're right.
And now he's got a proper stack. Right up there with a proper stack.
Oh, he's got queens or jacks. Bullshit.
Queens against nines. Back in the game. We just said right then, didn't we? If he gets a double up, he'll be right back in it. All 4 chip stacks are nearly the same. 5 chip stacks even.
This could be a long, drawn-out affair.
This could be one of the longer GUKPTs.
I think you need to go and put the kettle on, people.
Yeah.
All you thousands of people watching this
Yep.
at home, go and put the kettle on. Strong cups of coffee are what's required, I think.
Broadcasting on CDD.
Back in the game.
Pay 60,000.
Glad your insomnia is bad. Well, we reckon this could be a long one.
Mark on the
5
button.
great players left, and now they're nearly level in chips.
I reckon we could see a flop here. Mark raises, he doubles the big blind on the button, and 5, 6 of diamonds on the big blind is, you know, it's a hand that you can hit lots of flops with. It's a pretty looking little hand. Not really one you've got all those chips, so you want to be 3-betting straight away. Taking a flop here. Look at 5, 6 of diamonds. And we flopped a pair against a pair. Top pair for Mark, bottom pair for Twan. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight possibilities.
The answer to Dave Collins' question is, we don't know. We don't know.
It's now got an up and down straight for Twan, as well as the pair, against the top pair of Mark. Will Mark control the size of the pot by checking it back? He does indeed.
Oh, there it is.
And there it is.
Boom.
Twan Lee running a little bit better than he was earlier in the final table.
Andy's laughing to himself. I don't know what they're talking about, but he's having a good old chat to somebody.
But 95,000.
So I bet 95,000 top pair for Mark. He calls, he snap calls, and Twan wins another. The man's on fire. Twan Lee's on fire. The rest are terrified.
You need your bandana on, Phil. Your singing bandana.
Alex
your
Martin,
Superman
Alex
outfit.
Martin has confirmed that the package means that Andy Hills retains all of the winnings.
You dealer, thank you.
Question for Tower: what percentage of poker is luck in your opinion? cards. I don't know, a third, 30%, 35%. Certainly not all luck. It's not all lucky that all these guys get to a result after result after result. I think there's more skill than luck. %, if it's me.
Right, 65,000.
And you're picking up ace queen under the gun. Just over 2 big blinds, he makes it. Mark insta-folds to jack queen. Can't really see Mark defending.
If it's classed as all luck, will it stay tax-free forever?
Well, the law on tax and gambling winnings in the UK isn't really the debate about skill or luck. It's about trade and profession or no trade. If somebody is practicing a trade, they pay tax. If someone is not practicing a trade, they don't pay tax. So one of the most interesting things about tax and poker is that you can go into a club and you can play in a game, in a cash game, you win money, it's completely tax-free. But if you own that club and you sit in that game, now your winnings become part of the club activity, and now your winnings do become taxable. There's precedents in law. I actually wrote an article about this about 15 years ago. There's a very famous case, Green versus Green. There's also a very famous case of a professional golfer who was taking side bets. And it's well established that gambling winnings in the UK are tax-free and will remain for the foreseeable future.
We've got a bit of pressure now. Alex Martin's just threatened us. We better win this team event. We are giving it a good shot next week. The shirts are going to be ready.
I wish you the best of luck, and I hope you come second to teamjoebeavers.com. I hope it's a good heads-up battle.
I hope I'm in it.
I think when this goes heads up, I'll have my first point. It might be a while.
Cool.
Can I have your attention, please? All players ready to see this tournament. You have just under 3 minutes remaining on your break. Thank you.
Nice one, Sylv. You're on the girls. You're on an all-girls team. See you next week at the bar. Here come the baby Guinness. Flop time. Mark Dyson, Andy Hills. Last man out, Justin Devonport is 6th. There are 5 players left. Scott, you're on.
This situation, happened before with Mark and Andy on the blinds. Mark representing a hand. Do you remember? Bet it twice and then gave up. And he's doing the same thing again here, representing the hand. Sometimes when you got king high, you should perhaps check it, because it's, if it goes check, 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 you want to get there cheaply, and you might be best. You bet it and you get called, you're either going to get bluffed off the hand or you've got the worst hand. Obviously you can bet it and you win the hand. So, not very often a better hand than king high is going to pass in that spot.
It's 105.
Well, now he has picked up something. He's picked up a gut shot straight and an 8 high flush draw. It's bet 105,000. It's a proper size bet. I can see Andy doing both things here. I can see him calling and I can see him folding. Obviously, he can't do both. tracker's growing more hair as Andy thinks.
Have your attention please, all the players. You can check your paper. I will purchase just over 30 seconds. Thank you.
And he calls. He's got about 200,000 here if he wants to win this pot. And out of 500,000, it's a big ask.
They're all in.
He's all in.
Great move.
Well, that's the way that he can win this pot.
We've seen some great poker, and this would add to the list of great calls. If
I love the play from Mark.
if Andy
You
can
know,
make it,
he's decided he can't keep giving up these chips, and he's bet a decent bet on the turn. He's 3-barreled. He can quite easily have a flush here, and he's got a pair. You know, and it's a really, really tough spot for Andy. The chip stacks influence Andy to fold because he's got 1 million, and the call is for 500,000. He doesn't want to call off half his stack here. You know, even if he thinks that there's a good chance that he's winning, what he loses when he's wrong is so significant in his stack size. He goes from being second in chips to being one of the smaller stacks. You know, and there's significant pay jumps here. When yes, everybody wants to win the tournament, but you'd much rather finish second or third than fourth or fifth. And it's a really, really tough spot. I think it's very, very strong from Mark. And because he has been pretty steady, the only time he's kind of got out of line is on the blinds, really. But he has been really steady. He's played a really good game so far. He hasn't done, you know, he hasn't done too much wrong. He hasn't been in as many pots as some of the other people, and the other people haven't been in that many, apart from the guy sat next to the dealer. You know, so he's giving it a good, long, hard think, Andy. I think he's going to fold. I think he's going to fold. I think that when he looks at the stacks and he works out the risk-reward situation, I think he folds. He doesn't always fold, but I think he's more likely to fold than he is to call.
the flush draw hits the turn. And a decent sized bet from Mark. Andy called. And a jam on the river. We can see the cards. We know it's an easy call for us, but a flushy wet board, overcard on the river. Mark Dyson. Yeah, he's got him to pass. He has got him to fold. Yeah, you can show the bluff, he says.
I wouldn't have shown it. I know that the adrenaline's pumping and he's feeling, you know, he's feeling great about it. He's made a great bet. The adrenaline is going through his veins and he's all pumped up. But I'm not sure it's a good idea to show that. Giving Andy Hills a lot of information and he's giving it to him for free.
That's probably why I shouldn't have shown it. But we see it at the end. Yeah, exactly. That's why I showed it.
What was the bounty on Sly Fox? Are you the person, Steve? Were you Bisto? It was a £30 token that will be added to the account Bisto777.
Ah.
See what he did there.
It's 65 now.
Ah.
A Coke.
Yes. In a lime, please.
With a bit of lime. A lime? If there's no lime, do you still want it?
There is. We were mentioned by Sylvia Hewitt on Twitter. Fab commentary of the GUKPT by Town of Mr. Beavers.
No, we love you too,
Slinks,
Sylvia. We love you too.
You're awesome. Slinks, you're awesome. Don't show the bluff is one of the next lessons Richard Kellett will be telling Mark Dyson.
That's the bit that I was making the hardest decision. Like 5 weeks away. And I have to
Still on 5. Mark gets himself up to 900,000 with the blinds at 15.30.
Try to.
Richard Keller. Oh, you're making me laugh, you lot in the chat box today. What a great chat box this week. You've been the best. You have been the best.
How much have we got, Andy? I'm just counting. In the region of 950, something like that, I think.
Georgia? Hold on. And it may, it's got its tower. How you doing?
Right, 60,000.
Still five-handed here in Manchester. Playing for a £75,000 first prize.
It's a bit dusty in here.
75,000.
Hard to call here with Queen High. Raising on the button with the 6-4 suited and flopping it up and down straight draw. Nice, easy continuation bet. Acting as a semi-bluff. Hasn't got the best hand now, but very likely or very possibly he could hit one of his 8 cards to make a straight or pick up a backdoor flush. Very difficult for the Queen High to ever be further involved in that spot. Chris Lythgo says, few solid players on here who give nothing away. Can see this engine blowing up. Yeah, he's gone very quiet, hasn't he? He was 3-betting, very aggressive, you know, really being involved. And his 2 point, I mean, he had half the chips in play, now he's got a third. And we've lost a player since then, since he had half, or maybe 2 players since he had half the chips in play. You know, it's fair to say he could well blow up. We shall see what happens. We'll see if Chris is correct.
Well done, one and all, for cashing in the free roll. Well done for cashing. Andy Social has got a ticket. Aruch has got a ticket. Triangle has got a ticket. Bisto 777, who knocked out Ian Bryan, is still in.
I know he's anti.
Anti-social. Codfish is chip leader. Good luck the remaining players. It has been a great turnout for the free roll.
How many did you get for the London free roll?
102.
Oh, we got a penalty to Monaco.
What?
The mighty Monaco, already winning 3-0. We're on Monaco, by the way. Have now got a penalty. Enter it in the cut-off with the 8-9 of diamonds. Sexy hand or not sexy hand?
Yes, very.
Raise 65 now.
Makes it 65. And to Andy in the big blind with 8-10 offsuit. Actually got the best hand, doesn't know it. Will be passing. Oh, will not be passing. What do I know? Defending his big blind, putting the 35,000 in for the small raise.
Check. It's 56.
We have a continuation bet, but we can't see the flop. Okay, he's flopped an 8. So has Andy. I think we see the call here.
Cheers, George. I think it should be as well. Unfortunately, Joe's not in Edinburgh. Joe Beavers and
Who's not in Edinburgh?
Joe Beavers and Jeff Kimber talk a lot of sense. And yes, it's fantastic to have them in the chat box.
Who's not in Edinburgh?
You,
What's Edinburgh got to do with the price of eggs?
because we should be in the commentary box again.
Oh, well, we will be. Thank you. That's a very nice thing to say. We appreciate that.
Yeah, Jeff certainly is. While these two just keep winning trophies here, there and everywhere, every now and again they'll come and talk to us in the commentary box. Jeff was saying yesterday this is 10th side event title.
Raise.
Really?
It's 10th GUKPT side event.
Wow, that's pretty good going, isn't it?
It is. How's the free roll going? Now a quick scan. We're down to 6. And Codfish is chip leader. Well done, Codfish.
Do you know what? There's no really big stack now. I mean, 32% as opposed to 50%
Yep.
from before, and everybody's got chips. You know, it's a solid table with solid stacks. I think we're going to have to get the blankets out.
I think you could be spot on.
Raise. 70,000. Raised 145,000.
Andy Hill's re-raising from the button, or as the kids say, 3-betting from the button with the ace-jack of hearts. I could see Endrick playing this hand. Mind you, it's 2 bets to him, so I'm not sure that I like playing the King Queen for a raise and a re-raise. I would be throwing it away, but then I'm a super nit, as everybody knows. But Endrit is coming in. Is he calling the 3-bet or is he 4-betting?
224.
He's 4-bet to 220. And it's only 75 to Andy. That's a very small 4-bet. I think Andy calls this. I think he put 75 more in. I think he's got the button. And this is the important thing in this spot.
Wow, the triangle.
Wow.
The
Super
triangle
strong
of doom
Andy Hills.
is all in Andy.
Super strong, and he takes it down unchallenged. Strong play, like it.
Cost me some money.
Yeah, nice comments in the chat box, Joe. Nice comments.
Everyone that I owe a tenner, it's in the post, all right?
I like Christy's watching. It's not a secret anymore.
Which Phil? How many Phils do we know?
Do you think they're playing far too tight? If one of them was aggressive, do you think they'll be able to run over the table? Good question, that,
Well,
Nathan.
It is a good question, and the thing is, selectively, Andy Hills is like what he just did with the Ace Jack of Hearts. That is because he's not doing it all the time. He gets away with it in this spot. If you remember, very early on in the final, he passed Ace Jack under the gun, cold. No one else has entered the pot. He's got the whole table behind. He just threw it away. Here, he's 3-betting, and then he's 5-bet jamming with the Ace Jack of Hearts. Right, so this is the kind of play. He picks up all those chips. He's picked up 350, almost 400,000 in chips, completely unchallenged. If he can,
But is that just a case of, because it has been a tight table, when a move like that happens, it just shows an X amount of strength?
Of course,
because it's nothing we've been used to.
Andy spends the first part of the final building up a reputation of passing and being solid. So when he actually puts all his chips in, people think he's got it. He hasn't. He's never showed down without having it, and he's never really got out of line that people have seen. I mean, yeah, Ace Jack suited isn't such a great hand. You know, if he's up against Ace King or 2 Queens, you know, he's in a world of pain. But good, strong, aggressive play like this in the right spots, and Andy picked the right spot. That's the whole point. He picked the right spot. If he'd have found himself up against Ace King or 2 Queens, he would have picked the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Now, how he knows whether he's in the right spot or the wrong spot, only he can tell you. Okay, he's there, he's at the table, he's got a feel for the players, what they're doing it with. We can see the cards, and he's probably in a better spot than we are. Not in an isolated spot. I'm talking about in a general situation. And he's a great player, and he got the situation absolutely bang on. And like I say, he picked up 400,000 unchallenged. Yeah, they're not putting the cards in the boxes properly, are they? Mark loves to play these blinds, doesn't he?
He does.
He likes to see flops in unraised pots on the blind, and he stabs.
Yeah.
Andy's just arrived with the blankets. We're all going to cuddle up. I'd like a hot water bottle. Can you go and get me a hot water bottle, please, Andy?
I'd like some Horlicks.
Horlicks, yeah, hot chocolate.
Horlicks was ace. Horlicks was... Horlicks.
65.
Donuts. Oh, brilliant. So the 2 on the river, very low board, 45942.
Yeah, he certainly played it like he's got it, Mark. And Twan's made a very good call on the turn. Can Mark fire again? He's done it before. He did it with the King 8, with the 8 of diamonds on his missed straight flush draw against Andy Hills. Can he do it against Twan? Can he get a bet through him here to pick up this 285,000? Or does he give it up?
I think the 5 calls.
It depends how...
He's given up.
He's given up. He's given up.
I think the 5 calls.
He doesn't want to show. He doesn't want to show. He's waiting, hoping Twan turns his card over.
I think Mark worked out that if he puts any kind of bet in, if he's got any of it, he's going to be calling.
Well, it's very possible. We'll never know, but it's definitely a possibility.
Platty lad. And no one even mentioned the deal yet. Not at all. Not at all. And James Platt says, Platty lad, it's a great name.
Anything to do with David Platt? Great goal scorer for England. He was only about 5'8". Scored lots of goals with his head.
He did. Obviously, the best goal he scored was against Belgium in the World Cup. When he turned round and John Watson was commentating.
Look at this: 1.5, 1.2, 1.2, 730 and 720.
Yeah.
We're going to need the Horlicks.
We are definitely.
Raise 60,000.
King Queen of Hearts is a lovely hand.
He's become a bit more active, marking the 2-seat in the last level or so. Wanting to play pots rather than just sitting there. And here we go again. It's going to be very hard for, I mean, ace-4 under the gun. You know, very trappy. You know, I'd much prefer to 3-bet with the king-queen than to raise at all with the ace-4. King Queen of Hearts fits so many more flops than ace-4 does. I know ace-4 is in front hot and cold. By hot and cold, I mean that if you just ran them out, you know, effective all-ins, so you run out all 5 cards. The ace-4 is a favourite, but if I'm playing one of those 2 hands, I want to play the King Queen of Hearts. It's much easier to play post-flop.
Yeah. So 5 left.
5th place is guaranteed
£13,650. Todd Cairns for commentary. Well, if he's not had a drink and he wants to come in and have a chat, most welcome, Mr. Todd Cairns. Most welcome.
Is that a break or we've got another hour?
Another hour. Another hour. Is there any way you can go back and watch Dan Charlton getting knocked out again, Tower? I can only seem to go back 2 hours. I'll ask Andy Booth.
You will be able to do it for sure. I'm not sure if you can do it yet. All the final table coverages.
It might have been a problem we had with the Gremlins that we had this afternoon, but I'm not sure.
Okay, I know that all the final tables and all the live coverage is streamed on the Grosvenor Poker channel on YouTube in its entirety. But I'm not sure if it goes on straight away or if it goes on post-event. So we will find out for you. Andy Booth has just gone for a little walk. When he comes back, we'll ask him.
Mr. 777 is all in. in the free roll. The man that took out Ian Bryan for £30 token. He's all in. Oh, the ace might have saved him on the river.
We've now got Phil the Tower commentating
Yes.
hand
Oh,
by
King
hand.
4.
He's
Eliminated.
Commentating hand by hand on the free roll.
Multitasking. Bisto 777 is out. We're down to 4 in the free roll. Codfish is Chip Daddy.
It's been Chip Daddy for a while. There's now more. We started the final table with 9 players. They started the free roll with 126.
Yeah.
And there are now more players on the final table than there are in the free roll. Andy will be raising the button to 65,000 with pocket sixes.
Raise 60,000.
Whoever does anything in a rush, you wouldn't want to be behind him in a post office queue.
This time last week, Don Mahoney was chopping at a game up in Stockton with the missus. We saw the picture.
Defending the big blind with a Jack-9 offsuit, Endrick. That's fair enough.
68.
And he takes the lead.
65.
Flops a 9. Will we see Andy C-bet?
I really thought I had 2 yellows and 1 red. Okay, for sure. I'm not going to argue anymore.
Endrick will definitely be calling a bet on flop. Will we see him C-bet? It's one of those tricky spots. He thinks he's probably got the best hand. He doesn't want to escalate the size of the pot. That's a great card for the sixes, so Andy thinks. And a bet here could be so many hands. It could be a 9, it could be a 10, it could be spades, it could be diamonds, it could be a hand like Jack Queen, it could even be a gut shot with 2 overs like Queen King or Queen Jack. It could be a hand like 7-8. You know, there's his range here is so big. It could be absolutely nothing he could be betting with. He could have a hand like 2-3. I think, you know, if he's betting here, Andy, I think he's going to call with 2 sixes. But the deliberation is that if he calls with the 2 sixes here, what happens next? Always got to think ahead in these pots. There's absolutely no way he's raising. Not when he thinks he's got the best hand, and only better hands are going to call a raise. Again, that's a good card for the sixes. And if he bets here, he can win a decent pot. If he bets like 160 here, or 170 or 180, I think Andy calls him, because there's so many hands that he can call pre-flop and then call on the turn after a checked flop. There's a million bluffs here, a million hands that bluff here, and sixes beat most of them. I think if he bets 180, he gets called. It's a question of how much he bets.
148.
Yeah, I think he calls it. I think Andy calls this.
148.
He calls it expecting to win the pot as well.
Yeah, he's flicked it in instantly.
But it's because the way the board is made up, sixes look like they're the best hand.
148.
So 148.
I think that's the first decent sized pot that Andy Hills has lost at this final table. The first decent sized pot, and he's done nothing wrong in the pot.
So can we give a shout out to Don Mahoney's missus? Her name's John.
John? Hi, John.
And the best player in the house, watching the live stream at work. Hope you're well. Nathan says, I can't believe they're not discussed a chop, 38,000 each.
Yeah, well, I mean, the chip stacks have never really lent themselves to a deal being discussed. I think if 3 of them were left and they had 1.6 million each, it's very possible. Or if 4 of them were left and they had like 1.2 million each, it's very possible. I can't really see it happening when you've got 1.7, 1.4, 1.1, 700, 600, because it doesn't lend itself to a deal being done.
Christy Fletcher's OCD is going into overdrive because she wants you want the cards in the boxes. Yeah, the dealer does get told that the boxes are there for a reason.
Cool.
And Joe got the hand absolutely spot on. That's why his end of mob is as decorated as it is. Because the lad knows a lot of stuff.
Well, I get a lot wrong too. I suppose even a blind squirrel.
It's 87,000.
Has Dave Collins won on the football bets again?
Thank you, Essie. Very kind of you.
Nice to see you over the weekend.
I know I said I'd give a tenner if.
As if.
I know I said that I'd send a tenner in the post to anyone that said something nice in the chatterbox.
But it's gone bonkers.
I didn't think it was going to be quite so many. Thank you. Very kind.
Absolutely. Jack King 5. It's checked. 8 on the turn.
Do you know what? It's a crying call if he calls here for 87,000 times. You know, you only call this kind of bet if you think you're godlike, if you think you're unbeatable. You know, it's a.
Hendrik has just said, "Are you going to make a call with the 5?" Brilliant.
Well, what did you have? You show what you had, then I'll...
I think he really wanted to call, but he knew he shouldn't. You know.
And it shows him the jack.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright.
At that point, I'm feeling hungry.
I'm not gonna lie, it's fatigue. So I do apologise.
He has to get a what?
Yes.
How long? 3 hands? No, if he does it again.
Christian has just told the guys at the table foul language can result in a 3-round penalty.
Who gave foul language?
Get a 5-round ban. Big round.
5-round ban, says Twan. Hendrik. I'm not surprised she likes the poker when she beats everybody else in Stockton. Not a bad life.
86,000.
Next time you play, John, I hope you do it again.
What are the blinds? 15.30.
They are 15,000, 30,000.
See, like, even the shorter stack's got 20 bigs.
Yep.
You know, you can play 20 bigs for a day.
Yep. I do. the people at the APAC event think I'm just going to be. I'm not sitting there and grinding out till I'm down to 4 bigs. Do they not realise who I am? Yeah. Give us a lot of chips. Evening, Keith.
I might have a pint of Guinness and a sandwich the next break. A pint of Guinness and a toasted egg sandwich.
That doesn't go together,
doesn't it?
No.
I like them separately then.
Christy Fletcher said in a post earlier on that she secretly loves us.
Loves
And
you.
na- and
she
now
said.
she just-
not us. She said she loves Phil. She said.
And now she's just put, "Hello Keith, love you."
Oh.
Big fun.
Cheers, Alex. We got the Andy Hills, the passport winner, is still in. Don't forget all the satellites for the 25-25s, the Easter Beast, the Goliath of Vegas, the GUKPTs. It is all on Grosvenor Poker.
Yes, starting next Sunday, and for the next 10 Sundays, there are 2 seats to be won every week for the World Series of Poker 2017. To join Jeff Kimber and myself and the Grosvenor Poker team,
Yep.
hopefully with media intact.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hopefully.
Yes,
We will be staying most likely at the Link Casino in Las Vegas and playing the Colossus. 20 Grosvenor online qualifiers will be joining us, and we hope that's going to be you. So starting next Sunday,
Yep, all the
2
satellites.
packages. I think the packages are worth £2,500 each. That's flight, accommodation, spending money, and entry to the Colossus. Plus, you get to have a drink with Jeff and me. And if you don't want to, I'm really sorry about that. We hope that lots of you try and qualify, and we look forward to welcoming the 20 qualifiers.
That is true.
Mark's made the call here on the button with the Queen 10 of diamonds. There's lots of flops here that can get very messy for Mark. Queen High being the most obvious one.
And then a jam.
Well, I think Endrick's going to call this.
I think Hendrick's calling this as well.
He's put in 81. There's the dead 81. Ace Queen 5-handed, pretty big hand. The thing is, Mark has been pretty quiet.
Yeah, it call, he moves all in as well. Gets rid of the Queen 10 of diamonds. Mark Bamba.
Do you know what's made him jam here? Is the call. The call with the Queen 10. He's looked down, he's thought this is a perfect opportunity for a squeeze. Not only, if I can get Endrick to pass, I'm going to pick up an additional 81,000. That's why he's done it. I think if the Queen 10 folds, I don't think he jams. I think he's looking...
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wow.
There's the 7. Wow.
Wow.
Double yourself up to over the mill. And
25% he was before the flop.
And right back in the game.
After the flop, he's like he's a million.
Oh, man.
Big smile on his face. Look at that smile on those chops.
Yep. Scott Berry says, John Ayre says I showed him how to play short stack poker, which is true. When we played in Blackpool together. I'm the king at it. Scott Berry says I look like a man who could polish off a oggy. What's an oggy?
A hog roast, probably.
Do you want me to bring you one? What do you want me to? Absolutely. I'll see you next Saturday with an oggy. Whatever an oggy is.
Is this in Scotland?
Scott's playing the APAT event.
Oh, an oggy.
We've already said we're chopping it. We've already said me and Scott
Football
are chopping
scores,
it.
please, Mr. Tower. Football scores.
If it's a food, he'll eat it. That's it.
Says Mr. Seeger himself.
And then Keith Singleton says, if it moves, you eat it. Whoa, Christy. Whoa. Maybe I have a thing for old grey men. What's up? Not having that.
Let's put you in your place.
I'm the youngest person in this house. Nearly. Hey dear. So the 7 means we're still on 5. An oggy is a nasty pasty. That's more intriguing. Yeah, bring one up. Oh, the look factor is more than 30% after I said it was 30%. Oh.
Can we have some football score updates?
The chat box is infested with all grey men. Hey dear. Yeah, same.
Listen, I've been grey since I was 21. That's true.
Update on the... update on the...
Were they the same?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. One in, one.
Where's your finger?
Does dyed hair count? Says Dave Collins. Oh dear. Still on 4 in the free roll. Codfish is down to 80,000. Chip leader is Bonza Dog. To be fair, Kev Blower's got the best hair in poker.
Won't be me when I get new hair.
Clip on.
Clip on fringe. Get a ponytail. Gonna come out. It won't have it for Edinburgh, but I should have it for
Ready.
Reading. I'll have my ponytail. Come in like Fabio.
A flop of Jack 9-6. It's checked. Ace of hearts on the turn. First bet wins.
Can I get a bottle of water, please? Thank you. No sugar.
So the drinks are ordered. And Niels has just put his request in for bed and breakfast. Oh, oh. 5 players, nobody wants out. Mark Bamber, the last man to double up with ace 7 against ace queen. And Mark Dyson on 18 big blinds is a short stack.
Still plenty of play in every
There
stack
is,
at the
absolutely.
table.
Raise 85,000.
Kings for Mr. Bamber.
Oh, and Andy is going to be in a world of pain here with
Andy
pocket
Hills
eights.
with the snowmen. Razors.
The thing is, Andy Hills is a master of getting it right. And if Mark 3-bets here to 190, Andy has the perfect stack to push, but I don't think he does. I think lots of people would. I think if he makes it 190 mark, he gives Andy the perfect stack size for pushing. 190 to 700. He's made it 250. It's still okay. Like if you've got 716 and the 3-bet is to 250, you think that 716 it's enough to make. I mean, really, it should be 750 to give the appearance that it's that you have that fold equity that you're looking for. I can see Andy throwing this away. I think he gets it right so often that I can see him throwing this away.
And at what,
lots of players just push it in. They think, I've got a pair, there's a 3-bet, I want all those chips, they move in. We're 5-handed, I'm not passing 2
But a 3-bet to less than 200, it'd have called.
I think if the 3-bet was to 220, it gives him less. Well, I think he may well have called. He would have been more likely to call. He would have been more likely to push as well. But there you go. He's got it absolutely bang on. He's given it up. See, he just gets it right. With the ace-jack of hearts, he got it right. With the 2 8s, he got it right. One, he moved all in. The other one, he threw it away.
Yep.
He's the master of getting it right.
The lads are on the case about the cards not going in the boxes. Straight on the team. So it instantly gets sorted it out.
I think Andy is probably playing the best out of the 5 players at the table right now. I'm not talking about Andy Booth. Listen, Andy Booth could be on a table of 100 people. I wouldn't say he was the best. He could be on a table of 1, and he probably wouldn't be the best. I'm talking about Andy Hills. Andy Hills is, for me, the best player at the final table today. He just gets it right.
So Mark Bamber under the gun is 64.
How many players there push with the 8s? Lots of players. They raise with the 8s, they get 3-bet, they move all in. 5-handed. I think there's a lot of players would have done that, and now they're like 80% to go bust in this spot. The thing with Andy Hills, he always wants to be the person in control of the pot. Right? He likes he doesn't want to be the one calling. He always wants to be the one putting the other person under pressure. And in this spot, he just got it right. He was, you know, he didn't think that he was going to be able to get the hand to lay down, or he didn't think that he was best. He didn't think that there was enough fold equity in it. I'm wondering if the raise had been to 210 or something like that, a much smaller raise. Now the 715 looks like it has more fold equity.
Yeah.
I wonder if he might have taken longer. I still think he would have folded, but he would have been more tempted to push. He thinks he doesn't think he's got any fold equity here, and he thinks he's got the worst hand. So, bang on, bang on. Yeah, I think Francis Thomas has got it right. He like if you're going to move on, you just make sure you hit the set, and then it's all over, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Complete double through.
Yeah.
I'm on the away with start. Isn't it oh, the blinds have gone up to 2040, right?
20,000, 40,000. The blinds are on a 45. Sorry, they're still on a 60-minute. They normally go to 45-minute clock with them with 400.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, but looking there at the clock when it says 41 minutes. Yeah, 400, it goes 45 minutes. The delay on the table is 30 minutes. Andy will have to wait 30 minutes to find out that he folded kings, or folded two kings. 30 minutes the delay for security reasons. I would say no hands taking 30 minutes, but we might have a chance today.
Mark going to fire a semi-bluff here with a gut shot. No, check, check. And you're going to put a small bet in here with the ace, small value bet? Looks like it. 1.5 big, something like that.
Should, yeah.
60-ish.
75 is the bet.
Yeah, one of them, well, just under 2 bigs. He's got no hand here, he's going to be throwing it away. There's no move to be made here, he's just going to throw his hand away, Mark. A little bit of Hollywood. Throw that away.
So another one for Andy, building his stack back up again. Was up to 1.1 mil, he's on 700.
It's about 800,000 now, I think.
700, oh,
No, 728.
and just under 20 bigs. End of this level, if we get there, there'll be a water break.
Endrit, no more chip leader. Mark B.
Mark
Bamba has taken the lead, and he was third lowest in chips at the final table with 326,000.
Yeah.
Now sitting there with 1.2 million. I think this is. I think when he's passed the eights, he's done it against a player that is much more likely to have a better hand. When he moved all in with the ace jack, it was against a different player. It was against Endrit, who's much less likely to have a better hand.
Yep.
And it was a player-dependent read, very much, as well as the chips and the stack sizes and the bet sizes.
Well, Mr. Bamba satellited in, like a lot of the guys did here, but
It was a nice payday for anyone that satellites in.
Yep.
They are now guaranteed over £13,000 for their troubles.
company director from Preston.
Mr. Seeger, we saw that one, the mighty Monaco.
Yes.
I mean, we could have told you what was happening whilst you were watching The Voice. I hope you enjoyed The Voice, and I hope you enjoyed the result.
Yeah, Monaco FTW.
We're going to see Endrit will not be passing this hand. Will he be calling or will he be 3-betting? The two big stacks could clash here. If the players could see the hands, they would all be sweating. The other 3 players not in the hand would all be funking for a queen-high board. Well, they're not going to get their wish.
Hendrick won the last man standing, didn't he, Lee? Didn't Hendrick win the last man standing? That he played in one of the competitions that you had? Yeah, £20 last man standing. He's exactly right.
Well, he's called the raise before the flop, small blind, big blind, and when it's been checked to him, his bet is out. He has the best hand. He's going to win the hand anyway. And he goes back to chip leader with 1.6 million. Marky was also in the pot, drops to 1.4. Swan 1.1, Andy 700 and 600 the remainder for the other mark. Still 20 big blinds is the short stack. Actually no, it'll be a bit less now, more like 17 big blinds for the short stack.
Hendrick's from Manchester. Hendrick plays in Manchester, in Salford, Didsbury.
It's a very
New Road.
very famous Manchester name. There's lots of Hendricks in Manchester.
Well, absolutely.
We've not seen them everywhere.
Yep, he's a Manchester. That's how you spell it, Lee. That's how you spell it. Manchester.
Yeah, that's right.
I gave you 1,000. I did.
There are no cards on the screen here. I'm not quite sure why.
Did at the same time. Did one there, one there.
Pass round to Mark on the button.
I think he gave it to me because I put in once. I think he gave me one. I think that's it.
I know I can vote, it's just that I don't know whether to or handle it after.
No, I think you think one back to me unless I think I put ones in. So.
Okay.
I think.
Raise 80,000. About 75,000.
Well, it's a good card for the ace king, or so he thinks. I know it brings the flush, but raise pre-flop. Got the call from 7-9. Twan leads with the 2 pair. Obviously a big flop with 7-9. Check, check, yeah. Might want to put a little bet in. Tricky one. Maybe he thinks he's better jack and now he's good. He wants to protect the ace king in case a spade comes. I think I favour a bet with the ace king. I know it's not winning, but if it's bet to me and I call with the ace king on the flop, and then I hit the king and it comes the third spade, I think I want to bet. I don't really want to call a big bet on the river, but if I have the best hand, I want to extract some value on this street. I think if there's 350, I bet about 125. It's hard for the 7-9 of spades to raise in this spot. And I think if it comes off the 2 of diamonds, the 7-9 just checks the river back. I think the 7-9 calls here. I would have bet about 125,000 here.
Wow, huge bet.
It is a very big bet.
350,000.
He's trying to shut it off.
There might be the triangle of doom thrown into the middle.
Well, the 350 makes it more likely to happen. If he'd bet 125, I think that
Yeah.
Twan just calls the 125. 350 is like he's making a bet here that, well, I mean, with the type of hand he has, it's not a super strong hand, and
No,
it's
just calls.
and it's not a nothing hand, but it's kind of like I want to win it here and now.
Huge pot now of over $1 million.
Well, I can't see the ace king betting again if it comes a blank. I mean, that is a blank. I know 6-8 gets there, but it is a blank in this pot. It is a blank in this pot. I think it's going to go check now.
Check.
I think it's going to go check.
Well, Twan checks, which
I mean, if Mark bets again, he may as well be bluffing. He's not going to get a value call here, I don't think. I mean, on that board, you know, a hand
Yeah,
like
they both check.
you could have Queen King instead of 7-9 because Queen King can bet that flop with the gut shot, turn the king and play it this way.
7-9 is the winner.
You see, like I said, I think if he bets the 125, he achieves the same thing, but he saves 225,000 chips. It's a scary board. 3 spades, possible straights. You know, very connected, coordinated.
Nice on.
So he now moves to chip leader. So it looks like Dave Collins has got a last longer bet. I don't know who with Greg Harrison. I think one's got Andy Hills and one's got Hendry. But, good luck. Oh, what? No bet yet? All right, okay. No bet. You've been asking for it all day, Dave. Ever since we were on 20 players at the beginning of a play at 12 o'clock, you were confident in Endrit.
I mean, a snooker player, Stephen Hendry.
Stephen Hendry. Yep. Hendry Getchy.
Bet 43,000.
Now what's me to bet with him? Hendry and Andy. Good evening, Moira.
Get £20 off Joe Deep Pockets. Are you talking about me?
Yes.
What, you think I give it away? You haven't met me, have you, Dave? I don't mind buying a round of drinks, but I don't give it away, pal.
I don't. We're down to 5 players. I don't think the bet's going to happen anymore. Nobody wanted it early doors when Dave was confident Hendry was going a long way in this competition, and he still is. Still in with 5 left. Is this the longest final table? No. We've done an half-threer before.
How long ago was that and where was it?
We've done a 4-5.
Where?
Newcastle. When, who won it? Lad from Sheffield won it. Maz Nawab. Not Maz Nawab. Was it Maz Nawab?
How long ago?
Maz Nawab. Well, we did Newcastle, I think it was like 2008, 2009. It was maybe 2009, because Paul was there. So either 2009, 2010, Newcastle, 4-5. Nearly went to a chip count because it wasn't a 24-hour casino. And we've had some late ones.
It's Manchester 24.
And I think the weird thing was is that a couple of years later, Tony Phillips, young Tony Phillips, gave us the quickest final in Newcastle, and that was 10-6. It was just weird how it all works out.
Thought Joe would have snapped me off Andy Hill's mind. Well, if Andy Hills gets heads up with Endrick, or if at any point they go level in chips, because I mean Endrick's got a significant chip advantage, then let me know what you want to do. But we have to play for a bit more than 20 quid, Dave, I'm sorry. Because otherwise I'll just forget about it.
Make it worth your while, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you got it. But it has to be a fair bet. And if he's got a lot more chips, then it's not really fair.
Heads up in the free roll.
I do think Andy Hills is the best player at the final table right now.
Heads up in the free roll. We have got, Jerp 89 and Bonzar Dog. Well done, you two. £30 and £100 tokens on the way to one of you two. Oh, we got a winner. Missed it. Oh, was the winner? Oh, man, who was it? Oh, missed the last hand on the free roll. Let me know who won it. In fact,
it was Ace Queen versus King something, and someone had there was a king on the flop. That's all I could see.
The tournament has been completed. 125. Well done, everybody. What a great turnout. 125 for the free roll. Ian Bryan nearly cashed. I'm guessing Bonza Dog has won it.
We got a ballet over there, correct? And for a bottle of water. Thank you.
Bonza Dog, well done. Jerp 69, second for £30, and then £5 tokens for Japan 7, Codfish, Bisto 77, 77. Kez. Hey, Kez, Kez, come on, 30, 40 yards, get some meat. Yeah, come on, Kez. Triangle.
I think Phil used to have a dog
A
called
roach,
Kez.
a bird. You not seen the film Kez? Andy Social, Rufus Rollo was the bubble
You
boy.
had a bird called Kez, and that's how you called
No,
it.
it was a film about a kestrel called Kez. And it was filmed in Barnsley.
Swan's raising under the gun to 100, but his cards are not in the box.
And
so
it's an amazing
we don't know what he's
film.
got. And Mark, in the cut-off, with 600,000, has got a perfect shoving stack. Perfect shoving stack and 2 red 7s. I had a friend once who would play any hand with 2 red 7s in it. I'm not just Hold'em, obviously. He used to, if it were 2 red 7s in Omaha, he always played the hand. And he never lost with 2 red 7s. There we go. Perfect shoving stack. In we go. And it'll be a nice pickup if Twan doesn't call. Oh, Mark behind with the 2 6s. Can't call. Could have shoved himself with the 2 6s, but can't be calling. And it's just a question of whether Twan has a hand. We don't know. We can't see the cards. They're not in the box.
Somebody's looked for us. Twan's asked for a chip count.
Well, he obviously doesn't have aces, kings, or queens, or ace king. I don't think he has jacks or tens or nines. I think he's got a hand like king, queen, or ace 10. That's my guess. King, queen, ace 10, 2 8s.
Yep.
You can't have 6s. We've seen 6s pass. 2 5s. Ace 9 maybe. Could have ace 9. Ace 9 might give this well. It's a real question. He's really asking how much, I think. I don't think it's all Hollywood. He does have half a hand. He's considering it. It's a big amount of his stack. He's got 1.5 million. He's going to drop below $1 million if he loses. It looks like an ace 8. An ace 8. Ace 9. Ace 8. King Jack. That's where I've got him.
It's a shame we can't see the cards. It looks like they're in the box as well, doesn't it? Dave Collins has spatted me out. My offer of last longer bet has been withdrawn. Well, he did say at the beginning of the play today, Hendrick was going a long way.
Oh, it was a good pick. It was a good pick by him. Very good pick, Dave. Very good pick.
Thank you. Pleasure to see you.
Everybody else on the final table, apart from Mark, is absolutely willing to answer call. If he calls and eliminates him, they all get more money. Thousands of pounds more money. They all want him to call. They're all sending their energy to the 2-seat. Call Twan, call Twan. They're not trying hard enough. They're trying harder. Call, call. It's not me. I'm not saying it. That's what they're all thinking. Mark Bamber is saying, come on, put some chips in the pot. That little look at the cards makes it more likely. When they do that, they're more likely to fold. When they keep looking back like that, they're more likely to fold.
Still don't know why. He's got the cards in the box. It's not his fault. Don't know what's happened to the... and why it's not picking
This
it up.
is that hand. They said we were going to have one mystery hand in the final where we have to guess the hand.
Well,
and this must be it. This is it.
Ace 10.
It's planned. This is planned.
He's got ace 10.
I think he's got ace 9.
All right, okay.
I think he's a call. I think he'd have called by now with ace 10. I think any ace picture. I think he calls. He could have a hand like King Jack. I think, or he could have a hand like 2 6s or 2 8s. I think ace 10 he's called by now. I mean it's on the cusp. I think ace Jack he's definitely called by now, and 2 9s I think he's definitely called by now. So I'd like to know how much Hollywood this is. I'd like to see the hand really. Mark is thinking, please fold, please fold. I don't want to see 2 overs. I'd just like to have the chips in the pot. But Andy, Mark and Hendrick, yeah, it looked like a fold. When he looked back at the hand 3 times in a row, it looked like a fold.
And a fold. So Rich Kellett obviously knows Mr. Dyson, has a piece of him as well.
I got one of his hoovers at home.
And so the constant winner online for 9 years and doesn't get to play much. It's probably grinding for you. Play for me.
You know, I need to tell you that's what I need.
It's been a very impressive final table. Yes, a bit of a grind at some point.
Look at this, Andy down the bottom of the leaderboards, but he's still got 18 big blinds.
Well, what a final. What a final.
I just said he had 2 overs.
Well, if it's over by 9 o'clock, I might drive back to London tonight.
Okay, what time is it? Oh, 20 past 10. Oh, okay.
So we'll finish.
Yeah.
Was it 1-0?
You'll never win any bounties.
Winner. Chicken dinner.
I had ace 10.
Suited?
No, they want suited. It was suited. It was starter.
That wouldn't have been fun. It was fair play.
Andy Hill's in the cut-off. The ladies. That's what Twan Lee's going to get if he wins the tournament. It says so on his form. What are you going to spend your money on? Ladies. And Andy Hill has got them in the cut-off. And Endrit is going to put Andy to the test, and Andy is going to call and double up. That's the forecast for this one.
He's just said, how many are you playing?
He's got the kind of stack that he wants to attack. You know, this raise sizing by Andy, I like it. It's like 85,000. He doesn't want to lose people. He wants to get some value. I see a 3-bet here, or looking at his stack, he might just set him in. The 3-bet might be to 130 or 145 maybe. And Andy now moves all in. I think. I don't think he does it straight away. I think he might have a little think about it first. He never does
So
anything.
raised to 280.
He never does anything in a rush. Well, 280 is definitely a win. 280. And the 280 is too big to fold. Once you put 280 in, you're going to put the other 350. He's only got 635 stack. Andy.
It's either 280 or 218. It's 218.
Oh, okay.
218.
Okay, slightly different. 280 is automatic. I think Andy's going to give it a big dwell and move. Oh, he's all in already, and we're all in and called. And Andy's going to double up with the pocket queens.
You know, I'll run into queens again. Fuck my life.
Andrew goes all in with pocket queens.
So Hendrick with eights. Andy Hills has got queens and a big chance of doubling up.
This will be a complete swap. It will go from chip leader to bottom and bottom to chip leader. And there's 3 queens on board. Drawing dead to running eights, which is 1,000 to 1, the biggest outdraw in Hold'em.
72 of diamonds.
And Andy goes to chip leader, and Hendrick goes to the bottom of the pile. Still in with about 700,000, Hendrick, I think.
So a big double up for Andy. Rolling Joe. Lines are 100, 200, roughly 5,000 in the pot. Player 2 says 2.5 and throws in a 5k chip. What's the bet?
Well, Keith, we've had this argument on Facebook. I don't really want to have it on here as well. For me, it's obvious what the bet is, and the bet is 2,500.
Yeah.
You know, it's for me, it's the logical ruling.
If I had this the other day, and I don't play every single day, and every now and again, you just say something and you think you expect it to be taken. There's 20,000 in the pot. I've got a 5,000 chip in my hand, and I shout 4, and the dealer says, yeah, 400.
I know,
you know,
that's the Grosvenor ruling. Some people
ruling.
like the rule.
Yeah.
I believe Keith Singleton likes the rule.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the worst rules in poker.
Yeah, me too.
I think it gives people angles. If
Yeah.
you know the bet's going to go as 4, you can throw in a 20,000 chip into a 20,000 pot and say 8
Yeah.
when the blinds are 300, 600. And if the guy goes to call you, you can get away with only 800. And the logical conclusion, anyone watching, anyone thinking in a logical manner is going to take the bet as 8,000. So you get away with the bluff, and if you get called, you only lose 800. And the angle does not work the other way around. There are some people think it's a great rule, and they think that people should know. They only make the mistake once, and they think that people should be clear and they should say it. And that's all very well, but it's a rule that I personally disagree with. I wrote a blog about it. If you want to read the blog, it's on joebeavers.com. I explained in great detail why I hate the rule. I tried to get Grosvenor to change it. I had a long discussion. They listened, and they left it as it was. So there we go. That's the end of that one. Right, we've got 5 people left in Manchester, and we have a new chip leader, Andy Hills.
Yeah, we know it's only incorrect in the Grosvenor chain. It's not incorrect everywhere in the world.
Well, you see, the thing is, Keith, I don't think it does work both ways. But like I said, I don't really want to have this discussion in the chat box now. It's been ironed out. I wrote a blog about it, and that's my opinions there on my website.
I think common sense should prevail at all times. And unfortunately, it doesn't. Heading towards a 15-minute break.
Yes, we need sandwiches, we need tea, we need coffee, we need blankets, we need hot water bottles, hot chocolate and Horlicks. We're in for the slog. We're going to be here. It's going to be a long session, and I can't see this being over before midnight.
What, tomorrow?
Raise 85,000.
Absolutely. You need kryptonite to get those chips. You're not wrong. If you take common sense out of the game, you're basically turning everybody into robots. And that's not the way poker should be played.
And he picks up another one with 7s, raises under the gun, adds more chips to his chip stack. Got a little smile on his face there, Andy Hills.
Yes, he's got
relaxed,
a double up and
feeling
he's got
good.
some chips. Oh, another one's leaving us.
Next week.
All these part-timers going home. See you later, part-timer.
See you later, mate.
Another part-timer going home. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much.
Ian Bryan is leaving the building.
Yeah. Something like that, probably. I'll check with Russell.
is excellent.
Yep. Yeah, I'm all right.
What's he referring to there? Who?
Yeah, we know.
Twanning the cut-off, 20-mile railroad track. The 210s.
Oh, tips to Cheltenham.
Pocket
Disco.
cockles.
Tips to Cheltenham. Joe Beavers has been working on one for us, since he's,
you know
we're
what,
not going to see him until the end of its all the racing at Cheltenham. We won't see him before. He's got a massive seminar in London next week.
Well, not seminar, we've got a big dinner, big Cheltenham preview dinner, Saturday night at a lovely restaurant in Hatton
Well,
Garden.
we're grinding in Blackpool.
Yep.
For Team Grosvenor.
I shall be drinking a nice glass of Sauvignon Blanc and eating a nice French dinner. Listening to the likes of Sean Boyce,
Yeah.
Rory Delaghy.
Yeah, I've interviewed Boise before.
Yeah, nice fella.
Interviewed Boise.
Mr. Channing. We also have... Who else do we have? We have
Do Van at 1 to 3 is value. Really?
Do you know what? I don't think any horse around Cheltenham.
I'd be laying 1
at
to
the
3.
festival is value. You would. They won't get my money at 1 to 3. I mean, it's sure it's a great.
I'll be
great
laying it to finish in first 4 places at 1.05. That'll be my bet.
You're a nit.
For a quid.
You're a nit. You're a nit.
Hey, James Sims is in the building. Good old
Aye,
James,
aye.
he's a big punter. He likes his horses.
James Sims is coming next Saturday.
Come on, James.
He'll be there next
Come
Saturday
on,
with his
James.
crew.
Give us a horse for Cheltenham. Ah, it was a question. No.
What was the question?
Is Do Van value at 1 to 3? No.
Marking the small blind. Pocket 8s.
We are heading to the break. 10 minutes to go.
He must be the short stack now, Mark. 700,000. I think Hendrick's got a little bit more than him.
120,000.
It's at 120. Hendrick's got 810. Yeah, just a little bit more. Do you think he's at it? Do you think he's got a hand? Does he just want to defend with King High? Should be throwing it away, really, I think. A little bit frustrated after losing a couple of pots.
Yeah.
Losing
He's
big
the only
pot.
person on the table that looks like he could go on tilt.
Yeah, it was suggested in the chat box earlier by someone, and it was a fair comment. He doesn't want to throw the hand away. You can see the way he pushes it away with a single finger. He's thinking, oh, I don't want to throw it away. I know I should, I know I should.
What happened to you? What happened to you? What happened to you? A7. Oh, in the hand, this is over.
How long before the break, Tower?
9 minutes.
Okay, I should be back in a second then.
Thank you. I ran 8 into queens, 9 into queens. Why can't you have ace king?
They're doing the same play with ace king.
Is that A7 was?
Yeah, that A7 was a killer. Oh yeah.
Cue card for the Gold Cup at 3 to 1.
Oh yeah, I can see the merits from a certain angle.
raised 85,000.
So 5 minutes to go until the end of this session and a 15-minute break. It'll be time to get the coffees. Oh look.
Well, I'm having a pint at the break.
Oh yeah, good lad.
Yeah, I can't last any longer. I thought I was gonna try and wait until it was like 2 or 3 handed before I started having a few drinks. But do you know what? It's been 5 handed for the last 4.5 days, and it's driving me to drink.
Yeah. Thoughts on Win the Button in the GUKPT festival, Ian?
Well, if you're Jeff Kimber, I know what he'd say.
It worked at the Goliath because yes, it's a little bit of a different event. I don't know. I think some people didn't know how to play it or didn't want to ask what to do.
Yeah. Close.
Yeah.
Hendrick's got the hooks. The hooks in the cut-off. You know, there was a player, Teddy Tulle, in the final of the Poker Million on the Isle of Man in 2000, the one that John Duthie won. And they were 5-handed, and he had pocket jacks under the gun, and he had chips. I think he was like third in chips, and he just passed them. Did you know that? He just passed them, live on TV. The final was live on TV, and Teddy Tulle just passed the jacks. Tony Bloom was on the final table, Barney Boatman was on the final table, Ian Dobson, I'm working from memory, Ian Dobson was on the final table, John Duthie won it, and Teddy Tulle, jacks, 6-handed, I think there were 5 left, 4 or 5 left, I think it was 5 left, he just passed them, under the gun or under the gun plus 1 pass to him. And they said to him afterwards, why did you just pass the jacks? They're interviewing him live on TV. He said, I always lose with them. I hate playing pocket jacks. Hardest hand in poker to play.
We've got 20 big blinds. I'm not opening light anymore.
True story. Good old John Duthie, Poker Million winner. The only Poker Million that was a multi-table tournament. Sponsored by a red bookmaker from the High Street. And they made a mistake of not guaranteeing a prize pool. They guaranteed first prize as $1 million, but they didn't guarantee the prize pool. So second prize was £50,000 because lots of people didn't want to turn up with just one massive prize.
Yeah.
They at the last minute they guaranteed an additional $250,000 in prize money, I think. So a few people flew out because it was on the Isle of Man. But had they done that from the beginning, it would have been a much bigger success. There were lots of people didn't want to turn up to pay. I think it was 5,000 or 10,000 entry, I can't remember. They didn't want to turn up to play the event where they're all shooting for like a freeze out for one prize. Made a big mistake with that.
Should live stream selected final tables over 25-25s? Well, that's no up to us.
I think the answer to that question is if it was cost effective.
Yes.
I mean, it would be lovely to live stream lots of tables and, you know, to have more than one feature table going, maybe to have multiple feature tables. But the thing is, there's a team of people. You see the people, like, you know, you see Dave or Andy tracking the action, but there's lots of people behind the scenes. There's Phil and I working here. There's PK working. There's Andy. There's Dave. There's Sue.
I like that. I like that.
What?
That was one of the best lines.
What did I say? What did I say?
You said we're all in the back. There's me and Tower.
Revolutionised streaming in the UK.
Absolutely. It was just a good line.
In the back of people's heads till I came along.
Oh,
Listening to the Tower talk about the buffing queue.
Anyway, it all comes down to cost, I think, and obviously the setup and the tables and everything else.
Yes,
it would be great. It would be great, but it comes down to it.
Last hand of the session, ladies and gentlemen, means we'll be back at we'll be back at 10:55 with more. We're still 500.
Not with more, with beer. We'll be
been-
back at 10:55 with beer.
We've been 500 for an eternity.
Like I said, 3.5 days we've been 500.
I need a shave.
Under the gun with the ace king,
It's a
Twan.
good- it's a good job
He's
he
got
didn't say
1.5
haircut.
million in chips. Mark looks like he's found a hand. We don't know what it is. He's going for his chips. Is it a deep reach? No, not deep. He's counting something out. Oh, he's got king 3. Is he really? No, it looked like he was counting something out.
Kev, I'm with you on that one. I can't believe Joe Beavers has never seen Kez.
I haven't.
Oh, I don't. Gee.
Sorry, Kev.
See, it's 'cause
Should-
you live in a,
should-
you live
should
in a
I
posh
see it?
house down south.
Should I see it? Should I watch it?
You live in
Is
a
it
big,
good? Is it good? Is
you
it
live
good?
in a big posh house down south. It was 1969. Brian Glover at his best.
1969.
Yeah, it was about a little.
I was 2.
It was about a schoolboy that kept a kestrel. It's just amazing.
Amazing.
Kez and Bobby Charlton
Are they on a break?
playing football in the yard. It's
Are they
the
on a
best
break?
scene
Are they on a
ever.
break?
We are. We're on a 15-minute break.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still 500. We will see you back at 10:55 with more of the same. Time to get a cup of tea. Me and Joe have just found out there's a shop open that are selling sleeping bags off price. We'll see you in a bit.
You gave me something in exchange for that. I wasn't watching. That's cool.
I think we're roasting them up, I'm not sure.
I mean, if not, it's not even better anyway.
Racing them up.
Say yours while these guys
Right. Well, he's bought them all anyway, but you just have a big stand. It's funny, they're watching the stream in the staff room. Yeah. And just laughing when you came over and told that guy off for swearing. It is what it is. You can't really hear the players though, mate. You can't really hear the players. You just hear the commentary.
you're going to do the card thing. We're going to do it. They seem to be talking about it.
Alright. Yeah, there's no deals.
Yeah, there's no deal.
No.
He's going to do the cards anyway, I think. You can tell. They said no deal.
No, and
Andy doesn't want to do it. Andy said he wants to play on for a little bit and then he might think about it.
Gonna check that. 200. 100 there.
Oh, I thought it was too much.
Just take some more of his chips and then he'll change his mind. If I double up twice, no deal. Until Andy goes out.
That's what I said to Andy. I said to Andy, if I get double, I'm not going to deal with it. That's how he wants to play it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's basically saying, let me see how it goes. If I knock someone out, then I'm not going to chop. If I lose a little bit of chips, then I'll chop. But
Yeah,
I don't like that.
You can't.
Yeah, I don't like that. You either chop or you just keep playing. Good shit that way.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to give you these.
Alright, yeah, no, no, no.
Cheers.
I like them.
Shall I give you another 100k? I've only got 8.
honest,
You can
any
ask
kind of
Chris. No, that's alright.
Yeah.
You'll have to get them hard way.
Whichever way, it's pretty good.
Go and just check that.
It just saves us flipping for like £6 minimum, you know what I mean?
Andy, you got to think if you're getting like 53, Andy, that's better than second. Cheers. What's that? We're still not due if you get 53? That's better than second. Or 52.
No, boys, but if we're going to do a deal now, I ain't going to do a deal later on.
That's what I'm thinking, like, you can't just have it,
I'm
Andy,
sure
where
we
you lose a
know
little bit
that,
of chips and then you want a deal. That's not fair on the rest of us.
I mean, there is no point where I'm not, in saying I'm not up for reevaluating, but, yeah, can I have a glass of water, please? With some lemon in it. Thank you. No.
I get a bottle? No.
I'm happy with you guys.
Good. Oh yeah, can I get a bottle of water, please?
I don't mind, but it's going to be pretty hard if whoever gets
I'm not drinking very
so late.
Can take a small.
Or 1.7.
I've had food.
Bottle of water, please.
I was just telling them, Andy, if they want a deal, I'll deal. The money doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's whatever for me. It's fine. Going out next is a hero's death.
Yo, 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 everybody.
If it happens,
Chairman,
it's like, you know.
good evening, young man. Just had a cup of tea, it was lovely. Oh, beautiful. John O'Donnell's still watching. I'm hoping Molly's in bed.
What happened to that then?
We didn't race them off.
Oh, right.
Still kept them. Yeah. So how much have you got?
Like a 1.5. But for the record, I don't perceive myself as like a runaway massive chip leader or something. It's not like an ego thing or something like. I just
So we're back.
I don't do deals very often. I don't really like doing deals. But I'm not saying there's no situation where I wouldn't do it. Yeah. I hear you.
Oh, Kez was awesome, wasn't it? Kez was amazing. What a great film. So back with it. The action has started. We're still 5-handed.
Raise 125,000.
John O'Donnell still watching the stream in Stockholm. Oh, little Molly's in bed. Yeah, Chairman.
I don't think an ICM deal would give me.
Yeah, proper HD. Proper HD quality.
Then again, we'd give you a little bit.
It is awesome. So, we are still on 5. It sounds like they discussed a deal and nothing happened. That's what it sounds like.
Well, there's not been any easy spots on this table, to be honest. That's why we've been playing so long.
Work in the morning, Wayne up.
I think it's been down to 5 hours.
We'll be driving home by the time when we set down all the final table. So normally takes around about 90 minutes to take the set down. And then back tomorrow. Well, back straight after work. Is it straight after the final table? But we're 500. It sounded like there was a negotiation of deals, but it didn't happen. That's what they're playing for. 75,000 up top, 49.6 for second. Lines are 25,000, 50,000, running down to your 5. Nice one, Wayne. You're not wrong. We know it's a little bit late in the evening now. Started the day at midday. We were in the building at 11 a.m. It's now 11 p.m. and 500 for the title.
Close.
So it is one hand and we'll have a new chip leader kind of tournament. Andy Hill's 1.6. Five players left. 100,000 chips are the dark blue ones.
Is that a stack of 20? Thank you. I'm not to my card.
Mark Bamber is looking down at King 3, facing an all-in move from Andy for 1.6 mil. If he could only see the cards. It is a fantastic effort from Andy Hills, who won the Grosvenor Online Passport for the GUKPT season 11. Every main event plus expenses. I think it's something a lot of people should look into playing.
Download different equilibrium charts.
Yes.
Well played.
Love you. I did not like it before.
Brian Glover in porridge. It was, how good was porridge, by the way? That was so far ahead of its time. It was just comical genius. Yeah, the 500 in London should be another belter. It really should.
Hello, we're back.
Oi, oi.
Right.
Hold on a minute.
I've only
They're all in. Cool. It works.
We have no one in the call. Mark goes on with King Queen.
Mark
Pocket ace.
Dyson is all in with King Queen against Twan's aces. Oh my word, I can see paint. I can see paint on the flop, but Mark Dyson stands up. Ace, set of aces. Oh! There's Broadway. There is Broadway for
Wow.
Mark Dyson. And a 5 on the river means Mark Dyson, who just had his coat on and exiting the car park, has just been brought back Broadway and doubles up. It was Dyson with death, and he managed to dodge the bullet.
Right, well, I've got good news and bad news.
Okay.
The shop with the sleeping bags was open, but they only had 3. And there's 4 of us.
Okay.
Lines and answers, please.
Yeah. You're right, we don't get much chance. We have to speed talk. We have to speed talk sometimes. So 500 still. We 500 a while. What time did the final table start? 4:30, was it? Nice one, Sue.
Right, 105.
Yeah. 4 o'clock. 5 to 4 the final started. 5 to 4. And it's 11:05. And we've had 3 or 4. Yeah, if that happens online, to any player on the table, they need a new laptop in the morning. So we're still 5.
I tried, guys, I tried.
It's a noble attempt.
Raised to 105,000.
Pretty trendy race size.
You said it. Learning from the best. Such a...
Keep getting the blackjack hands. Make 3. Double.
So still on 5. They discussed the deal at the break and it was declined. Thank you. 500.
Raised to 105,000.
So player all in, and it's Hendrick. It's not. It's Mark. Mark Bamber with ace 8 against Hendrick with ace jack. Does Hendrick find the call?
What's the big blind at the moment? 40,000.
The blind's 25.50 with a running 5.
25.50.
Calls. He calls.
Well, you got 14 bigs. I guess ace 8.
An ace is huge. Cheers, Dave.
In the middle.
The all in is the ace 8. And a flop of king, queen, 4, 2 diamonds. He needs an 8. And that's it.
No,
We've
no,
lost
no. Oh,
Mark Bamber.
Why can't
Oh,
he
a
get
10. He
He
can
can
hit a
get
10. He can hit a 10. Oh, I was shouting that he'd been eliminated before it actually happened. Sorry, Mark. Oh. He could hit a 10. And that's it. Mark
A
Bamber.
10 from Len was not here. No 10 from Len.
Mark Bamber in 5th for £13,650.
Not a bad little payday for 3 days' work.
A nice payday.
From the next level onwards, the clock will be shortened to 45-minute levels. Anti-space. I'd be willing to look now as well. Raised to 105,000.
So Mark Bamber, what a good effort. £13,650. What a good effort. So, 400, it'll go to a 45-minute clock the next blinds if we get there. But we've just started this this level. So it might just take this level to get it all done.
Got Andy 3-betting with the 10-5 of clubs. Round to Endrit with ace 10 offsuit. And Mark, the original raiser, is all in for 1.3. Well, obviously, Andy is throwing his hand away here.
Yeah. Snap folders, as in quicker than the button went in. The triangle of doom went in and Andy's cards were already in the muck. Waynio is looking forward to 3 days up in Coventry for the Goliath.
Oh, I love the Goliath. I will see you there. It is a great event. I managed to play more levels last year than the guy that won it and never made day 2.
You went deep in nearly every day.
Yes,
you
I
entered,
did.
didn't
I
you?
did. I bust the last level on 3 days and the second last level on 2 days. And I played more levels than the guy that won it and never made day 2. How about that?
That just doesn't seem right, does it?
Well, I'm sure there's a prop bet in there somewhere that I could get something out of you with, Phil.
I can't seem to fucking.
I should have called it, you were so bad.
Christian has just said final foul language warning to Twan Lee.
Three of them all very, very level pegging. 1.6, 1.5, 1.4 million.
It is very close. It is anyone's still. It is. It's anyone's. Blinds 25.50. Running into 5,000. We're on 4.
Raise on the button. Twan's moving all in with the ace-4. They're getting pretty aggressive now, these players. And obviously, I know the blinds are big, but there's still plenty of play in these stacks. Any ace? 16, 17 bigs? Guess it's okay. Can't be calling the 7-6-7 here, though. Getting a bit stubborn, Hendrick, thinking about it. I think he's going to reluctantly throw those cards away. There we go.
Pretty hand.
Michael wants to know how come the Goliath is 100 plus 20 rather than plus 10. The thing is, when you run tournaments, I mean, the players always look at the juice as a percentage of the buy-in, but the organisers look upon it as how much does the tournament cost to run and how much do they want to make or do they want to break even. And the Goliath, because it's such a deep tournament with so many runners, and I mean, really, it shouldn't be. The thing is, it shouldn't be £100 buy-in. It should be a bigger buy-in for that type of tournament. Such a huge tournament, so many players, so many levels, so many days. It shouldn't really be a £100 tournament. It should be perhaps a £250 plus 20 tournament. But they aim it at the recreational player. For a lot of recreational players, it's their World Series tournament. It's their 1 week, their one big tournament, and so it's the buy-in that's too small rather than the juice is too high. And I know I'm a Grosvenor sponsored pro, and you might say, well, you're only saying that because you're on Grosvenor's side. It's the truth. That's what it is. And for them to only charge a tenner, which you would expect. They'd be running it at a huge loss. So it's, I mean, when you look at the tournament and what you get for it, the way it's run, I think it's fair, really. Oh, or the other thing, you're right, it could just be for the gong. Any hills, all in. Looks like any ace is just coming over the top now. I mean, if you've got $1 million, you've got 20 bigs. And we've got 900,000, 1.4 million, 1.2 million. Do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me the way that they're playing, because the prize money jumps so significantly. Like, fourth is 20,000, then 30, then 50, then 75. There's big jumps here. And it's literally, they could be flipping for tens of thousands of pounds. It wouldn't surprise me if at this stage, if Twan wins a couple of pots and they all kind of level off chip-wise, it wouldn't surprise me if they start discussing a deal. It really wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, they've just said don't deal. Four-handed, please don't deal, they've just said.
Well, That must be a soothsayer.
ICM. Can we look at the ICM number? Can we pause the clock and like get the numbers?
I've got a feeling this ain't good for me. That
It is,
position,
mate.
what-
Mate,
I know the position I was in before,
no,
though.
I know, but ICM's
You know what I
well
mean?
better
I
for the
watched
short
this
stack.
before. You see what I mean? Now it's a bit like.
Yeah, but
If
before,
we
yeah,
did-
but
if
you got to
we-
think.
if we chop the
Oi,
remaining
now,
money
now
equal
that
to
someone's
stacks.
gone out, you're gonna get more anyway. And ICM works better for the short stack.
Someone quoted me 50 grand before. Yeah,
Nah, you weren't getting that anyway. Someone was lying to you.
Yeah, I'm saying before. someone quoted me.
Yeah, you were never getting 50 because there was 5 of us. There's 250 in total. If you get 50,
Okay, we've got a short impromptu break here. Not quite sure what's happening, but we've got a dealer change, no?
yeah. It's
Dealer break?
like 45 each thing. So,
Yes, we have a dealer change. Looks like they're all chatting. I can't hear what they're saying. Phil's the one with the headphones.
They just asked to pause the clock, and I think they're looking at ICM.
Who works out the ICM if that's the case?
It'll be, well, it should be the players.
The players work it out themselves, do they? What happens if they don't know how to do it?
Come on, I'm screen now.
no, ICM no.
I'll take 55.
I was gonna say.
To be honest, guys, I need first and second prize. Look behind you, the shiny sound back there.
Shouldn't be ITM, it should be IT.
Don't laugh, you guys. Look behind you. I need first, second, and a bit of third.
Andy, you're going to have to give up basically all of yours and all of yours.
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
That was easy then, wasn't it?
Andy, I shouldn't have raised his, I shouldn't have tried to make his blind.
I mean, we
So yeah, we are.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
I mean, can we
we get the
can we get the
numbers?
numbers?
the ICM
numbers.
Have a look at them.
As long as one of you has an M, I can't get involved in any
Oh, you
shape
can't.
or form.
Okay.
So one of you has to work out.
Usually someone
So
else.
they've asked to look at numbers, and they're still sat waiting.
Andy, get
Right, where's Charlton? Oh, Andy.
Maybe somebody ought to start negotiating properly, or start the clock. I wonder if Mr. Kellett's texting Mr. Dyson.
There's one on, I think, Autumn Resources.
Oh, I know I had a milk before that happened.
No, it's not. It's just a website.
Oh, is it? Oh,
That's
yeah.
got a feeling it doesn't work.
Oh, yeah, I have used it before. Yeah. What's it called?
That's a funny feeling, man. You've been losing your all ins.
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah.
I can't believe you can't do it. What?
I've been told off for doing it before by someone above, so I can't do it. We can get involved before facilitating.
ICM dash cam.
Working out numbers.
That's BS.
No, that's not right. It's calculating ranges. ICM dash. Yeah.
ICM player.
Come on, one of us has got to find it.
How many poker players does it take to change a light bulb?
Looks like someone's asked to phone a friend.
Yep. They've now
Someone
found,
else is asking the audience.
They've now found an ICM app.
There you go. ICM Poker.
Right, go on, mate. Type in the numbers. What do they give us?
So they're just working out the ICM. Whether they come to a deal after ICM, I'm not sure.
If you start again slowly for us. 932 exactly.
Well, it looks like they've got the calculators out. I'm not quite sure why this is going on as long as it is. I'm not sure normally they'd be allowed this length of time with the clock paused.
I think it's like looking for a golf ball. I think it's like 5 minutes, isn't it?
Listen, if I was allowed 5 minutes to look for each golf ball, that would be a few hours of my life. I always remember there's a 9-hole golf course at the Callaway Golf Centre in Las Vegas. I've been to a few times. It's quite a nice day out, actually. You get the little buggies and you hire some golf clubs and you drive them round the 9 holes. It costs about $150. It's good fun. It's very hot. They have girls going round with drink trolleys and serving ice drinks and stuff, and it's quite a nice little 9-hole golf course. But I always remember there's one hole that has a big lake on it, and I mean I can't hit the ball very well. I can hack round a par 3, but I used to try, and the only person that could ever get the ball over the lake was Ram. He's quite a good golfer. I know there's a couple of stories, but I just couldn't get it over the lake. I tried off the ladies' tee, and that was really better. And but it was good fun, and all my golf balls were in the bottom of that lake. So if I was allowed 5 minutes per golf ball, that would be a long time.
With the short stack, you're already getting a really good deal.
ICM's generous.
Yeah, can we please not be looking at the blog and posting in the chat window? That kind of spoils it for lots of people that are watching. Obviously, there's a half-hour delay. If we could, if you want to watch, if you want to look at the blog and know what's happening, that's fine. But please don't post any details from the blog in the chat window, because it does spoil it for the people that are watching, particularly if there's people with personal involvements with those left in. Anyway, I'm sure that if I ever went back to that, I haven't been to the Callaway Golf 9-hole course for a while, for a few years, but I'm sure if I went back with a few people, I'm sure that great big lake that I remember is probably just a small pond, but it's still full of all my golf balls. This is taking a while, all of them looking at their ICM calculators, it looks. Twanley is the short stack, seems to be the most animated, probably because he's been offered the least, I'm guessing here, just pure speculation, but probably guessing because he's been offered the least money, but that would be right because he has the fewest chips. If he wants to play, he's entitled to play on. But I would say they've had their time now. Make a decision, or hurry up and get on with it and play. It seems to be that Twan is the most animated.
So you basically got our last two if you want to get more.
From short stack to second, it's unlikely.
The ice creams have arrived. I guess it's intermission time. Intermission in the negotiations.
Honestly, you know what? The only reason, my reason.
I'm not sure it's an intermission in the tournament. I think it's intermission in negotiations. We're going to have an ice cream break, then go back to negotiations, then maybe back to the poker afterwards. We'll see.
Do you know what I mean? 700 quid each, right? Just for like 4. I was thinking, you know what I mean? I was going to do it for you guys before. I'm not even that low. 1.3, like 400k, just 2 pounds.
We are sent to
The thing is, I know Andy, I mean, Stanley Wallace says there's a lot to lose in my opinion after all this time. I'd play on, especially if I had Andy's passport.
I've got a Chinatown out there, guys.
Okay, vanilla on its way for Mr. Chairman. The thing is, whether you're on a free roll or not, the free roll is £1,000. It's £1,000 tournament. The free roll isn't for the difference between 75 and whatever second prize is, 49 I think. That's not a free roll. There's no free roll there. There's no free roll between second and third or third and fourth. And if fourth is worth, I think, what is it? It's 75, 50, 40, 30, something like that. There's no free roll there. You're not, you know, the money is significant jumps. And if people can lock in a larger guaranteed payday, then I can understand that. The fact that he's on a free roll, to me, makes no difference whatsoever. Some people are suggesting that because Andy's on a free roll, because he won the passport competition, there's no way that you should deal. But I'm saying if there's a big difference between
money, isn't it?
Exactly. And, you know, if you're guaranteed 20 but you can win 75, or you can lock in 40, say, these are just examples, you know, the difference between the 20 and the 40, you don't know what people's personal circumstances are. And to just about anybody in the card room or anybody in the commentary box, £20,000 is a big difference. You know, so...
I'm not asking about the money. So before, I wanted to do the deal, guys, yeah, but to be honest...
How long?
You're right, Steve. Steve Warburton gets the nail on the head. We need a good TD here to step in and sort this out, because it's becoming a little bit of an issue, so I have to agree. You know, there's a poker tournament going on. If they can't agree it, play. You know, just start the clock and get on with it. Absolutely bang on.
So we're getting ICM.
Andy Neal, right?
Okay, guys.
And John Hare says he's not on a free roll anyone. You want a prize to be here. Yeah, I mean you can talk about it in different ways. Some people might say it's a free roll. Some people say it's a prize. You know, but what I'm saying is there are significant jumps in prize money, and you're not guaranteed more than fourth place at this moment in time. And the difference between fourth and first is significant. So, you know, if you want a deal. It's their money. There's 4 of them left.
Yep.
But just don't let it take this long. I mean, how long we've been not dealing now? How long has the clock been paused? 20 minutes? 15, 20 minutes?
About 15 minutes, yeah. They have agreed an ICM chop. I don't know the figures, but they have agreed the ICM chop. The money, this is the bit I don't understand. They've done a 4-way chop. They've done that 4-way chop. They've got the money exactly down to the last pound. So it's not even rounded up or rounded down to pounds. There's not a penny to play for.
Okay.
And now they're playing on for a trophy. To me, whoever gets the most money has got the most chips should get the trophy.
I agree.
Why should it carry on?
Whoever gets the most money and the most chips should get the trophy.
Yep.
I agree.
Yep. So anyway, the ICM means Andy Hills gets £46,987. Mark Dyson gets £45,899. Hendrik Getchy gets £44,808, and Twan Lee gets £38,104. The money has been split exactly to the penny, and now we're playing on for a trophy.
I mean, you know what I'm saying though, don't you? Are we actually sitting and playing for the trophy?
Yeah, what we're doing. This is it. This is for the glory.
I mean, it's not going to last long anyway, is it? We're all short. So.
No, I don't know. I'm all in though.
Have you looked though?
Are you sure you're all in? Are you sure?
Guys, is someone like having me on here?
You swear to me you
I want the trophy. I want to keep the trophy in my house now.
ICM, yeah. Something like ICM, yeah.
Can I get the guy in a suit saying, make sure me 38 grand is like...
So we're asking how much it is. Trophies mean more to some people than others.
Well, obviously.
Twan Lee has said I'm all in for $1 million. With 9-6.
Well,
Andy Hills is looking down at his cards. How much is the all in?
I'm sure Andy Hills would like to win this, probably more than the other 3, I imagine. You know, he's
Ace King. And what I don't. Why is Andy not just snap cold? There's no money to play for.
He'll call. I don't think Andy Hills ever does anything in a rush.
Why is he in the tank?
He's not really in the tank. What he's doing is he's taking in the situation. Okay, he's absorbing what's happening to him right now.
Okay.
He's not someone to act in a rush.
Yeah.
He's someone, he knows he's going to call. He's just looking around, understanding what's happening, and putting the chips into the pot. You know, it's not a slow roll or anything like that. He knows he's going to be calling.
There's the 6. There's the 6. There's the double up. Oh man. There we go. So Twan Lee doubles up after jamming with 9-6.
And I've got anything agreed. But my wife's not, I'm not supposed to be playing gambling. So that's why I don't want to.
No, you're not gambling if you keep winning. Final table last year.
Yeah, Steve, it is funny that he's in the tank, but the thing is, he's not really in the tank. Andy isn't really in the tank. He knows he's calling. He's just absorbing the situation in the moment. That's what he's doing. I mean, it's not like he took 3 minutes. He took perhaps 12 or 15 seconds. Yeah, you and I would have just thrown a chip in and that would have been it. But that's not Andy's way, and that's fine. Michael thinks the Goliath buy-in should be a bit higher, and you're not the only person to think that way. But for £100, a lot of people, that's their World Series main event, and that's the price tag it is. You know, I mean, if it was £200, people might say, wouldn't it be great if we had... wouldn't it be great if we had £100? Maybe we get more players. Wouldn't we have to charge more dues? So it might have to be £20. Whatever happens, there's going to be some players that are happy, some players that agree, some players that disagree. If anyone can ever show me a room full of poker players that all agree with each other, I'll eat my hat. In fact, I'll eat Phil's as well.
It is true.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
They've chopped the money. If you want to see the money, it's on the blog. But 46, well, £13 off 47, 45.899, 44.8 and 38.1. Locked up. Just under 50,000. Well done, one and all. Well done all. I just like that before it finishes and we end up going shooting off for interviews, you know, and they all come up. I'd like to thank one and all for me personally. I think the best 4 days we've had.
It has been great up here in Manchester. It's been a good festival.
I think they come straight from day one when we had Canada, Norway, Sweden, America watching.
No, I'm down to 6 you would pay though.
Listen, even after you've done a deal four-handed, perhaps for an ICM, and everyone's going home with round about 40,000, everyone still wants that trophy. They still want the photograph. It's not quite the same as, you know, Mr. Kassouf, who legendary paid £10,000 for his trophy. But everybody likes to be a winner. Everybody wants to be a winner. Nobody remembers second place. How many seconds in the Grand National can you name, or how many seconds in the World Cup or in the FA Cup can you name? People remember the winners. It doesn't matter how you get there. People remember winners, and you know those revolving films, videos in the card room of all GUKPT winners. You'll either be on that reel next, you know, for the next one, or you won't be. And also, it's much nicer to be able to, people say, oh, did you win the GUKPT Manchester? Rather than, did you get an ICM chopping, did you get the most money? I mean, people can say they got the most money, but people remember winners, and everybody wants to be a winner. I think moving all in blind and calling blind is a little bit of a release of tension as well. You know, it's kind of, we've been really focused, really concentrating hard, the adrenaline pumping, blocking everything out, working on what's going on at the table, and trying to make correct decisions on each hand and every street. And all of a sudden, all that's gone. That's not there anymore. There's no decisions to be made. There's no adrenaline, there's no more money, there's no life-changing amounts to think about. You know what you've got. So it's kind of, you just let it go. You just push your chips in the pot. It's a release of tension. I'm sure Twan would love to still win it, but it's a release of tension. I think we're down to 3. We are. We've lost Endrit in 3rd place. Twan's knocked him out and now has 3.3 out of approximately 5 million in play.
I don't know if they do it. I mean, it's gradually phased like it started out with it was every side event.
I'm sure you can, Steve. But by the way, if you saw Andy Hill's video that he posted on Facebook today, all you've got to do is go to room 133 in the Holiday Inn. There's plenty of ways to release tension in there. Yes, Michael, I definitely think the person, if they do an ICM deal, the person with the most chips who gets the most money should get the title. I really do. At that point in time, they are the winner. And in the old days, before the letters ICM even came into existence, that's what happened. If people did a deal, they would very often do it by chip count. So if there were 4 left, everybody would be guaranteed 4th prize, and then they would they'd add up the remaining prize money and divide it proportionally between the number of chips that each person had, and then the person with the most chips at that point would be declared the winner, and the second most would become the second winner. Yeah, that's interesting, Demetrius. I don't know, I guess it might change from event to event, venue to venue, tournament director to tournament director. But that's just my personal opinion. Thanks, John. I appreciate that, mate. Andy is under the gun with pocket queens. It looks like Twan's just moving all in every hand. He just wants it over. He just wants the money. He wants to stand up. He wants to go to the bar, see his friends. I think he's got a few railers there. They were quite animated earlier on. A heart blocker as well, so the hearts are no good. Oh, there's the king. That's a shame for Andy. Oh, and he's rivered the straight, just like on the internet. There we go. Just like on the internet, we've hit another 4-outer.
Can I just get myself disqualified, guys? I've got a pie to go to.
Just keep going all in every round.
Trust me, if you keep shoving.
It'll end quickly if you keep going all in every round.
Second.
You know what I do?
So that's a big pot that we've won here for Andy.
Hands up if you're complaining.
I don't think he's won 600,000 there. Is that all he had before the hand? Just doubled up to 1.3 million? Anyway, another gut shot there. We had the gut shot earlier with the set of aces on the river, and here we've got the queens. Andy's queens of it, the gut shot jack on the river. And like I say, just like on the internet, this is live poker with a live deck of cards, randomly shuffled by our expertly trained dealer.
How many people have thrown a laptop through the window tonight? Still counting the chips. Still counting the chips for Andy Hills, who doubles.
Can I raise 800?
Raise 800.
Still counting the chips. There you go. Chris has done the right thing. Get the small denominations off the table, get the big ones on. And it's easier to count at the end. Perfect. Nice one, Chris. I like that. Straight all in. Next hand, ace 5 of diamonds for 1.3 million.
Well, I can't see Twan passing. No, definitely not. Yeah, that's obviously Stan. That's obviously what they said. They said they've done the deal and they play on for the trophy, but that's not the way the deal should be done. When they do the deal, the person who gets the most money should get the trophy.
Yes, agree.
In this spot, Nathan wants to know who's declared the winner, the guy with the most money or the guy with the trophy. In this spot, in this tournament, as it happens, the person who wins the trophy will be declared the winner, and the winner may get less money than the person who finishes in second place. That's just the way that it is.
And that's because they're carrying on after all the money has been split exactly to the penny.
Right. It's happened before. It's happened many different ways in poker tournaments. The way that deals are done, there's always much discussion with it, providing it's open. I mean, it would be great if it was consistent. Sadly, it isn't always.
So, if you're just joining us at this list, where have you been? We're down to 3. Andy Hills, Mark Dyson, and Twan Lee.
Andy now with 60% of the chips in play.
Right. Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you. No, she was asking for what ballet. That was the trick.
So the deal was done. The ICM deal took about 15 minutes, but eventually was done. Just shows you.
You get exactly 50% of the chips in play, Andy Hills now.
Looking at Hendrick, who's just been eliminated. The £20 last man standing tickets to the offer.
Not bad, not bad.
It's not a bad return, is it?
I'll tell you one thing as well, is that if you've had a bet, there's a friend of ours, a good friend of ours who we know, who's had a bet that Andy Hills will win a GUKPT event this year. Okay?
Oh yes, Alex, who was in the box.
Alex Martin has backed him at 18-1 to win any GUKPT event this year. Now, in my book, he should have won this tournament 20 minutes ago. But he's in danger.
Oh, of course, yeah, he took most money and he's
got most money, right? But he will not get the title, the picture, and the trophy unless he finishes up with all the chips. And you know, it's if he doesn't win this tournament, then Alex Martin's going to feel a little bit aggrieved that the way the deal was done.
Yeah. Nice one, Wayneo. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you again very soon, and we'll see you down at Coventry live. Anybody who's always in the chat box, please come and say hello. Yeah, I suppose 25-25 is a little bit different, is it? I suppose different comps have different rules.
That's what I said, different comps, different card rooms, different tournament directors, different venues. You know, it's things aren't always consistent. Perhaps they should be, but they're not. And I'd love everything to be consistent, totally consistent.
Is 18-1 a good price?
I think it was a fair price. I think if there's 9 events...
What would Channing have marked it up at?
He might allow you 10s or 12s. I think it's a fair price. I think it's a fair price for 9 events. I don't think there's a lot of value in it.
No.
But I don't think it's terrible. I think it's fair. It's a fair fun bet.
Well, he's had it in his hand and he's been taken away because of the ICM not stopping.
But it might be going back into his head. We just don't know yet. It might go back into his head.
Even I'm that tired now.
What's Andy's surname? Hills.
They're alive with the sound of music.
We have an all-in and a call. The old Deuce 4. The old Deuce 4. He has only got 306 big blinds. So 6 bigs, all in 2-4. Flop is ace, 4, king. And he hits the offsuit 4. He had a flush draw. He had a pair. He was against 2 pair. He needed a heart or a 4. Boom on the river.
And it can't be the 8 of hearts either. Yeah, that's fair, John. John makes a fair comment saying everything should be written down. And, but
one thing you can't do is get 2 different two different organisations to agree on the same thing. You'll never get Grosvenor agreeing with Dussel Dawn, you'd never get Gentins agreeing with Party Poker. But if it was a national house rule,
as long as it's fair,
or a tour rule, yeah.
I mean, one of the things in this situation, if one of the players objects to the deal and says, "I don't want to do a deal," then the other three players aren't allowed to do a deal.
No.
Okay, they're not allowed.
Absolutely.
They can't say the other three can't say, "Well, we're going to split anything we get."
Absolutely.
That's
collusion.
They can't do that. They can't do that. That is against the rules. The only way that they could do that would be to announce the person that didn't want to deal as the winner with first prize money, and then to divide the prize money that was left between the three of them. So with any objection, there is no deal done, and the other players are not allowed to do a deal between them. Okay. There are, in many places, they have cards where if players want to discuss a deal, or it's suggested. They give everyone They give everyone two cards face down. One of them is yes, and one of them is no.
Yep.
And then each player has to give one card to the dealer, and then one card goes to the side. And if the dealer turns over all the cards and they all say yes, deal, then a deal can be discussed. But if one of the cards, or more than one of the cards, says no, then there is no deal discussion allowed. I don't know why they don't have that in GUKPTs. I think it would be a good idea.
We have an all-in in the pool. One moves all in with ace jack of diamonds, and Mark needs to call with ace.
Twenley all in with 1.7. Got Mark D with the old 6-9 covered. 6-9 won a big pot earlier once the deal had been done. We flopped to Jack. He's going to be in trouble here. He's got a backdoor straight possibility, or 6-9. That's going to be it. We're going to be down to two players. We're going to be heads up with Twanley and Andy Run to the Hills.
Mark finishes in third position. Round of applause.
So, after a shove fest and a shove fest and a shove fest, once the money has been sorted out, Mark Dyson, who ICM'd £45,899.
A lot of money.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They were playing for a lot of money. You can't blame them for wanting to do a deal. I mean, what was fourth place before?
I think it was about 18, wasn't it?
What was fourth place money?
It was 19,850.
So they've got double that guaranteed for the 38.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not bad.
It's not bad at all. It's more than third place money as well.
There you go. You know,
Then you go and sit in your car. It's like you live out, you wait for the morning,
it's
Thanks
all
a lot,
relative.
Adam.
It's all relative, isn't it? It's all relative.
Thanks a lot, Adam.
You go into a bar, they want £5.50 for a pint of lager. Do you know what? I was in a bar. I was in a pub in London, in Soho, and I was with the wife. And I was with the wife, and I was with Marty Smith, Poker Million winner Marty Smith.
Yeah.
And
1.5 big blinds, Marty
and his wife, 1.5 big blinds, Marty Smith. Yeah. We were going for dinner, but before I met Marty, Claire and I went to this old-fashioned English pub, and they had like 30 different British ales on tap. And this guy came in, and it's like a real spit and sawdust, real old English pub that's been there for like 250 million years.
Proper Yorkshire pub.
And he came in and he said, what beer would you recommend out of all these beers? And the barman said, well, our most popular real ale is this one. So he said, yeah, I'll have a pint of that. And he put the pint on the counter, and he said to him, that's £6.50. And the guy turned around and walked out the pub, and the pint was left on the top. bar. He refused to pay it.
I'm not surprised.
The pub was full. It was like the pub was completely full of people. He's gone in, asked for the advice, seen all these drinks, asked for, he said, yes, I'll have that one. He's poured the pint. It's taken him 3 or 4 minutes to pour it. He's put it in front of him. He's refused to pay for it because it was £6.50 and turned around and walked out the bloody pub.
Well,
I said to him, does that happen much? He said, it's happened a couple of times.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Adam. Glad you've enjoyed the live stream. Me personally, I think it's been one of the best we've ever had. Yeah, the chat box has been full to bursting nearly all week. It has been excellent, right from the word go, when we had Canada and America and Portugal and Sweden watching. Australia's been on all day. Well, because he's got a bit of a touch in him, like, but he's been on all day as Richard Keller.
If there's a king on this board, it's all over, guys.
It is. Andy Hill's pocket tens. King 2, Twan Lee.
He's probably going to flop a king and middle pin a
Is it a
gut
2?
shot or something.
He's getting himself more outs.
More outs, but fewer cards to come. King or a 2.
King or a
Andy
2, we
will
have a
double
champion.
up and have a significant chip edge. Okay, Andy Hills has got 8. How many has he got? 85, 90% of the chips in play.
So Andy's got a big smile on his face. They're going to have to check the stacks. Check the stacks. Yeah, they think it's all over. We've got to check the stacks, man. This is very close.
Do you know what? It would be natural justice for Andy Hills to get the trophy, the photo and the title.
It might not be over yet.
It might not be over, but if he does get the trophy and the title, it would be natural justice because he should have had it anyway.
This is close. Might need a bit of help for the dealer. Counting both stacks at the same time. Here he comes. Good man.
Well, the thing is, he's not losing out on 30k, Michael, is he? He's gaining 46.
If he finishes third properly, he only ends up with 30.
There you go. You know, if the deal's fair, it's fair, and that's it.
Yeah, 30,800 was third. So we're still counting the stacks. Is it over? Is it over or not? Still counting.
Really? What? I thought I had more than 3 million. So why is the... Oh, I didn't have more than 3 million? Ah.
You had 2, 4, 2, 4, 16.
So they had a shake. They had a shake of hands. They had a bit of a clap, and then we realised that Twanley's got chips left. I hope that doesn't come back to bite him in the bum.
I think he's only got about. I think Andy's got something like a 9-1 chip lead.
I hope it doesn't come back to bite him in the bum. The old handshake. It's like, you know, when you're like fist pumping on the flop, and it comes runner runner.
Like we're in Atlanta, we're celebrating their Super Bowl win.
Well, yeah.
We've won this. We don't need to run the ball.
I've seen plenty of poker clips where the fist pumping on the flop and it comes perfect. We've all seen them. Well, they're all in the call. Andy Hills is a big favourite to be champion, ladies and gentlemen. Can he polish him off?
Ace 5, 7, 8. An ace on the board would almost certainly see the end of GUKPT Manchester.
Well, we're going to have a champion.
2017.
Or is Andy going to be running to the hills?
Well, we've got a 5, but we also have a 7. So Twanley is now favourite to double up.
Yep. I've just unzipped.
Bar a 5 or an ace, we are double up.
I've just unzipped the sleeping bag. There's the double up. There's the double up. Count the chips, send them back over.
Not quite that close to the game of Vanguard, I don't think.
What's the odds on Twan to win the title? 18 to 1. Well, it is for Andy Hills, because Andy Hills is well. That was only a friendly bet, to be fair. That was a friend just offering the 20 to 1. That's all. The 18 to 1. There was no official book. But now 18 to 1 heads up. When ICM, and he could have stopped it, he would have won it.
You know the nicest green room I ever went to? We went to Hollywood, and we went in the green room at the Jimmy Kimmel show. Jimmy Kimmel is like massive chat show host in America. And they were like all these famous rappers and singers and American film stars. I didn't recognise anybody.
You were on the show?
No, we were in the green room. We were in the green room. One of the media guys we used to work with from New York, a guy called Chris Capra. He was a media guy, and we did lots of media with him. He got us invited to the show. He tried to get us on the show. Actually, we didn't actually get on the Jimmy Kimmel show, but Jimmy Kimmel did. They did a they called it a skit at the World Series for Jimmy Kimmel, where we were playing in a hand in Binions, and they showed it on the show recorded, but we didn't actually get onto the show live, but we got to go to the green room. And in the green room there's a pool table, there's like an open bar, and there's all these like famous rappers and everything. I didn't have a clue who any of them were. Keira Knightley was there. Keira Knightley was there. She was the only person that I recognised. How could you not recognise Keira Knightley? But we had a good fun evening.
Keira Knightley.
Google her.
So we are heads up. The money has been dealt. There isn't a penny to play for. We are playing for the trophy, the accolades of winning the biggest GUKPT
that Manchester has ever seen.
Well, the biggest one in years. I must admit, the first.
Well, it's not the biggest ever one from. What about London?
No, we had when Dave Colclough.
What, here?
And Dave Colclough won one in Manchester as well.
Queen of Hearts, 10 of Diamonds for Andy. Jack of Spades, 8 of Hearts for Twan.
So Queen 10, Jack 8. Is this it?
Andy has folded. He's folded the best hand pre-flop.
He folded Queen 10. He folded Queen 10.
He did. Perhaps a little bit nitty at this point. Could have taken a flop. I don't really think he wanted to push with it, but he could have definitely taken a flop there.
Yeah.
Mr. Keller, I always thought those viruses and pop-ups came up on other sites, not on the poker ones. But it's only what Andy Booth told me. I'm not sure.
I wonder what time people would have given for a last longer, and what time the last hand would have been dealt.
I would have been a buyer at midnight for sure.
I wonder what the line would have been. We never asked, did we?
Check.
We are heads up in one of the biggest fields in Manchester, and one of the best fields as well. Loved every minute of it.
Check.
I got a 9 and I got a 6.
Seems to like playing that on 69.
4.1 mil to 1.3.
So 3 to 1 chip advantage. He could have him all in blind twice.
Yep.
To win the tournament. I don't think we'll see Andy Hills all in blind twice though. A little bit too cautious, too calculating, too considered.
Yes.
A player, Mr. Hills.
Friendly.
Threes and King Jack.
Well, this could see an all-in.
Yeah, this could be all in. This could be the final hand or a double. Oh no, King Jack passed.
Past the threes. Wow.
Andy Hills past the threes.
Looking for a better spot. Looking it for when he's
If
got...
it was the other way around and the threes jammed and you had King Jack in your hand, is that a better? Is that a better call? Is that a better call?
I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to ask one of the
Super.
young whiz kids there. Dealer change.
Yeah, if Andy had got the King Jack there and there was a jam, all right, we can still see the cards.
What
and
Andy's
they
looking
can't.
for, Andy's looking for a situation where he has Twan's range crushed. And he knows Twan's range at this point is incredibly wide. But he also knows that he's going to get many opportunities to find a hand that crushes his range. I think he would have called with 7s or 8s, for sure. If he passes 3s, he probably passes 4s, maybe 5s, probably 6s, calls with 7s, 8s. I think that's probably, because then he knows he's got his ranges crushed. With 3s, it's very likely he's flipping, and he doesn't want to flip. He wants to have his range crushed. This is the way that Andy thinks, and it's fair. You know, he wants to win and he wants to give himself the best chance.
Kev Lewis says, why is the TD not giving them the numbers to discuss? Because we don't know.
Well, I think I know. I think it's because Grosvenor don't get involved in the deal.
All right, okay.
They don't get involved in the deal makings. It's something that has to be done between the players.
Kev's just watching it on a little bit of a delay, so he's gone for 4. He's going back to the deal. Queen 10 against Queen 10.
Okay, we're going to see a flop.
Okay. We're going to... we're free rolling. The Queen 10 of diamonds is free rolling, ladies and gentlemen. This could be it. This could be it. And it's a 6 of diamonds.
It's just a question of how many chips Andy can get here.
Twan Lee has 1.3 mil.
Yeah, but Twan, I mean, how can he get any chips, Andy, here? He's going to bet and Twan's going to fold. You know, it's... Unless he calls and it comes off a 9.
If it comes an offsuit 9,
yeah, then he can get the chips.
That could be it.
And he's trying to work out how much can I bet here. I want to get called.
125,000 and a call is basic. You go, wow. If this does come a 9, it'll be over. It's a 7. Now, how does Andy Hills extract every chip off Twanley? I don't think he can this hand, does it?
No. He's going to make a bet and he's probably going to fold Twan, and then we go on to the next one.
Well, there's the mill. It's called.
He's moved all in, Twan. He's moved all in. He's tried to bluff him.
Wow. And as it finishes, the guys have just put up a fantastic battle. I'm going to speak to Twan Lee if he can just come down here for us, because that was a super final. The biggest in Manchester, 268 runners. This guy's just going to give us a minute, because what a final. We've loved every single minute of it. What's it like? What's it been like the last 4 days?
It was just tough, innit? Tough, long days, been. And it was a strong final, wasn't it? Yeah. And no one's got knocked out on, so I thought. So in the end, it was lucky that we all did the deal, because everyone's too tired in the end.
Yeah, the deal took quite a long time as well, wasn't it? It's one of those, eventually the ICM was done.
Yeah. So initially, we wanted to do a deal, and we didn't. Played a few more hands, and in the end, we all agreed.
Yeah. And to be fair, you were down to 8 bigs at one bit.
Yeah. Chipping a chair.
You got that fighting spirit, and it's the biggest field we've had in Manchester, and one of the best fields we've had as well.
Yeah, it was great. I had a great 3 days. It was absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant, absolutely fantastic.
Cash games, the side events, super.
It has been. Twan, you've entertained us, and I mean,
thank you.
You've proper entertained us.
Cheers, guys. Well, you got it, haven't you?
That is what it's all about, is entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Twan Lee, who's in second place. Top man, but the winner And not only just on a free roll, this has come from the passport that we talked about yesterday. Just come down here, Andy, just for... How you feeling, man?
Feeling great. I've just made £47,000, so like, happy days.
Absolutely. We talked earlier in the week about the passport and how good that promotion was.
It was very good.
For the second event of the lot to turn it into a trophy and the money, it's got to be great. I thought it might be the 4th or 5th event where I won, to be honest. Like, I've run above expectation, so happy days. You're going to be travelling around all year, and it's very well earned. The field itself, how tough was that? I mean, like, particularly heads up was brutal. No, I'm being silly. But it was stacked. You know, like when I came back on day 3, I was looking at the list of players and who had chips, and I was thinking I could get a really bad seat draw. And I actually I've been quite lucky. I've had quite good, I've had good players on my tables, but I've had quite good. I haven't had the horror tables. Yeah. So I've run pretty well in that respect, and I've had some pretty good hands on the final table. I cooled the most aggressive player. And I would say a bit of a roller coaster as well on the final. You were up there over the million earlier on, then you were back down to 300, 400,000. Indeed, and it was getting a bit. When we were down to 4 players, it seemed to make sense to do a deal. People were getting the stacks in a lot more with more marginal hands now. So it was good. Yeah, all good. That is just one of the best winners. We're going to get Chris to give us a trophy to the winner in Manchester, Mr. Andy Hills. What a fantastic performance. Sue is going to take Andy straight back over to the table and get all the photos and get everything done. Off you go, Andy, onto that table, and Sue will get Andy. Just amazing. What an event. Just tremendous. Well done, staff. Well done to everybody concerned here in Manchester. 268 runners. It has been one of the best. And I've got to say, thanks to Joe Beavers, thanks to Jeff Kimber for the commentary, but you lot in that commentary box today have been absolutely, and the last 4 days have just made my job so much easier this week. It has been the best it has been in the years we've been working with Cardroom Direct and the live stream. But what a winner, what a final. Chopped it in the end, but a deserved winner. Andy Hills is now champion after winning the passport for the year. We will see you. It starts in 3 weeks. We'll be there in 3.5 weeks up in Edinburgh for leg number 3. But from the Tower and the team, ta-ta.